What is up, one and all? Happy weekend. Epoher's World Cup upon us. Should be a fun one. Background music you hear in a boss fight, dude. It's like is there anything more peak than just like Hell's March? Like I don't know. I'm trying to think if in the entirety of RTS as a genre, there's a song more iconic to me personally. I'm not sure. I know some people are gonna be like, oh, what do you mean? Like Age of Empires song or like StarCraft. There's just something about Hell's March that is undeniably peak, I think. And if you did not grow up with Red Alert 2 and thus did not have Hell's March in your life, or Command & Conquer Red Alert 1, which also had Hell's March, commiserations. You missed out on the peak of the peak. It's kind of like missing out on the Heroes of Might and Magic soundtrack epicness of like opening Castle for the first time. And it just hits different. Yes, we have got a tournament today. It's the Epoher World Cup, which is very coincidentally dubbed EWC. I don't know how that happened. So yeah. Well, actually, I forgot I need to add it in. So we already have a few players that have been locked in and qualified. Let me actually just pull up the draft because we can have a look at it directly. So we go like this, and boom. So, in terms of players that are already going to be there, we do already have some players qualified through to the main event. So, people that were invited, Vortex, of course, won the first edition, so he's immediately in there. And then there's Anatan, Marine Lord, and Wham. And then, based on esports tournament rankings, you also have B and Puppy Ball. Those are all the players that have qualified. There's now 10 more players to be qualified. 5 will qualify today. 5 will qualify tomorrow. And we already have the bracket starting to line up here. We got Beastie, Lucifer, Numidan, Myriad, Voldemar, Corvinus, but also people like Scatterbrained. You got Starflark in there, Nasu, and Jif, and Lash, and Assas, and Deniskia, and all that. So Mahodo, Ayame, a lot of people. I think we might start with the Mahodo Ayame series. I think of the first round. I don't know about you guys. Like, here, I'll just zoom in for you. I think a first round, is that close enough? Oh no, now you guys are in the way. It's your fault. Of the first round, I would say Mahodo versus Ayame is probably the best one. There's like maybe Lash Deniska. I think that's about it. Wait. Starflock Gento is also an option. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards the Ayame Mahodo one. Remember, Ayame was the kind of like the protege, the next member of the Louis MT team. So there's a lot of potential before on that guy. So that might be interesting to see up against Mahodo, who is a tried and known #1 Polish player in the world versus number 4 or number 3 Chinese player in the world, I guess. Is that fair? Because Ayame, he did peak. I remember back towards the start of the year. I think he hit like 3rd on the ladder, which is pretty impressive for a relatively unknown. I'm not streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming both YouTube and Twitch. Didn't last in the retirement home for even a month. I mean, dude, everyone was like at the event asking like, come back, see how it feels. And I mean, the video kind of summarizes it. I was like, let's give it a shot. Things have to change. Things have to definitely be done different this time around because just what we were doing was not sustainable. But we're gonna see if we can figure it out. Because I don't like literally just burning what I worked my ass off building for 5 years. That feels wrong. Bro didn't miss the moment, but then actually came back. Yeah, unlike you, just went to like Dawn of War 1 many years too late. Where were we though? Oh yeah. By the way, anyone looking forward to having water battles in poo-poo rivers? Poo-poo rivers are coming, guys. That's a thing. I don't know if it's going to do anything. By the way, I've been playing some Deadlock, and oh my god, the matchmaking is non-existing. Like 404 not found. I am so... I don't know if it remembers my rank from when I last played or what, but the quality of the matches is a little bit depressing. I was like, I'll have a quick game of like what the equivalent of ARAM is to Deadlock before I hop on. Guy was AFK. Wasn't even playing the freaking game. And guess what? Ice Frog doesn't believe in surrender buttons. You know how in AoE4 you're losing, you can just leave? No, not in my MOBA-esque game. Yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer the Dynasties of the East biomes a bit more to what I'm seeing here. The poo-poo water is definitely a different level. I'll give them that. I got a feeling devs don't like me calling it poo-poo water, but hey, what are they gonna do? It is poo-poo water. It is pretty much by definition the poo-poo water. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Let me see if Mahodo is getting ready to draft. Actually, is step number 1. AE2 CM. Haven't opened that draft in a while. Really feel like Jin Dynasty should be a variant, but hey. I mean, but if it's got its own complete unit set, then it doesn't need to be a variant. If they are, alternatively, if they are copy and pasting a bunch of things, i.e. if they are using all of the architecture, then yeah, it's weird, it's not a variant. But it's basically because I think they realized that the variant wording is probably the worst marketing decision they can make for Age of Empires 4 at this point. People are tired of hearing the word variant. They never want to hear it again, really. So, like, it's not the worst idea to just afuera that one away. We don't have the draft up yet for the lads. What I'll do is, hold on a sec. So what we can do, because Mahodo is not on the game just yet, because we'll see him when he comes in, because I'm pretty sure I got him added. What we'll do, like, so we got the draft, we've got the seating here. So Mahodo Iyame is what we'll go for first. And then, trying to see if there's any interesting early round matchups we have incoming. Not crazy ones. Might be fun to check in on GIF, as it's actually been a while. So I just realized I'm on the wrong thing. Might be nice to check in on GIF, as it has actually been a while. Yeah, we might check in on, like, so we might do Ayame Sato versus Mahodo into GIF versus, like, Denise or Lash. Or not rather, GIF versus, you know, basically whoever wins these. My prediction is probably, like, GIF. And then Lash should take this, but Denise can surprise. And then, yeah, there's nothing else interesting down here. Maybe create a Pog. This is, like, interesting. Skybrain versus Starflock can sometimes be a pretty fun one. And then, dude, Voldemort versus Corvinus as a qualifying match actually might be the peak banger. Yeah, that might be the best one to, like, look forward to, actually. So, do I have the draft yet? I don't think we do. But yeah, the whole variant thing, I don't know. I get it. I get why they wanted to avoid it. And, like, technically, it is a different Civ, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't have Optics BTS now anymore or whatever. Yeah, it's using the same architecture. I think that's the only pet peeve I'd have, is it looks like it's using a lot of the same architecture. Which makes it seem like a variant Civ. But they just haven't called it that this time. Even though they've got a lot of different things in there in terms of, like, this Civ doesn't even have... Was it bows? I don't think it has bows at all. It's just ditch variants. But okay, Merlin, dude, like, crap will get off the seat. You're happy or you're not happy. You're not happy either way. You just said they shouldn't, like, it should be called a variant, and then you don't want to have the variant thing. They got rid of the variant thing for this very reason, because people hate the word variant at this point. It's like it's the cursed word. It's basically saying Voldemort amongst wizard kind. You just don't do it anymore. Are my boys late? Are we gonna have to go for a different set, maybe? Maybe Sparta? We'll see. They've still got, like, 3 minutes. Now making variants as new civs. I mean, but once again, it comes down to, like... It looks like the architecture is the same, but if there's barely any existing units that are copy and pasted here, I think that makes it unique enough. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, people get annoyed about the architecture. I mean, the architecture is different, actually. The TCs, right? The town centers are completely new. They've reused some assets, but not all. Knights Templar is unique enough to be its own civ. I think the thing that kind of, like, you need to wake up to, though, is, like, where does the money come from this crap? I don't know. Like, would it be cool to have all this uniqueness and whatever? Sure. But, like, the price... I feel like, I think if they had chosen to build the architecture all from the ground up and everything, they probably would have had to have charged, like, £20+ instead of £12.50. I don't know the exact sales, but, like, considering the size of our game... It wouldn't, yeah, you know. It wouldn't surprise me. Where are my boys? What's our backup here? Maybe Jif versus Knock Knock might be a good backup if Mahodo and Iyame aren't here on time. or we do the Starflight Gento. Options. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I personally, Yufei is not. This Civ is not something that like appeals to me based on like first optics, just because I'm not a fan of the baseline Chinese mechanics for that Civ. It's never really appealed to me, so I don't think this one will appeal to me. My only concern is they are charging £12.50 for one Civ and one campaign. So what I'll say about that is the campaign needs to be an absolute banger. Like, it needs to be the best campaign they've made, which is challenging because Sultan's Ascend was a very good campaign. What's up, Roadrunner? Good to be back, I think. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how this shoe fits. Yo, by the way, I don't know if we've got a lot of people that are interested in this, but I might have an opportunity to look into the new Might and Magic early. You miss sliding down hills, mountains? Don't worry, there'll be more of that. I just need to dude, I'm trying to I'll put it to the side, but I'm trying to organize a lot of things on the side right now so that I can push this and push the content. So like I haven't even had a chance to continue editing it. Because now also the annoying part is now I'm going to have to do editing for AoE4 content and that content, so it's going to be even more time consuming. Unless I basically have someone who wants to take up that mantle and do thumbnails and very basic editing for AoE4. Yeah. I have to figure that out. Like 7 hours of sliding my ass down a mountain in that game. 7 hours. I better have a video to make out of it. All right. Do we have Civs? There we go. I don't know why is this because of the ad blocker thing? Is it acts like this? So we've got Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Lipany. And then would they ban out Socotra, Holy Island? Three Little Pigs. I have not seen this map yet. Wait, what? New map. And Sengoku's going to get banned straight away, which is just basically to be expected. Right? Sengoku is... I'm pretty sure it was just allowed through quite often, and then this immediate snipe on Wallow, no? Playing on like the other stuff too. Yeah, that's the thing to really emphasize. Like, there will be the other stuff. Like, we're just going to balance it. I felt bad about just, like, feeling this urgency to cut and leave completely. But, like, I think it's healthy to have a mixture of, like, you know... For example... I'm not saying this is exactly the way it's going to pan out. I need to figure out the structure. Let's say you have 2 days at AoE 4 a week, and then you have, like, 1 day that's exploratory where you check out brand new games, and then 1 day where it's do challenges in different games, right? That could be kind of an interesting balance. All right, so they're just mirroring right now. Sengoku, Mali, which... I mean, if Mali don't get nerfed, I'm going to be shocked. I still think they're too safe of a Civ in the way they're able to blow. You know what I mean? It's weird because, like, yes, Lancaster was the extreme of this, but, like, we were willing to admit Lancaster was absurdity with, like, the chill on your base and just vibe. But Malians do get to do that a lot, but they have the added benefit of actually being really good at raiding as well early on. So there's no surprise it remains a high prior ban. Remaining, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, like, maybe Ottoman ban could be in there. Byzantines comes to mind. They did pick a water map, right? So Tuklak just doesn't matter. I mean, there's a Tuklak build on land, but if you haven't got something like Frisian on there, you're not panicking as much about it. Should I come out of retirement? Sure, go for it. I mean, you're hyperventilating at this point about whether Dawn of War 4 is even going to eventually come out, Kappa. Meanwhile, we'll probably look to spend some time on this towards the end of the month. I still don't know how I feel about this game. It's inspired by Might and Magic, but it doesn't feel like Might and Magic 3. And that's kind of okay, but in a lot of ways, I think they wanted it to truly feel like Might and Magic 3. Can't stand the Dawn War community, honestly. Wait, geesh, Merlin, chill. Chill. Is the draft bugged out? I think the draft bugged out. One sec. I was about to say, it's like, this should have moved by now. Where is it? Am I blind? Have I lost them? We got maps. We got Civ Picker. We don't have the draft. This is a remix of the Pokemon fight theme. It's from Video Games Live. It's just the Pokemon one. It's just like basically that big one just gets chopped down to a bunch of other ones, right? Is basically what happens. All right. I'm going to see if they're ready in game. That's probably the easiest way to go because like this is looking a bit weird. The draft is just not showing. What I can do is bear with me uno momento, s'il vous plaît. I don't know if we have a channel where drafts are being dropped here. I mean, I think they have a channel. I just don't have access, so I'll ping about it. No channel for drafts? Okay. I don't know why someone's pinging a channel out. What's up, Gento? How's it going, buddy? So, okay, there we go. It did bug out. We have got the draft again, so I can X game. They're not ready yet. One sec. Oopsie. We good? Yeah. Oh, dude, I love these songs. I've just been in such a brain dead mode enjoying Dynasty Warriors in my downtime. I kind of needed to unwind, actually. We're pretty much almost 100% of this game now. 8 hours. Okay, I left on a little bit. Bloody hell, I didn't think it was that many in. Those games are really easy to lose yourself in. I think, like, I've been struggling to find the energy to play competitive games at the moment, which is probably not the worst thing in the world. All right, I seriously might need to... Is it because Oh, I think it's because I've got dark mode on. Is there anything I could think that could cause this on this website? Because this looks really dodgy, right? You guys can't even tell what these civs are. Where's the option specifically on this page? I can't even remember how I put dark mode on here. That didn't change anything. I don't know what... Does this normally happen? Let me double check like another browser. Oh no, looks correct there. Like, why does it look like ass here? Wait, what? Auto flag looks cool. I mean, yeah, the Ottoman flag looks kind of funky. It kind of looks more authentic. Golden Hub one actually looks pretty cool too. But the China one, Macedonian one looks ass. IU one looks pretty ass. Japanese one looks actually pretty cool. French looks terrible. Mongol looks terrible. Dell looks terrible. Byzantine just looks like a lamer version of its normal self. So yeah, a bit weird. But we have got a draft. So let's have a look here. Mahodo with his auto pick. Ayame did open with Japanese. It was a split between Chinese and Byzantines. We did mention Biz is one of the lead likely bannables. Golden Horde, I think, it's interesting it gets picked that late, because to me, I feel like it just keeps delivering some really powerful performances, actually. Maybe a little bit situational, and you don't want to pick it out straight away in a draft, but a little bit later on, it actually can be a potent force of nature. But I've got way too many tabs and can't remember which one is what. But let me... What was the maps again? Because that... Oh, dude, let me pull it across to this one, because otherwise I'm going to have to keep shifting between the two. Coastal Dry Array. I think Coastal could be interesting for, like, the variants of Iabim Macedonians, for example. The way I describe these two drafts is that I would say Ayame is just more safe, methodical, and historical. Whereas Mahodo's is a little bit more wacky. It has a lot more potency potential there with things like the Golden Horde Macedonians and the IU picks. I kind of like that a bit more for Mahodo because it gives him some curveballs. Like if he's got some specialist builds, those are really effective, I think, when you get below the obvious rungs. Because unless you're playing like pitch perfect Age of Empires 4, you know, like that matters. And plus that and the chaotic element at like the top 8, top 10. But if you're like the 10, 20, 10, 30 range, I think just actually having almost cheesy type strategies to punt out your opponent could be super effective. All right, so the boys should be getting in the lobby momentarily. Let me just double check what their picks are going to be. Okay, so Macedonian China pick for Mahodo. China got sniped. Ayame went Byzantines, Delhi, and was allowed the Delhi. The Byzantines got sniped out. So we've got Macedonians versus Delhi. And I still remember when the expansion first came out. It was such a weird matchup the way this one played, actually. Because of the healing potential to just offset all the cheesiness of, like, you know, Varangian rushes and whatever. You back? We're seeing how things go. Like, the big... there's a video on it. You can see it on YouTube. The big thing is, like, whatever happens from here, the approach we've been taking up to this point wasn't getting us where we needed to go. So now it's like reassessment time and figure out what works. All right. So boys should be getting in the lobby momentarily. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check that I have got Mahodo. Have I not got Mahodo? I definitely have Mahodo. I'm pretty sure of that. Damn, this is a tune. Yeah, they're not in game yet. So probably got a few moments. Can I run some more ads because I like money? Now I'm kidding. So I can get it out of the way for you guys. I think... Wait, did it just... It couldn't have just ran ads. That makes no sense. We ran them early on, so we're not due ads for quite some time. There we go. What I'll do is while they're getting lobby set up, I'll run like another minute and a half ads so you guys can get yourself a drink quickly. That way, when you come back, we should probably be in game and you don't have to worry about ads being jammed down your face or whatever else. Also, which one were we going to do? Just checking for when we're in game. Because I think we might try something a little bit different. Should we start trying cam on? We could try cam on. Hello! Over here. I think that's probably the best position to put it on screen, because the alternative is I put it in the chat box where you guys are. I just don't know if that's better. I.e. you could put a Q. Problem is when I get animated, I'm going to block the minimap. And it, in my opinion, it just kind of looks overly cluttered, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. If the boys could crap or get off the pot, that'd be good. Just double checking if there's any... Because Gento said there's no channel for everything being pinged. So there's no actual easy way to know when we're ready to roll. What's this cup about again? So this is the Epoher World Cup number 2. They ran one last year. It's a few $1,000s. And the way it works is this is the qualifiers. This weekend's qualifiers. I believe next weekend is the main event. You've already got the main event featuring people like Vortex, the reigning champion. Marine Lord is in there, as is Wham, as is Puppy Paw, and several others, right? So they've got, I think it was 7 or 8 people already qualified. Which might be 6, sorry. be included is in there. And then there is now 5 slots that are up for grabs today, and then 5 slots up for grabs tomorrow. To round it out and bring it up to a very healthy 16 players in total, clashing over the prize pool, which I think the baseline is like $2,500 dues. That's the money we do now. It's dollary dues. Yeah, $2,500 is the baseline prize. They might be. I don't know if they're fundraising or whatever for that. I'm not sure. All right, 2.5 minutes out. I could run even more ads, Kappa. So glad you're casting again. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I was hoping this was clear at the time. I don't know if it was, and that's on me, right? I didn't want to leave AoE4, but the way we were doing it is like unsustainable. So like one big change we're now looking at is just to be a carnivorous beast. Is that if there's anything happening esports wise and I'm free, casting on this channel. If I'm not working the main broadcast, that is. And just go from there. Basically, just treat this a bit more like the way the Age of Empires 2 functions, which is everyone casts everything. And then go from there. And like, you know, then the market says what they're thinking is the way I describe that. Then it's basically a case of, you know, if this is ever going to work, then, you know, people say with their wallet or with their eyes in this situation by watching. And if not, then not. And then we'll still look to have probably, I think what would be cool is maybe Thursday becomes something different than what it was in the past. It becomes like the variety day to check out new games. Because I think on average, Thursday is the day when most developers release new games. It's either Thursday or Tuesdays, right? And then we'll find a challenge day as well. There's still loads of cool challenges we've got cooking up. And with GTA coming out this year, hopefully Crimson Desert becoming more moddable, there'll be a lot of fun challenges we can do. Cool thing with those as well is I look forward to doing a lot more interactive ones. I had so much fun when a few weeks back we done Docked, which for those who don't know is literally, it's just exactly what it sounds like. If you haven't got a dirty mind, it is you just move cranes around in a dock and have to move containers. It's really just like brain dead vibing simulator stuff. But what we done is we basically had Twitch chat do it. So you lose left, right, yaw, and all this kind of stuff and drop it and whatever. And that would move the crane in-game. And I've got to give it to the crew. I think we had like 5 people really locked in, spamming commands. They actually did manage to complete the task, which shocked me. But yeah, things like that. I want to find more ways to involve the viewers. I need to figure out next week if on Thursday I'm going to Manchester. Probably. I just need to sort tickets for it. Dude, train travel in this country is outrageously expensive. So I was looking at prices to get from the east of UK up to Manchester and back. Return ticket is £150. It's not cheap. And the quality is not very good either. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to go. Oh, I forgot they updated the capture age. Wait, are we good now? We are good. Oh, look at that. It didn't change it too much. Oh, so you know how you begin this. Well, I've got something that none of you saw coming. Backcasting Age of Empires 4. I know, shocker. One and all, welcome back. It's been a crazy year so far. It's time to turn it into a good kind of crazy. We are casting the EWC qualifiers for Age of Empires 4. We're kicking off early in the qualifiers, and we will have plenty more content coming. And we're kicking off in a fun way. We've got Mahodo on the Macedonian Dynasty going up against Ayame Sato on the Delhi. This is a fun one. #1 ranked player in Poland going up against the Wonder Kid of early 2026. This guy came onto the scene in Blaze of Glory, posting really high on the ladder, up in like top 3, top 4 placements in ranked seasons. Scrimming with Louis MT regularly. I had him dubbed as maybe the next coming of Louis. There was definitely some potential for it, and he even had a decent track rate of being able to beat Louis in their practices. So this guy is definitely on the radar to watch for 2026. What a great way to be able to check in on him. Delhi versus Macedonians on Lepony for G1. Remember, this is best of 3, single elimination formats. And we're doing something a little bit new. I don't know what people will think of this. We'll see how they like it or don't like it. We're going to be start doing... Did I line it up perfectly? Is it lined up perfectly? Slightly, it might be slightly off. We're doing camera on screen. I'll double check it between games, but I figured we'd spin up a little bit different. I don't know. Maybe people get sick of my ugly mug very quick. You know what sucks about this? I can no longer pick my nose. But Macedonians, they definitely have been a little bit crippled, but not too much, not to an extreme since I was last casting a lot. There's some slight tweaks, in particular towards their Ridari, but I think they're still a resoundingly strong Civ and have a lot of potency at certain timings. They're great at these transitional plays as well, where the more you force it into different unit types, the stronger they can feel because they have to spend less making those transitions happen because their Varangian stronghold is all types of buildings, all types of Vikings. Delhi, on the other hand, still a very powerful pick. Hasn't been as critical of a desirable as it was once upon a time. It's still up there, top half of the rankings, but it isn't something you think of as like top 2, top 3 best picks in the game. Those go to things like Sengoku, Marlians, Byzantine, still really good as well. China. So they've definitely been dripping off a little bit, but still a firm, strong beginning, especially on a map like Lipany, where you've got those extra berries just to play out onto. And look at the spawn. Pretty good one, actually. Yeah, it gets the berries up in the corner, which you can wall off later on, so you don't necessarily need to go for a tower instead. This one's a bit more ambitious, but I also like this for him. He's got deer on both sides of his base, which means he can get the pro scouts for free and then just slather himself in food happily. Imperial Hippodrome coming on the other side is to be expected here. It allows Mahodo to have horsemen that are as powerful as Delhi Ghazi. Okay, that sounds... When you say it like that, it doesn't sound very good. But no, it's... Yeah, it's a little bit wonky, the way this one plays out, because of course you do have to pay more for what Delhi get. But Ghazi are, like, they have for a long time been considered a very powerful unit. Even just the extra health before you talk about the base damage increase allows them to more easily get out of weird situations, which is why most strategies revolve around that. Even here, where you'd think up against Macedonian horsemen, you wouldn't want to do it. Most players are still pretty comfortable with the idea of going towards those Delhi ponies. Is this default caster UI? It is. I don't know why we've got this weird, stupid gap going on here. And I don't think a Control-Shift-T switch... That's even weirder. Why does it do that? What? Even if we switch them, it's still misaligned. Just don't look at this. Don't scream. What's my thoughts on Ridari balance? I think Ridari have been tuned down to a reasonable degree. There's maybe 1 or 2 more tweaks I'd like to see, but I think the challenge is you need to give Macedonians other options. Right now, the reason they end up doing Ridari so often is because what else is there? That's their bread and butter, because that's basically all they've got. You know, you can complain about someone being on a pasta-only diet, and then when you open the cupboard and there's nothing else in there, there's no bread, there's no rice, of course they're going to be on pasta only, dude. Like, come on. And that's kind of where I feel Macedonians are at the moment. Like, Varangian in particular, not really worth going towards. I think the challenge is we still have this problem of men-at-arms not feeling great. Once they start fixing men-at-arms, Varangian opens up and Macedonians start to get some room to breathe. But right now, with us being in a knight-dense meta, and the Ridari being the only real big thumbs up for them in the castle, of course they're going to be playing Ridari. So, Iyami, he is going to be going in the late stables. Feels a little bit later anyway. I got to get used to not having to press a button up here to switch between income and villages. I still don't think this is the perfect solution for capture age, by the way. Some people maybe like this, but my thought is when you think about what is a good production value observing unit, you need to filter the information. There's a reason why we have these different screens that you can tab. Like, this is a great choice. There's sheep popping in and out. I just realized I'm in the way of that. So we'll have to rethink where the camera goes again. But what I'd love to see is an option so that you can fade between income and villages working every, like, 10 seconds or something. Because that way, you get less info crammed on the screen as a viewer, and it gives you more time to digest what you're seeing. So, Ghazi spam is starting to come through. He's just gone for the 1 stables. He's going to be adding the blacksmiths. Remember, he has got the scholar garrison inside here, which is giving him the double production rate. Question is, how far does Mahodo want to take this? I mean, he's gathering on the gold, but this is usually just to accrue the silver to get the upgrades. I think he's... Yeah, okay, that's interesting. He is going to stick the age. He's going for the spearman now. So he's not happy with the idea that he could win this fight. He wants to overwhelm it, and that makes a lot of sense because these Ghazi can run away when they get injured. That's the difference maker right now. Unless you can pin them, they will always escape and heal. I know their arch is pretty good. Sure, but like, how often are you just going to open Raw Bog Mafo without anything else? And like the other problem of like the idea of like, are the archers good? The problem is whenever you talk about archers in a knight meta, you don't just want to be building archers because now your opponent's just going to build knights. It's weird right now. There's definitely some changes that need to still be made, I think, around knights and how good they are. I would love to see that happen alongside some sort of change where they improve the tick rate and the responsive servers, so you get better micro in conjunction with knights now not being as strong universally. But spears coming through. We do have a priority coming in on the cavalry upgrade, so it's going to be extra health for the horseman, which makes a lot of sense, actually. This allows him to basically become like Ghazi. Ghazi at 135, now he's at 131, as well as having the melee armor already. This is a really interesting matchup to me, Macedonians versus Delhi, because these civs are at polar opposite ends of how they feel in each age. So for Macedonians, the longer an age goes, kind of the better it is, actually, because you keep accruing more silver, you get more upgrades, there's more upgrades per age than other civs. For Delhi, they are a burst tech. They get a tech up, they get a huge amount of value in the first few minutes or after the first few minutes because they get it all for free. And then there's nothing left to do there. They don't have any other eco-inflation point. So it's going to be interesting to see how long Ayame, with that in mind, wants to play this age, because Mahodo is going a little bit nutty here. Look at this. We talked about the men-at-arms never coming out. He's going for them. Early Varangian Guard. I know Mahodo was a big believer in this strat when the Civ first came out. I was not expecting to see it here against Ghazi that have bonus damage against heavy. That's a little bit of a shocker, actually. We do have the outpost locking on the front side, so he wants to keep accruing gold because he wants more scholars. Because the idea here, his difference maker is healing. Now, what concerns me about Mahodo's strategy, and I voiced this in the early days when he kind of, you know, was pushing it back and forth, this idea of Varangian mass is good. Against Delhi, it's difficult. Because against Delhi, if you come in with these slow-moving, chunky meta-arms that die slowly, you might find that your opponent dies never. Because Delhi can heal. And what's important to remember also is this Varangian Guard, they find it vital to start getting the runestones. Runestone plus the Radari champion gives you a lot of movement speed on immobile units. But if you're missing one of those components, you're not as speedy, as threatening, or as quick to jump on your opponent. The reason that's important is where Delhi are in theory really good against Viking civs, is their units shouldn't die. Because of this, it should be very, very difficult without ranged focus fire to kill anything. That makes it pretty spooky as an opponent. And Mahodo is not half-arsing this, folks. He's adding in a lot of guards. I assume he's going to start prepping the text there as well. Hasn't done so yet, but with the way he's adding in, it would make a lot of sense to start getting towards the chainmails. So we should be seeing butt chainmails soon. Ooh, no, he goes damage. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Oh, wait, no, it's my brain. I don't know why. I saw the swords. Anyone else like this? You see the swords like that? You're like, yeah, that must be it. It's swords and shield, right? So yeah, he is getting the armor. Makes a lot more sense. What's up, Bonkers? Appreciate the super chat, bud. Horseman out of the clash. Starts to poke forward. What you kind of want to do is give access, though. It's critical you keep moving so the backline can come through. And also, that allows you to pin. Archers are going to turn up. Mahodo having to back away. But he can't back off too far. He's now playing out onto pocketed resources. Remember, Yame doesn't need to do that. He has got the Pro Scouts play to bring those goodies home. Mahodo. I'm kind of struggling a bit with this because you need a quick engagement. He has got the Radari champion, though. That will give the gap close. Moves him fast. Scholars are going to be left behind. That's going to be a keybind difference there. I don't think you want to keep them there. And the archers get exposed. Iyame backs off a little bit too much. Concave starting to occur. That horseman buff coming in big. The champion's also absorbing a lot of damage here. And it looks like it is going to be a wash of an engagement. Ayame not able to stand his ground. Archers get munched upon. And game one looks to be in the bag for Mahodo if he can now just turn this into a death push. And with 5 melee armor, 3 ranged armor Varangian, why not? The movement speed is incredible. He's up to 1.44, gets high up the charge, and then he still has runestones that he can do for the dive. Yame just struggling to get any new troops out. He's got a few guys left over. Archer's trying to kite away. But Mahodo, he's darn done it. We questioned whether he'd actually have enough push momentum, but I got to give it to him. The Horseman, getting rid of that backline of archers, removed any slow, trickled threat to the Varangian. Not to mention that moment where Iyame lingered with the Scholars just momentarily. Cost him everything there. You cannot underrate the power of this Varangian Guard with 12 damage with a runestone dropped. This many and unkillable, they're just going to slay everything. Gold access now being denied. Only one worker kill up to this point. The Yame is going to be starting to experience a lot of idle time here. You can see almost half of his economy is not working. Scholar pulled to try and hold in the choke point. The Horsemen are gone, yes, but folks, just look at the mini-map. Look at the Varangian. More are coming. This is the never-ending bearded boys. No, this is like playing Total War Warhammer and going up against the dwarves. And you're like, I can break the line. The morale's going to crack. And then you meet the long beards. But this game won't be long, and these men won't be too bearded. Easy clapping from Mahodo, showing you the power of those Varangian Guard feudal strats. All right, cool game one. Yeah, nicely played. So Mahodo will be moving up to Le Match Point. Back at AoE, what is new? Yeah, we're checking in. I'm trying to think, like, what could maybe have been done different, if anything, there. I think for Iyame, like, maybe it needed to be raiding early on, but it's hard to read that. Like, when you see Horsemen coming your way, you feel like you need to be defensive. Spears could have been interesting, but I don't think he wants to encourage Bog Mather production because, as someone's alluding to, those archers do seem pretty good. When you're given a justifiable reason, they are very powerful. But let me see. Are they into game 2? They are. I'll run a minute of ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Crap. All right, I was going to run a minute of ads. Instead, you guys can just suffer. Wait, nope, there you go. Ah, yes. All right, so Mahodo should be on the left side, right? He better be. I just realized I've annoyed myself because I've labeled the left score as right score and the right score is left score. Oh, dude. If this was a production overlay I gave to someone else, it'd be quite funny, but I've just done it to myself. GG. What do you think, guys? Byzantines versus China. Are we getting a game free? I don't know. That felt quite womp-womp from Ayame. I don't know if he's been putting in as many hours recently as he did towards the start of the year. He's 54th in the world right now with 715 games played. So he has fizzled down a little bit. Still impressive, but, you know, much lower than where he was before. Okay, dude, the names are just in an even weirder place this time. I almost forgot. We were going to move the camera, weren't we? Ever so slightly, maybe? I don't know where we put this camera. We're going to have to figure this out. I don't know. We'll see. All right, in we go. Game number 2, one and all. Ayame Satu on the Byzantines to try and actually stay alive in the EWC qualifiers here, up against Mahodo's China. Dry Arabia is going to be our map. Mahodo looking incredibly solid off that first game. And China definitely a highly desirable pick. In fact, it was a ban prior. These two civs were banned vice versa by the two. And what's up, Pencil Dong? Oh my god, I just realized. Why have I got double ping up? Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Enjoy those gifted subs, one and all. But yeah, this matchup, I haven't seen it as much more recently because I feel like one or the other tends to get banned out. But like there used to be a time where actually Byzantines had some very interesting potency around timings against China in particular. More recently, though, in like the last year, I think China has just completely rescripted themselves as more of an aggro-based civ where they need to be. So curious to see actually how the two want to approach this, because Ame Sato, he tried to be the aggressive party in game number 1, and we saw Mahodo just basically pulled the rug from underneath him and ran away with the goods. Looking to spawn, this might be a good time to think about pro scouts. China normally has to anyway, because it's very difficult. Because you rely on supervision, you can't just be like other civs, just narrowly weaving between different places on the map. In theory, you could, because Imperial Academy gives you Imperial officials very cheaply. But with a spawn like this, with the force placing deers, I wouldn't be surprised to see a PS play. It's close enough to your base that you get value, and also Ayames are forward as well, which means you wouldn't lose as much food from the decay pulling the deer back home. An alternative for Mahodo is if he gets enough sheep in the opening, which right now it's 13 to 12, they split down the middle, he could go for a delayed Barbican out on this side. Boar plus deer on this one screen equal jackpot. There's so much food value. Not to mention the aftermath effect, which is you'll get vision in this area to stop flank rotations towards your back gold and your back berries. And yeah, thank you, Pencil Man. I do appreciate you. Imperial Academy coming through. I kind of want to see this landmark get some sort of rework or something at this point. Well, maybe not this. I think we're overdue for either Barbican being heavily tweaked, actually reworked, or Imperial Academy having a twist to it. Probably Barbican. I'd love to see Barbican have something unique in it, like the taxation ability you get in Imperial Academy. I'd love to see them move that to the Barbican instead. Just because right now, you know, Barbican, the reason why most people go Barbican is because of the dynasty system. You get both landmarks, you get a dynasty change. So Song is the enticing part. Basically, people typically build Barbican to purchase Song Dynasty more than to purchase a Barbican. Grand Winery on the other side, absolutely to be expected here. Yame already looking to create the perfect square around his TC. Spawn, not too bad for him, actually. He does get the back 8 stack of berries. The forward is actually surrounded by tree lines. Like one outpost gives you easy vision, and then these are funnel points for you to contest around. And all of the food in general is leaning left side. So that's another thought. Is like down the line, if he wants to go deer, boar, etc., one outpost can secure a lot. Like an outpost defense here gets you the gold, the boar, the deers. It's also a fairly wallable area for the mid game with all the small tree lines to litter you in between. So yeah, nobody getting scammed on the spawns here for sure. Niyame, in this matchup, probably thinking... You go longbow? I mean, you can jab and pressure. If you see your opponents adding in some archers, it's not a bad idea. Especially considering, compared to, like, you know, a year back, China's tempo around feudal is a little bit weaker. Remember, a while back, they did nerf the taxation you got off of blacksmith decks. So it's not as fluid, the 1-2 step of going, you know, steeled arrow, like going +1 damage and +1 defense into everything else. And it will be a stables beginning. Look at the gold. It's pretty obvious what Mahodo is doing at this point. Pro Scout's going to be coming in. Otherwise, he would have teched wheelbarrow already. And Yame, he is going to be going rack. So Limitane to try and block the front side. And with Limitane comes the potential to go javelins because you're going to want to protect your spears against the likely archers Mahodo should be building. So likely we're going to be seeing the jab mercs. Is there anything sick on the trade post? I mean, Desert Raiders are kind of cool, but if you know your opponent's going to go archers because you're going spears, not really worth it. Knights could be pretty sick, but once again, you need that second component. I just realized we didn't start predictions, did we? Whoops. Got to get used to doing that myself, aren't I? Who will win game 2? So first Horseman coming out. This doesn't really reveal what your opponent's doing because he doesn't need to hard commit into this now, right? Like this could just be 1 or 2 Horsemen to protect the initial play. It doesn't have to be an overinvest. And now I need to find where the hell is that? Where's the prediction overlay? I need to move it somewhere. I actually don't know where it is. Is it this one? It is. I found it. Where do we put this? Here? I think that works. It's not going to stay there too long. Or I obnoxiously put it at the top. You've got tournament logo? Oh, actually, yeah, I'll have to find that. If someone has a link to that, I'll have a look. So archers are coming in as anticipated. What's more interesting is that Ayame did not go jabs. He actually went for longbows. I think there's a cool idea here is like if you think you can scale big enough, like get 25, 30, longbows can be better. Normally, if people just see this archer threat, javelins is their instinctive reaction. But I think maybe the thought here is Ayame's trying to focus down the line rather than now. So instead of trying to win the game in the next 3-4 minutes off of a play, he's thinking, okay, if I go castle, which one's going to be better? Most people feel that longbows are a lot better than jabs once you reach castle. Because jabs, they're still very tanky, sure, but their base damage not as impressive anymore. The counterplay unit's not really coming through. Like longbows, their attack speed and everything else, and their extra range tends to feel like a better jack of all trade unit. It could also be that Ayame's planning a 1-1-1 build. He doesn't have a reason just yet to go horseman that aggressively, but considering that Mahodo is inflating so fast, his mind might change soon. In fact, we already have double archery range with occasional supervision on the table. And Yame looks like he's planning to tech. So this is going to be a bait and switch. The problem now is you have extended quite far forward, and it's not easy to get away when you have to move away with longbows. Looks like Mahodo did stop chasing for some reason. Yeah, the rest of his horsemen weren't here. He probably could have got a little bit more damage in there, but he knows it's going to cost him a lot from the longbow fire on the retreat. I think Mahodo knows what this is, though. Like, why would you back off so swiftly and then not even turn up again at all? He has to be getting a little bit suspicious, and the scary thing about what Ayame's trying to do against China is that China can rush those timings. Luckily for him, Mahodo failed to even build a blacksmith yet. No, it wasn't part of his build order here. Which means he has no way of breaking the outpost defense. So Yame will be fine here. In fact, he can now switch these villagers onto gold to complete the tech. Because he has enough food now. Gold is maybe the one troublesome element. I think Mahodo understands as well. What we said around the lack of a siege engineering play available to him. Like, he's prepping the blacksmiths now. But he needs to start thinking about the likelihood that this is going to castle. Last thing you want is a dive in, only for your opponent to just spam out like 3 Varangian guards, which only take 13 seconds, by the way, with the system effect. And then you just get brushed away. Golden Hunt out. As expected, going to be coming in here. Good positioning as well, because you can see there's a lean to the left. He has vision of that. And Longbows will have a stab at it. Nicely played. Yeah, Mahodo just trying to optimize getting towards that south side. Does put him in a bit of a greedy position. Now starting to dive. Ambitious. Gets the Longbow kill, though. Every little helps there, considering that Longbow massing, like, it's all about that bulk, that critical mass. And you want to slow that down, especially if you know that Castle Age is coming, and that means there's going to be the system level 5 effect. Which means he's getting, was it, 5 Longbows every minute and a half? It's pretty nuts. Mahodo's still adding in more archers, by the way. I guess, is he going to go a balanced take of Lancer archers? Deals with Limitane very well. It always gives you the firepower to keep brute forcing in like this. Yeah, nicely played. Spears all dropping instantly. He's got the perfect amount for the one-hit kills. The spear production wave from Ayame, a little bit weaker than I would have assumed at this point. His food income is just not really competing that well. 560, almost 600 compared to the 1,000. Mahodo, he may be beaten on the tech up, but it won't take him long to catch up here. Horseman. Just going to lead the charge in. Does evade the Limitane forward. No veterancies, by the way. Ayame, he went for veterancy Longbows, but not spears. So maybe a switch on the way. Longbows are going to have to stand their ground. Diving the TC. Mahodo is going to end up losing his forward archers. He still doesn't have the gold. Yeah, this is a little bit off on timing. Look at Mahodo's economy. He got a little bit distracted on the dive, I think. And Yame, well, this is doubly good. Not only is Mahodo a little bit delayed on his tech up, but now you have the breathing room to start thinking about relics because Mahodo just threw away the entire army on a dive. Cataphracts will be able to enable that. Remember, they come out fast here. Cataphracts every 20 seconds if you can afford it. One of the best nights you'll get in Age of Empires 4. For Mahodo, less about quality, more about quantity. Second stable's getting added in. He has got the food and gold reserves to put this to work, by the way. This is the weird thing about China compared to most civs. Like, most civs will go up with this overinflated economy and kind of feel a little bit bad about it. But for China, because of the supervision, they can just put all of that to action very swiftly. Instead of being that guy that ends up queuing up 3 Lancers and not having them out yet, China can just very organically pump out that extra mass. You see it here. Every 14 seconds, a Lancer being built. What outposts, as we said about earlier from the army. I've got the Horsemen still lingering, but that's already known about. He'll be able to react to that with the spears. Now the race is on for relics. It's about who can obtain them the fastest. So far. Wait, we've got 3 tabs? Yeah, we've got 3 tabs now, haven't we? Yeah, 1 relic already banked for Yame. It is wild when you look at collective value, just how easily China always stays ahead. I mean, it's the value of gathering from deer, yes, but it just shows you how ridiculous the 20% increase drop-off is. And part of that will be in gold. But remember, Byzantines are this civ that in a lot of people's minds is crazy because of the systems. He will eventually catch up because when they're mirrored like this, you start to reach a point where like that extra gathering rate inflates beautifully at 26%. Plus the olive oil coming in from the berries balances out against the taxation gold. Hodo's still just getting more. Yeah, Yame's not even trying to contest him on deer, so he's basically sacrificing food to get infinite gold. As I believe we have a second relic. Yeah, second relic down the way home. Pump. He's not fast here. I think the problem for Yame is he hasn't got food secure yet. Right, he's now setting up a few groves, got 20 on wood, which suggests we will be seeing a rapid farm transition. And that's when the cannon count can get out of control, especially with longbows backing them up. I actually like the fact that Yame is also littering in spears. Makes a lot of sense against crossbow Lancer here, because Lancers get contested by the spears, and the crossbows don't really kill the spears very fast. Because remember, the Limitane specifically do have the shield wall to reduce range damage taken. So what's win conditions here? I think for Mahodo, he's looking to raid his opponent to death. And then off of good, sufficient raiding, bolt for a main engagement. Whereas for Yame, it's more just about a bulk and a push, if possible. He's got a little bit of raiding potential with Cataphracts, but he's not overly investing in it. Well, you can see that Mahodo was already looking to butcher a few workers here or there while distracting his opponent across the field. He'll find himself a second, actually. Has got more sneaking around, by the way. Problem here, Mahodo needs to be careful not to overextend. Crossbows, archers do get found. Lombos are fat. That's not me size-shaming them, there's just a lot of them. And the other problem is because Mahodo already started adding and moving his crossbows forward, they are now as slow as the longbows. So disengaging always costs you something. New KP cam is great. Yeah, I mean, let me know what people think about it. I feel like, you know, new chapter, something a little bit different. We'll see if it's a good or bad thing. I didn't want it to be obnoxious size, you know. Didn't want to make head massive. Didn't want to be like, what was that show from like the 90s where like the guy's an angel and God is just this giant talking head in the sky? You guys know the one I'm talking about, right? Oh, I like that. Ayame is going into border settlements. Just gives you a lot of surplus range of vision to see what's coming without having to invest into expensive outposts. Teletubbies? No, not Teletubbies. No, not Bruce Almighty. Oh, man. What is it called? I'm going to need to find it, man. Was Neil deGrasse Tyson in it? I think he was, right? Was he God? I think he was God. Was it Neil? No. I mean, I just Googled it and it came up deGrasse Tyson. I'm like, I don't think that's right. I don't think it was him. Maybe it was. What? So now that it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's definitely Teletubbies? What? This must be a new-ass edition of Teletubbies I have not seen before. Okay, that's... What's Ayame up? He's going for a push, isn't he? Yeah, look at this guy's trapezites. It's not a tech you often see, but it gives a 25% increase to your burn rate when you attack buildings. He's got 30 spears. It feels like he's going for the full break. I think the clock is ticking a little for Mahodo. I do like this edition, though. Nesta B's coming through. I think for Yame, it's going to become critical to sniff that out, and then you'll probably see him add in a few more cataphracts, because cataphracts are beautifully effective at sniping out siege. You can't stop them. The only way you stop them is if you kill them. Easier said than done when you consider how beefy those boys are. 360 HP. It usually equals a 360 no-scope one to beats. Teletubbies are archangels and the babies are God. I feel like we've watched different shows as a child. This is almost like a Robot Chicken adaptation that I wish I'd seen. Cata count increasing now. Yame a little bit slow on it though. He has now got the walls coming through. Remember guys, we are in the oil business. The Americans in chat can appreciate that. But this is the olive oil business. Which is basically the oil business of like ancient times anyway. So yeah, oil, always oil. But this is going to just slaver him in longbows. You can see the count is kind of getting crazy. We're up to 43. I think Mahodo realized when he added in a nest of bees, there's multiple reasons why this doesn't feel good. A, you are up against Cataphract. B, it makes you even slower. Let's see what that one knob can do. Needs to snipe the Cataphract straight away, but there's no trample coming through is the weird part. Lombos are just going to stagger. They actually go into a V formation. And the spears, well, they're just chowing down here. The Lancer count might sliver through, but there's not going to be much left of it. And that one nest of bees is not achieving anything here. It looks like we're getting ourselves a game 3. I mean, the nest of bees idea is cool, but there's nothing left to protect it now. He didn't have 3 ready to go. Had he, it would have been a different affair, but from Mahodo's perspective and POV, he doesn't know that it's 46 Lombos. He also doesn't know that it's only 1 Cataphract coming for an engagement. He's probably paranoid that if he added in 4 Nesta Bees, they all just get dove. So, can't blame him for it. And gotta salute Iyami for this. Gets 1 on the board, deciding game number 3 to see who is going to be slivering a bit deeper in the EWC qualifiers. Baby in the Sun scares me now? Really? Have you seen the Baby in the Sun like grown up? That's the weird one. It's like when you're like, wait, what? How many years ago was that? Because the Baby in the Sun, you ready for this? Now has a son. That's when you're like, oh my god, I'm old. Let's hold on a second. No, there's no way. Yeah. That's the Baby from Teletubbies. We're all getting old, guys. Like, extremely old. Wait, what the hell is that view? Like, extremely old. Alright. Let's get back to it. Game 3 should be coming up momentarily. I'm gonna mark this 1-1. 1-1. It's gonna get annoying to reset every time. I just turned you to dust? Dude, like, don't blame me. She's the one that grew up. That's on her. How dare she get older? In 1 second, just realized I need to add in a replay thing here. Where is it? Guess we can just do that. Boom. The Poe costume? What do you mean? La la. Are we gonna, no, we're not getting there. Don't forget that over. Ugh. Where is it now? It's so long ago. There it is. That's the same logo as last time. You guys didn't even make a new logo? I don't know where this is on my PC, so I'm gonna have to download this one though, aren't I? What's that, guys? I need to pause this for a second so we can get the logo up. No, that's not it. I'm clicking everything but the download logo button. What? All right, 1 sec, guys. Found it. So it should be there. That's very tiny. Now it's too big. Give me a sec. I'm going to fix this. Because I need to set the positional boundaries different. The reason you do that is like whenever you load in a new logo, it'll always have the same start position. Now I just need to center horizontally. I think that works, right? Yeah. Good enough. Nobody cares for your logo. It's not even my logo. So, it's like, you cast the Souls tournament. The thing you could do is add the logo. That's pretty reasonable. So you may not care, but we care. What's my favorite show growing up? Oh, dude, I'm going to have to think on that one. I'm not sure. All right. Let's get ready to roll, though. Game number 3. We head into Coastal Cliffs. Ayame Sato is going to be on the French in the north, going up against Mahodo's Ottomans. All right, this is going to be a fun one. I think Ottomans is just the ace up the sleeve in these type of situations. By the way, only 5% of people believed in Ayame last game. Jackpot for those that did. Shame on you for those that wrote him off. Predictions now up for the final one here. Ottomans versus French is... This is pretty good for France, no? You just spam out French knights, your opponent gets forced into spears. I mean, technically the way Mahodo could have made it good is just going for an opening spear play, but he didn't. Instead, he goes for the military school early, which means he had to run super far out to get the stone. Because remember, one of the design choices around Coastal Cliffs is that the starting stone is nowhere near your starting location. It's buried deep in neutral territory, which means you're pretty vulnerable. This was an intentional design by the map creator because he wanted to deter 2TC play, because we were in a 2TC meta when he built this map. And we very rarely actually see 2 town centers early on. That's why also picks like Abbasis just aren't really desirable here. But French makes a lot of sense. We've seen a lot of it in the past. It especially was powerful in the Pro Scouts meta on this particular map. Just a very funneled map, easy to get out on and get your hands on all the goods. Sheep count does favor Sato, by the way. It's 16 to 12, so you got an edge there, but Ottomans do have extra food sources. The reason we're focusing on the food sources is in this matchup, French should have dictatorial control of the mid-map, and Ottomans should feel a bit pinned. Normally, Ottomans are super threatening with Sipahi, but it's kind of challenging to build Sipahi into knights. You need a reason to. You can't just say it's a really good light cav. Even though you have healing, if this was Rus, for example, yeah, Sipahi could beat Rus knights because you poke them down and go heal. But against French knights, they also have an ability to heal with Chivalry. What are my thoughts on the new DLC? You mean the... I keep forgetting the name of it. The UEFA Legacy? I think it will sell well because it's a Chinese civ. Because there is statistically a lot of Chinese players on Age of Empires 4. So a lot of people will buy in for the fact, woo, China. From there, you know, if the campaign is incredible and has replayability, worth the price. Otherwise, I think it's a bit tricky to justify that price. We went from Sultan's Ascend that was way too much value in one game, in one expansion for its price, to, you know, Knights of Crosses and Roses, which was 2 new civs and some scenarios. And this is now the same price as that. So I'm a little bit worried about the pricing skew we've got going on here. You know, either A, we're getting a little bit more greedy development side, or B, the sales have been going down slightly, so we have to justify by charging more on the remaining people. Either way, not the best sign. Alright, I'm going to put the logo down here, by the way. I just realized it's going to block things like pop block. There you go. Alright, so Minimum Addresser is coming through. Pretty much what you'd expect to see. There's no way you're going to be seeing trade, especially on a map like this where you probably get a great trade route. Sometimes people do like to go trade when gold is hard to access. It's usually the thought for Ottomans. But I don't want to say your gold is easy to access, but at least moves in one direction. So favorite movies, like favorite movie. I thought we were doing favorite TV show, not movies for when you were a kid. Favorite show growing up. Man, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what I watched a lot of in my childhood. There's a lot of different cartoons. I think Gargoyles is underrated. You know the Gargoyles one where they like fight crime? And Metabots, actually. Metabots is goated. Did not get enough credence. The way Metabots panned out as it continued, it was basically like Yu-Gi-Oh meets Digimon. Alright, so Pro Scout's now coming through for Yame. Mahodo is now, as a result of that, going to get an opportunity to try and flex a lot with Sipahi. I like this. Remember, we didn't say that you can't build Sipahi. It's just if your opponent's only building knights, you need something else. But I think what happened here is Mahodo scouted that it was going to be some greedy PS. And he says, well, that's BS. So you add in Sipahi because actually Sipahi destroys scouts. It's ridiculous how quickly they get kills because, remember, they have got that ability that increases their attack speed by 50%, but increases melee damage done to them by 50%. Funny thing is, a scout doing more melee damage to you doesn't really sound that threatening when their base damage is 1. How did you guys vote, by the way? 77% for Mahodo. I mean, that's better. That's an improvement. Ayame was down at 5% last game. And he won pretty damn convincingly. Vizier Point is about to lock in. Should just be, what, sheep? You could actually go imams. Yeah, he does. Okay. I was going to say, the thought is, if you go imams early, the knight count isn't high enough to be truly threatening yet, and you can try to overwhelm and just keep pressing, because if you slow down, then French economy takes over. If you have to poke raid and then retreat, and poke raid, retreat, what's going to end up happening is French are going to get more workers as the game goes on, and because they've now gone through the Pro Scouts uncomfort, they can just spam out a lot of knights. So I think for Mahodo, it's how do I win these earliest fights? Also a point where technically French should not have chivalry yet, right? I'd say technically they could, in theory, have it at this point in the game, but you wouldn't. A little bit of a rough start there. Spears hadn't been upgraded by Mahodo. He doesn't even have a rack. It just came through, right? Or he forgot about it. Oh, man. Wait, did he forget? Because he's adding in more spears. And he just cancelled Wheelbarrow for Bloomery. Oh, my God. I think he might have forgotten, actually. Otherwise, this is a bit of a weird choice to sacrifice spear upgrades. I guess he wants the best possible hit with Sipahi. And the thought that does make sense here, guys, is +1 Bloomery is really important for Sipahi. They have 12 base damage. If you get a +1, it decreases the number of hits required to kill a villager. Because right now, it would take 5 hits. With Bloomery, it only takes 4. Yeah, I may just trying to sneak in. Good thing he did not. The wall's already up, so that could backfire fast. I think the spears not being upgraded in a rush could have been not completely dire as well, because if he forwards with Sipahi, then the spears can't get targeted down. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I've been feeling very tired recently. Trying to figure that out. We're good. We came for some quality every 4 games. And I'm glad the opening set already gets to a deciding BO3 game. All right, Meta coming in now. Remember, you got to say it very phlegm-filled. From the deepest of your... I don't know, like, I'm trying to make up words now. It sounds almost like Middle Eastern. I don't even know if this does. Someone's probably just been offended by that. I didn't want to say, like, chutzpah or stuff like that. Then you just do it, right? Pretty close to it. Nicely played. You see what I mean about the spears not being vulnerable? It's weird because you don't get the brace, but the whole idea is Sipahi, they begin the engagement because they're not going to die. The knights then get baited into attacking and dragged in, and then while you're running away, the spears are running forward. And usually, a French player is going to want to try to yoink something there. Speaking of yoinks, oh, that is sick! Mahodo gets the double kill on the knights. He hasn't lost a single one of those Sipahi. This guy's a monster, and now just the rejuvenation kicks in. All right. I think Yama is going to have to step it up. Mahodo with the slick moves, just showing you the value that you get out of these Sipahi at 12 base. Because remember, these are heavily armored knights. I say heavily. It's kind of like saying, "Yo, that guy's like guys, I'm gonna wear a wood vest, not a Kevlar vest. I'm gonna wear like it's gonna be made out of a plank of wood, and then someone's gonna shoot you with a handgun. It's probably not gonna end very well. But the logic there is like that's still a very heavy material. That could be just as heavy as wearing Kevlar, but not as effective. That's kind of how you feel with these knights right now, because free armor is only reducing the damage incoming by 25%. That doesn't sound like a heavily armored unit, does it? It's not like when we talk about men-at-arms against knights, men-at-arms rather against archers, and like, oh man, yeah, I'm only taking 2 damage. So pretty brutal. Chivalry now coming through. Undermesh also on the way for Yame. So he's anticipating a switch. But we can see Mahodo has no reason to. Like, why? Think about it, guys. Why would he ever go archers here? It could be that Yame wants this to dive the enemy base. That's the other possibility. So next up, I imagine we're going to straight up just see the military schools coming through. But technically, if you're Mahodo, you could also just hold a point into extensive fortifications. The logic being is if your opponent needs to dive you, then the garrison slots do a lot of damage to crossbow placements. That type of play might be on his mind for a 3rd point, but for the second one, it feels too wasteful usually not to get military campers. There is one other possibility, which is the sheep, because at this point, he should be running a bit low on food. But we see with the play onto the D, he's already resolved that. And the Mehmed now on the way. Very clean execution in game by Mahodo. Showing you why the Ottomans is such a highly coveted civ. I mean, remember, guys, he opened his draft for this. So the intent was always there. I feel they should not just use the assets that are already in game. What, for the variant civ that's not variant civ? Yeah, I get you. I do wish we had. Like, that's the thing. I think that's the thing that I'm kind of jelly with AoE2. Like, Age of Empires 2 doesn't really share many asset overlap between any civs, right? Tricky part is the difference in terms of the amount of, I don't want to say effort, but like in terms of like how long it takes to make them. Because effort suggests that someone didn't work really hard on the AoE2 assets. But I imagine the turnaround to build an Age of Empires 2 art asset from the ground up is a lot quicker than building it in full. Guildhall now to mirror Yame making his way to the 3rd age. There is a strike opportunity here for Mahodo, but kind of want to be fast about it. I think maybe a better option might be just to go for those relics. Because now, like, if you fail on that dive, you end up in this weird situation where your opponent can outscale you with Guildhall. Spears. Going for the clash. Sipahi. They're coming back right now. Good realization. Yame with the scout does see it. Backs away. But now, that's relics. That's 2 relics. 2 for the price of 1. And I think he already has 1 more defensive relic on the way. He does, yeah. And it was the sheep point? No, still hasn't gone for sheep point. Military campus. Just impressive. There's still 14 sheep left. Oh, no, there's not. Oh, so the sheep counter doesn't update in real time. It just tells you what the overall score was. Interesting. So Mahodo is about to be out of food. And the tricky part here is he can't play boar. He can only play the deer or the berries. I'm starting to feel like Anatolian Hills looks pretty tempting here. Janissary production underway. There are archers from Ayame. Sometimes it does feel like a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. But you can't really go knights yourself. There's not enough map to exploit. Flash coming in. We have got the attack speed. It's not going to be the melee armor because high base damage, who cares? You just want more burst of your own. And the wall on the side is going to bait Ayame in. He already used the charge, though, so getting away is going to be a bit more difficult. And right now, he's getting funneled. Pinned against the side. You can see Sipahi, they're just trying to move into pinch. Does activate the Fortitude. Maybe a little bit early there from Mahodo. Wasn't able to stick to his target. Yeah, and we don't have a second wave coming. He's so fixated on this because this is the win condition. You get rid of these knights, it's a flood across the map. He has got a new wave coming in. A few Janissaries in there. But nice navigation of a tricky situation. Yame able to steer wide. Will get away. We do have mangoes. I think that's my big scare point for Yame is what is your answer to mangoes? It has to be the knights, but the knights can be mirrored by the Sipahi. And also, there's going to be a backline of spear, Jani. Really, all you need to do is brute force with Sipahi and then slow roll with your backline of everything else. So you never lose the mangoes. It means Yame can't fight with archers. So yeah, Mahodo's comp just looking a lot better. Janissary is really just that last hitter. I've been playing some Deadlock recently. It's like playing with doormans on your team. They always just drag the obvious kill into the ultimate and take it from you. Talk about some of the takes. Sipahi, they do ripple in. Find a few workers. Spear's now catching up. Knights can't hang around, and that's still a lot of light cavalry. Ayame. Uh-oh. He's running out of places to go. And the Sipahi, they're already rotating around the back. Knights are trying to body block them, but that should be a cleanup. The spear's in here as well. It's going to be a hold for the Knights. Ayame, a lot of injured ones, does get the pushback. Mahodo maybe just overstaying his welcome a little bit there. And a very ambitious Janissary will go down for it. That's crazy. That looked like that was his game to end in that moment, especially with the idle time being forced. But Mahodo, learning the hard way, reinforcements don't arrive fast. Yeah, and the worst part about that, the way he takes that fight, these mangoes now feel kind of redundant. There aren't that many archers anymore. This is why he done too good of a job, right? Does go for the relentless pressure approach. Sipahi going to slip in. Outpost already being garrisoned means he has to run away here. I've got the metas that could absorb some fire, but Triple Knight does not bode well for that mango. Easy snipe. Mahodo, what has happened in this game? It looked like he was in full control, but Ayame, with that final sally of the Knight's Fourth, was able to actually reclaim a lot of territory here. Behind this, there is some big problems, namely the Relic Gate. Wait, Moggers. Okay, he's got them at home. He hasn't garrisoned them yet. The Relic game should be concerning here, but Mahodo needs to realize it. He might not see it straight away because the other problem is he's over-gathering on the gold. He's got 900 in the bank. Food is the very big problem he's running into here. And the sad part for him is it's not a problem that Ayame has, because this landmark will resolve it for him. Not just that. Somehow, this man, while under pressure, while losing a big fight in the center, managed to get away with a castle drop. Mahodo, this might be his most underwhelming push yet. I don't think it's unfair to say Mahodo's starting to look a little cooked here. Flambéed even. Tricky now. Because I think he needs a farm transition probably before Ayame. Sipahi is just as food draining as Knights. Knights is more padded because you're using a lot of gold instead of just primarily food. So yeah, the Ottoman player is just going to absorb what little he has left quite fast here. And we do finally have him now dropping off relics, so he will have that extra gold coming in. The tricky part is, where's the food? He's got berries here, which he should know about. And he's gathering the berries in the corner now. Meanwhile, Ayame, he's still got a few berries over here. Back berries now beginning. And he is on the board. So he's got more longevity to the temporary food. KP on AoE 4? Wait, this isn't Age of Empires 3? I'm confused. As am I by that? Was Mahodo trying to angle for a Sacred Site win con? No. Well, it cost him dearly. Ends up losing the workers up there. Ayame, I think, yeah, we've had I was about to say, we must have had idle time. Look at the idle time there. 1 minute 15. Because he should be, I think he should mathematically be like at least 2. Well, you can see here, more than 2 ahead. More ahead, rather. Because they've killed 3 workers each, and we're almost 20 minutes into the game where French TCs do produce every 17 seconds instead of every 20. I'm still trying to figure out what Mahodo does with this gold. Probably just sell at this point. Hey, sub Macabre as well. Appreciate the prime sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. And oh my god, Ayame. With a statement. Maybe a bit too ambitious of a statement. It's like standing up at a dinner party and saying that you think all vegan people should be put in prison. It's like, whoa. Now, hold on. I'm not saying we did. Some people at that party didn't think about it subconsciously, but they didn't do it. It's like just getting up on the table and then just pulling your trousers down going, does that wart look weird on my butt? You just don't do it. So instead, the Red Palace, instead this is more like going, taking the doctor aside to the bathroom and asking him. That Red Palace, a lot more polite. This, very brutal though. Oh my god. Knights, they get in. Mahodo, I think he's cooked. I mean, what's your comeback here? Army is about to get decimated. Your opponent is now an entire age ahead. And you've got nothing. I mean, he's got passive production, sure. There is a concern that Ayame still needs to transition into farms at some point. But I don't think Ayame is going to get to that point. I don't think Mahodo survives that long. Because now you have, what, 5 Janissaries, 3 spears? Ayame could just rush elite or knights and decimate. Even just archers, it's actually kind of underrated sometimes. Just raw archer massing here is not tragic with elite upgrades. That's interesting though. We actually have him going Spyglass very early. Only 130 resources. Or 50 rather. This change was made a while back because the problem they ran into was that scouts were giving too much vision. You couldn't hide a player. So they nerfed their vision, I think it's like 2 years ago now, and then put a technology in Imperial Age to bring it back later on. Yummy. There's that elite knight tech we talked about. He already locked in another gold source. Mahodo is going to try to scramble together attack. There may be hope. My concern here is he just lost another chunk of his front line. The other 4. Mahodo might end up having to sell some food. Sell some gold, rather, to get food. I'll have to see if he can hold out. Because if he can, then he can get towards elite techs much faster. Kind of has to. Although he's got the passive trickling of gold from, what, 3 relics? Soon to be 4. His burst of gold gathering is running out fast. Nice. Going to break in. Elite tech. Just moments away. We'll juice him up further. Another nice thing is, remember, the moment you go Imperial Age, you get your torch damage increase anyway, so you had a quicker way of breaking these walls before you even had the upgrade. Yame, I imagine, is now just going to wait for the elite archer upgrade before he pushes. I mean, it gives hope. There's no way Mahodo is going to go for a defensive landmark, right? I feel like if you have to build Seagate Castle, the game already feels over, right? This is all about getting the observatory. Especially at this stage when you're pre-100 villagers on both sides. Because the Seagate Castle, the only economical value is if you trade. You're not trading on this map. So, yeah, there you go. Istanbul Observatory coming through. Has kept the mangoes alive, which is good. That, not so good for him. Oh my. Royal Bloodlines is on the way. Not just that, the elite archer upgrades. It's all starting to come together, that gold mass we were talking about. If he gets this timing right, he could break Mahodo wide open. Skull cracked on the pavement, brain matter already all over the road. That's what awaits Mahodo if he's not very careful. Maybe an argument Iyame showing a little bit too much respect, but I think his thought process is you can always get all of these elite upgrades before his opponent. He hears the tech up, that's confirmation. But now look at the time it takes. Janissary guns, 45. Elite upgrade 30 is the more concerning part in my eyes. Mahodo will have a sliver of opportunity here. But Royal Bloodlines is going to come in first. 5 seconds away. This is a good time to force the clash so that Mahodo doesn't notice. And there we go. RB completes. Juiced up. 364 HP. Castle Age Cataphract health. Great Bombas also now queued. Ayame. This has to be go, surely. What's he waiting for? If he waits any longer, those Sapai are going to slip around the back. So he starts to idle out the gold. Second gold gathering has been found. Single knight sends them running. A good position at angle. There's nowhere else to get gold right now. Mahodo's gathering up stone for a castle drop. But where and how are you ever dropping a castle on this? Knights enter the fray. A full surround. And no hopes of holding. We've been here before. This one more gruesome than last. Mahodo, not enough Janissaries to wipe the slate clean. No Sapahi left to be upgraded into elite. And now a flood through. Ayame still with 13 knights left alive. Will lose a few to the retreating Janissaries. Does need to get back on that gold. I don't think he realized the knight he sent up there went down. If he clocks it, it should just be a shutout. Because remember, the Janissaries require a lot of gold to actively produce. And now, with Iyame on top of the military schools, anything that spawns out should just be dead. Interesting that he started queuing arbitrary. I think that might have been a misclick there for a moment. It is still going to be archers. Now, you're probably wondering, Knight's just won in the game. Why is he not building more knights? Look at his food income. We have reached the scary point. He already pulled the guild hall, you can see. He's transitioning into farms, but that takes time. And if you're transitioning farms, you're gathering wood anyway. So archers is the honor budget solution. The scary part here is with all these military schools, you can still get quite a lot of Sapahi out with the observatory. Castle drop does come in. Well played by Mahodo. I think this is the thing that Ayame is going to be face palming about. It's like that castle probably shouldn't have been allowed to go up. But he lost his knight there and didn't send another one over. A great hold for Mahodo. Mahodor. Even as his own farm's now coming through. Problem is that castle drop may have secured your gold, but it doesn't secure your primary. Ayame is now going for the cannons. I don't know, there's kind of a few things here, right, for Ayame. No sacred site control either. So he hasn't tried to sliver that as a win condition. If he falls back to it now, we're at a point where Ottomans can start to catch up on a map like this off of that passive production. Nice, so I'm just going to go for another cheeky charge. Slow reaction out Mahodo. Ayame, great micro. He moves deeper, gets the block, and gets the slap down. Oh my God. Only 4 left alive there. All right, you can farm transition any day of the week like this. Yeah, with a villager lead like that, I could do this farm transition. No doubt about it. Ayame, Kushki, even goes in to make it a more emphatic moment. Cannon now arriving. I mean, who does that? Who doesn't just wait for the cannon and slow roll it? Didn't cost him anything, so why not? Mass Sapai now. But Ayame, the food has been resolved. He just queued up 9 more knights. The crazy part is he doesn't have that much wood still. Oh, that many farms, rather. It's just the discount effect, isn't it? Yeah. It's 112 per night instead. These pros are like me, for real. Ignore the fish. I mean, dude, who wants to fish? Fishing's for lamos. Guys, like, you know there's that new DLC coming, and they've got, like, muddy water? Now you can say that, like, if your opponent goes fishing, you can say he's just fishing in poo water. You know? He's just eating poopy fish. What a weirdo. Nice walls. Looks like he did scout him early. Ooh, this could turn into a pin. He could always use Fortitude to burn through faster. I still petition for this to be changed to something that makes sense. Fortune is like the most illogical name. It makes no sense. We'll sliver in. Okay, so valuable time bought here for Mahodo. It will cost him a few supply to do so. And we have got castle drops incoming for Yame. He also did go for Tithe Barns, despite the fact he has only got 1 relic. What? That's expensive to get an extra 90 resources a minute, but it'll pay off eventually. Oh, he's going Stonewalls. Okay. Interesting choice in Imperial up against Great Bombards, but the Great Bombards don't move fast, right? But I'm going to build a wall. It's not like he has the best cannon in the game. Yeah, but when is he going to come out here with that? I think incendiary arrows is kind of a problem here for Mahodo. These archers melt. And half of your army is Janissaries. Food income is really impressing me by Mahodo, though. I think Iyame, that's probably his kryptonite in this game. He has not anticipated the need for farms quick enough. And now we get to the conundrum, because at this point in the game, he's got 9 farms. By comparison, Mahodo has got 34. So for Yame, it needs to be a good trade. He goes in for the bush. Great Bombards. Queuing up to try and target down those archers. Going to turn into a concave to munch through the supply. You have to stand their ground. But the night count is disgustingly high. I think we know what's about to happen here. That front line, not long for this world. Archers have been decimated, yes, but the supply, can they hold on much longer? Handful of them left. Oh, only 6 nights? Are you kidding me? No freaking way. He gets it. He gets the hold. Mahodo is Mahodo. Are you kidding me right now? That was a sick hold. I think what done it for Mahodo, he hit the Janissaries inside the Great Bombards. So even if Iyame wanted to, he's going to end up clicking the Bombards half the time with his archers. Meanwhile, because he's clicking in like that, they all group up, which allows the Great Bombard to play 10-pin archer with them. Insane from Mahodo. Iyame just shaking his head at this point. What went wrong? He's still probably processing it, but won't have long to do so. Mass farm transition now. He hoarded more wood than Marine Lord does. And all of a sudden, we have got 3 extra farm clusters in. It's okay. I talked to Marine Lord. He acknowledges it too. And we even have bio. Like, this is the nuts part. He didn't even have biology and managed to hold that fight. It looked like for a second the Knights were going to start breaking through. But then the Royal Bloodlines effect reaches this negative. You feel bulky for a long time, and then you feel like a glass cannon. And those Janissaries chow down on what little remain. Iyame, if only had a ticking time bomb this whole time. If only these had at least been ticking down, it puts an urgency on Mahodo. I don't think he's feeling that level of urgency here. You know, the crazy part also is the eco count. It's a huge difference here. 40 villages ahead for Yame, and still unable to end the game. Do I know I can wear my headphone on my ears? I don't know. Sometimes I just like to take them off. Don't know why. I'm weird like that. Deal with it. It's not like I got a co-caster to listen to. Yeah, I'm yapping, man. What am I listening to? Large explosions? Come on. There's got to be some large ones. Hold up. Hold up. Great Bombards. They're deployed and ready to fight. And the archers are the prime target. Cannons now trying to blast back. They actually hit the infantry. They're not hitting the back line. Knights may be able to break in, but the Janissaries will start to break through this fast. Even just a few spears littered through. A hopeless endeavor from Iyame. Once more into the breach and once more into despair. He just can't get in, man. This is not like game number 2 where there's always that siege under threat from cataphract dives. These Knights need entrance. These Knights need their bus pass. Otherwise, that big butch bus driver is going to throw you off regardless of whether you're an old lady or a thriving youngster. And the price of admission onto the Ottoman bus is just feeling way too high here. Ayame now up to 25 knights. He's looking for a full flood overload. The tricky part is he's just not getting close enough, fast enough, the archers to do anything. Which means the Janissaries aren't feeling threatened and they just munch through the knights. Sounds easy when you put it like that, but it's a lot more elegant. It's these Sipahi. These Sipahi are just a raw meat shield. Which does surprise me a bit. He doesn't have the melee armor at all, but... Salute. Can't fault it. He's still winning. Great Bombards again with the snipe out. 7 more archers go down. Reload coming through. Janissaries. 41 and counting. Nice. Now starting to get a bit of a surround. But the attack speed. Wait, no, he's on melee armor. The meta's on melee armor. And still, the Janissaries. Do they care this time? Knight count down to about 5 left alive. They do not care. There's a reason we stopped rolling cavalry out in World War II. Good in World War I, but when the guns got a bit too fast, it seemed like a bad idea here. At that point, it's just animal abuse, and plenty of that has occurred here. Even without the attack speed. I don't know if that was strategy as well from Mahodo. You know, he's got this extra health, is the idea. Effective HP goes up for the Sipahi, but 2 melee against this much melee damage doesn't feel that influential compared to attack speed. And yet, without it, he still destroys the fight. And now destroys the game. Because look at the gold income. That's it. That's end of the road for Ayame. He's now switching into Horsemen to try and solve this. Horsemen that have not been fully upgraded, that he can't afford a full upgrade on anyway. And Great Bombards counters up to 5 guys. Which is appropriate, because this is about to get wolfed down upon as quickly as that fast food meal would. The Red Palace will not survive this. Wait for the case in point. Will we target the Red Palace soon? A cheeky raid. But I think if there's anything we've learned from Mahodo in this game, it's that villages don't matter. That was just round number 1, guys. There won't be a round 2. Red Palace, gone. Flank raid attempts by Ayame. Not able to connect as good as he was hoping here. Remember, Mahodo, he might not have much gold either, but the difference is he has passive production. Really all he needs is food and wood for active production of the ponies. On top of that, his ceiling is a lot higher. Ayame is pop locked, Mahodo is not. He never had a need to build the final 2 houses he's about to. And yet he's still been consistently winning these fights, one after another. What an insane game to decide just the opening round. But we feel like we're at a decisive point here. Yame is praying that these horsemen can break in. I'm struggling to see it. I think cannons is also awkward because you don't have the range. You get hit first. So horseman is kind of his best bet. But you're just building worse horsemen against better horsemen. And that hit was disgusting. Oh my dear God. There is a family at home that is going to receive that close coffin. And when they look inside, they aren't going to see Daddy anymore. They're going to see what looks like the remainders of a smoothie container. Smushed beneath the force of the Great Bombards. Game is over. I go away for a while, I come back, and I get reminded of this BS. Ain't nothing like a Great Bombard warrior in the late game. Damn. And this is only the opening round, by the way. But I like it this way. You want the sweaty games through and through. And good eyeballs there. The army value difference here. Look at this. destroyed value as well. 20k difference, and then it shows in the army value. Anyone else felt that Mahodo was cooked after that failed push? Like, when he pushed in, it was over here. It feels like a game ago. An entirely different game. Where he just lost momentum, and it looked like Ayame was going to end him. Mahodo, what a miracle here. The moment he finally got into Imperial, the game started to just trend better and better and better. And I think Ayame still has shell shock from that initial clash, where it looked like he had every right to break through. And yet Janissaries say no. Ain't nothing like a gun to keep an intruder from breaching your doorstep. Yes, we are back. I have missed casting this game for sure. We'll see how things go, but at least the players are delivering the quality games I need to keep myself entertained. That much is for sure. Oh no, please, just stop. Stop building archers at this point. This French needs to learn from the English. Because this ain't how you treat your back line. Okay. Final clash. Has to be right, unless this Janissaries. It's just this Janissaries, man. Just he can't kill anything. If that doesn't work, what does? If you like what you're seeing here, folks, be sure to subscribe. Should have more content coming over the following days and weeks. Oh, man. I was originally going to upload that as like a series. I think instead that's literally going to be the final game gets uploaded. I've never been that big of a fan. I don't think like series long ones perform that well either. It's weird to try and frame them correctly. Trying to think what I call it. Series always work better in SC2. Yeah. I think it's like you need something to focus on early, and then it leads through to maybe keep people around. So like maybe series formats work if the opening game is a banger. Otherwise, eh. Because like the thing is, if you think about it this way, like think about viewing mentality. Like you click on a game, you watch a game. Like you click on a video rather, you watch a video. You clicked on it, you're watching it, and you want to see something happening that you have been informed is going to happen. This is why, like, full clickbait doesn't work. You can clickbait, but, like, it needs to be true to, like, this is going to happen. So the problem is, like, if you have something that opens about an epic last game, then, no, like, you've given people no reason to care about the first or second game. Whereas if the first game in a series is freaking mind-boggling, then it carries that momentum through of, like, all right, now I got to see the rest of this. So, yeah, just, like, an interesting thought there. All right, then. Let's have a look at the state of the board. So, 2-1 victory. Mahodo now up against Common because Downfall didn't even turn up. Lol. Jif versus Lash. Probably the best set. Or I did see my boy Creator in here earlier. Do you guys want to... Ooh. Oh, no. Crap. Okay, so Corv hasn't had his set with Tambi yet. I was about to say, if that's there, we'll do that. I'm assuming Corv hasn't done his set with Tambi yet. Have I got Corvinus on here? I don't even know what he'd be calling himself at this point. I don't even see him. Knowing Corvinus, he probably actually doesn't have his name set correctly at all. Hey, what's up, Matt? Appreciate it, bud.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the Swarm. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the sub. PC in a set right now, but like I don't think this is I don't know who this person is. This is not going to be a close set. It's my fault, right? Like you guys you'd rather have close sets, right? Noctic Corvinus. Let me double check that then. Lurking so you can sleep. Sleep overrated. Guy's level 2090. Guy is in our future on years. What? So he's had G1. He's in G2 somewhere. But I don't see him. Is the thing. So, because my thought is we might be about to have the Voldemar set. Oh, no, they just got into game. They just got into game. Okay, in that case, probably, I don't know, I'm thinking SAS Creator or Jif Lash. One's if you want Jif versus Lash, two's if you want SAS versus Creator. Did I say two's for... Wait, did I say it the right way? I think I did. One's for Jif versus Lash, I said right, and then two's for SAS versus Creator. 1, 2. Lash want to be closer? We'll see. I haven't been able to catch Jif recently. The ones have it. All right, let me go ahead and find that draft. They might be mid-series, actually, right? I guess we'll hop in mid-series. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they must be. I swear loading history got much slower. Anyone else notice it yet? Like, loading people's profiles is like old man speed now. Yeah, they're in game 2. We'll go into game 2 then. Hopefully they're early. I don't even see the game. Don't tell me they just completed the game. Huh? I think it might have just started. Maybe. Yeah, it's just started. That's why. All right, we'll get it loaded in then. Boop, boop. Predictions. Mahodo with the miracle. What a Chad. Oh, I'm going to run 2.5 minutes ads now, guys, so that you don't have to worry about ads in-game. Okay? And game 1, I'm going to quickly check what the result was on the menu because I didn't see that. Just remembered that. Lol. Would have been a good thing to check. Yeah, just a smidge. Great pick, Rampart. Yeah, I don't think the new Rampart looks as good. Okay, Jif won game number 1 like a Chad. So he leads the series. There we go. Oof. I wonder, by the way, like, how many people here watch things like Magic tournaments? I've been weighing up whether to try and organize some sort of tournament for Olden Era when it comes out. I don't know. It's a very different style of commentary as well. Very different, like insanely different. Sorry, just getting a message in the background. Just trying to sort all that. Ugh. No, it should be good. Someone asking about getting the logo sword. We done that. We're good. Are you a big fan of home series? Of course. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is a top 3 all-time strategy game. Full stop. Undeniable truth, I think. It's goated. That's my childhood in a nutshell, man. Olden Era, I don't know. I don't feel like I've been playing some Olden Era, and I'm like, it's good. I don't think it's better than Might and Magic 3 though. That I think is my feeling on it, and that's fine. Like, this could still be a good game. The tricky part though with that then is, can you actually now convert the Might and Magic 3 crowd across to it? Because if not, Olden Era would need to build a big enough crowd of its own. Back for longer in AoE4, we'll see how things go. It really comes down to the way like I've been kind of approaching it in my mind is like, it really comes down to supply and demand logics, right? If there's enough people that want AoE4, then we keep doing AoE4, right? If there isn't, then we have to look at what else to do. Well, let's see how it goes. Did I get the right way around? I did. That's right, folks. We are indeed back on Age of Empires 4 for more epic tournament action. GIF Music versus Lash in the EWC qualifiers. Game number 2. And this man in the red is already looking to slay out the German. That's right. Jean d'Arc is where he's going to go to try and end this, but this is a difficult one, folks. Phrygian Marshes will be the map that could make it a bit spicy, but this matchup feels hard for Jean. Malians just have a natural barrier to dealing with this Civ. This is a Civ that builds into a range comp that can deny and kill off Jean very easily. It also means that Jean only has one way to go. She has to go melee. But I love the way Jif begins this. A good old classic Dark Age rush to try and punish Malians early. These days, this rush doesn't work that well, though, because all you have to do is build an outpost. Which he has not started doing yet. Has got 3 on the wood, though, so should see that coming in quite swiftly. The resources necessary, that is. The first spear is already moving over. He should be fine here, though. Because you build the outpost here, so you're always in range. And because you have villagers gathering on the sheep, the spearman can't dive without basically just getting shredded. And he does move the scout over just in time to not see. Are you kidding me? He doesn't see it. But if he continues in, he will at least see the racks. The problem now is if you scout into your opponent's base, you're presumably now going to lose out the sheep game because you're checking for information while he's checking for more sheep. And we already have the tracker showing 18 to 13 sheep in favor of GIF. Oh, Lash actually went greedy, but I just realized he's done all the houses. So this won't be an outpost defense. What? Alright, if I'm GIF, I'm quite happy with this then. I wonder what Lash's thought process is here, because the likelihood that you're going to get spear rushed is in theory higher because you're Malians and there's also fishing. So there's like multiple reasons someone would want torches to deny. It just might be the Jean factor. It's like you don't really think of Jean as a top tier Civ for Dark Age rushing. By comparison, if Lash had been up against Japan here, it would have been keenly on his mind. HRE as well. But while Jean can do a Rax rush, it's not the Civ you think of. And there we go. He does end up being forced into a 5-villager outpost rush. A little bit greedy from Jif. He saw no outpost and went for the kill on the harder thing. Tricky part now for Lash. He hasn't gathered any more wood. Why is that a problem? It means he cannot build a mill here. So he doesn't have his scout coming home either. Because that's the other thought, is you can just bank your scout here. Because now you're going to have idle villagers. It's not great. Jif, we'll just start to move away. But this is forcing a lot of idle time. He's going to send the sheep out now and has switched over to the wood finally. So yeah, okay, he narrowly makes it work. Because now he can club the sheep down, gather up. And by the time you would have gathered the food, boom, there you go. There's what you need for a mill. I wonder how Lash feels about how that played out overall. I think Jib's probably going to be frustrated himself for not going for the houses over the pit mine. Because the damage he done there, that's basically an extra house on fire. So you could have got almost two houses done at this point. Versus getting one house soon. Manson down the way while Jif... Wait, he's going double dock? Not one dock build it up and whatever. Double dock at the same time. Jiff is a madman. I don't think I've ever seen Jean do this on Frisian. Like, one pawn play, then two pawn play, sure. You stagger it, because the idea is, like, your wood income can't really handle multiples. He's going three docks at the same time. I mean, it's housing, I guess, but what? That's crazy. Is this a bit of a bait and switch, though? Because, like, if Lash realizes what's happening, he can attack quite quickly. If he doesn't realize, then it pays off. Because my thought is, like, if he realizes what's happening here, you could just attack the gold, no? Like, deny your opponent, he can have food, but he won't have anything else. Schiff is crazy. Okay, Scout discovers it. He could rush his stables and get Warrior Scout, but that's still going to be like 25, 30 seconds away, and the Spearman. It's probably not that worth it. And wait, did I forget to... I think I forgot to put predictions on. Whoops. All right, I have to remember that for the next games. What is this tournament? This is EWC, Epoher's World Cup. It's their second one. They had one last year as well, where Vortex took the title. Vortex is the reigning champion. Already qualified to the main event, defending himself. So a few players did make it automatically. The people that managed to qualify for Red Bull Wallol, as well as one or two players off the tournament rankings, and then the defending champion. And then there's 5 slots up for grabs in each of these qualifiers. So a total of 16 for the main event. Oh, and that's not the bracket. I need to add a new bracket thing in. Remind me after this. So what now? At this point... So Lash... Oh, wow. He's actually scaling scouts. Why is he still scaling scouts, actually? Kind of like a bait and switch? This makes more sense. I was about to say, like, so far out of the stables I'd expect, because Jean hates Sofa. Jean hates any knights. Any type of knights are really frustrating for her because she can get sniped very easily. School of Cav is now on the way. I wonder if Jiff is going to feel a need for an outpost anytime soon. Let's see. Where's the bracket command? There we go. I'll update it. Boink. I do like that Lash is getting the Donzos in. Even though there's no knights yet, you're assuming there's always going to be knights. And the other thing you have to remember, why Jean hates playing against the Civ, whether you build spears, you build javelins, these are all things that can eliminate Jean without needing to take damage, because they all have a ranged attack. Logo still missing? No, that's in the bottom right corner. Push in hit. Not going to be very effective. Lash just has to back away. But I think he was hoping to absorb damage with the Warrior Scout. The Sofa took the brunt of it instead. Which is rough because the Sofa's not going to heal off of that. Jiff music's so strong. Jiff music's got a big swollen brain, is what I'll say. In a good way. I hope it's a good way. We've got the 4th dock now coming in, while Lash is only setting up the 1st now. That's a huge influx advice on the food income. You see already in the numbers, actually. Almost doubling it. What's more interesting is the fact that, like, Jiff has no intent of adding archers. It's just spears. Spears knights. I like this concept from where he's at, because right now, with better economy, it just makes sense. Your more crap beats the less crap. You don't have to think about the counter system. Now there gets rid of one of the scouts. Villager basically untouched. That's got more troops coming over. It's going to be the Donzos joining in. Jiff could start to actually sneak in a few knights now. So, like, leave spears to defend, knights to harass. Ooh, damn, gets the kill. And that one villager, if that villager dies after the dot goes up, I think you're very happy with that. It's a shame, because I don't know if that was intentional. Lash, he was chasing south side with the Donzo. Yeah, the knight. He went after the knight. Had he had even just one Donzo there, he would have been able to throw the spear to finish. Now, it's going to be another dock successfully up. Lash hasn't experienced any counter pressure so far, which is very fortunate for him. And cool idea with that scout, but not going to work out. And I am very impressed by Jif's approach to this. We talked about him towards the start of this year as like an interesting rising star, and I think that's continuing to prove the case, that this has been a very different style of Jean to what we've seen out of the orderly players like a Marine Lord, for example. But I dig it. Lash now just with 10 Donzos. It is finally time for Jif to start adding in archers. Now, this isn't GG endpoint for Lash. It's not bad for him because he can, of course, build those Javs. And Javs, once again, is still going to be an answer to Jean while countering its inherent unit on the other side of the archers. Cow is also getting littered in at a decent pace. We're already talking about 5 cow available to be put in ranches. All right, ones if you think Jif's going to take this, twos if you think Lash is. I feel like Jif is in a pretty good position. His food burst should be very strong. I'm a little bit paranoid about the cows and how that impacts the game as we go down the line. But that's like an undeniably awkward factor you have to consider, right? Like, there's always that worry the cow... Where's my camera in? The cow outbloats. Because the thing with cow in these type of games, right, is like that's infinite, that's forever. Whereas you have to think of what Jif's economy has right now. It is a temporary burst. It will last a few minutes, for sure. But eventually these fish all run out. And like they're starting to move forward now. Donzos are going to get baited away from the base. Notice what's happening here. Jif is now bringing in the secondary wave so that he can essentially either secure the dock or cut off those troops stuck in no man's land. He's drawn a lot of attention. The burn power should be an easy destroy. And remember, this isn't just about food denial. You just saw it there. It's the gold. You're also taking away that. Always tricky to remember all these different civs that have these unique little mechanics. Archer ship queued up, but there's no way that's coming out in time. Just too much burn. Nicely played. Just needs to keep committing to it. Jean will be peeled off to chase away the entire mass. And the dock will go down before an archer ship can save the day. Big hit to economy. Because that was his strongest pond, right? The other 2 ponds between them had the same strength as this one. We talked about him needing an extra leg up. Now, there is 13 cow in total for Lash. Whoopsie. And they are all garrisoned, bar 1. Even with that detail of like 16 fishing versus 3, we're still seeing an insane number for Lash. 1,000 food in total coming in per minute. So in theory, he can still get a big army together. The concern is, can you snipe Jean? He actually goes for the knight. Doesn't even finish him. Jean? Getting a bit cheeky there. Does deny another dock, though. Is Lash going to rush castle? I think he might. He's holding gold in reserve, food in reserve. Okay, he is going to invest in an archer ship for the final dock placement. Has he left it too late? This many spears could get it on fire before you can get the archer ship out. Here we go. Just watch how quickly it bursts. 1750 HP. Only, what, 12 seconds was left to get the archer ship out, and already the damage done. Archer ship out. Dock down. Even goes to the burn because yum yum. That's XP. Me like. Lash. What just happened here? Because I thought he was going to take this opportunity to tech. Look at his production line. Look at his resources. He actually fully reinvests. The good news about this is we're getting to the point where Jean, it's going to be, you go, achoo, your eyes blink for a moment, and she's dead. The bad news is that Jean is actually getting close to the point where that threat doesn't happen anymore. 150 XP away. Lash needs to basically hone in on her right away at the beginning of the fight. Otherwise, it's going to be a feeding frenzy for the girl. Now, we talked about the competitive nature of the cow. That was with the fish. That was a diet of beef and tuna. Well, no tuna left for Lash. The beef seems to be ticking his cholesterol rate up a little bit too fast here, as Jif now does have that food lead. On top of that, he has got the discounts on the cost of producing things like knights and spears. In which knights are going to lead the charge. They go for the brute forcer. Archer starting to snipe down those Donzos. We're getting ever closer. 90 XP to go. Notice that he intentionally didn't front with Jean. He didn't even want to take the damage. Target fire now come in. The cleave's going to be there. Level 3, Jean. Just 30 XP out. She's there. She's got it. Jackpot hit. Promotion in. Colonel Jean now hitting the field. Jean, come back. No, come back. Jean. All right, she gets the summon. Champion's now on the way. Dive pass. Lash. This is it. Teeth broken. Lip bleeding. Starring and stumbling. And no amount of fumbling from Jif to turn this around now. Higgins Jean to cleave his heart out. She is going to go down, sure, but the damage has already been done. The Reaper has come a-knocking. And that is going to be a swift 2-0. Jif able to win in 20 minutes in game number 1. Looks like he's going to make it even quicker in the second. There's nothing left of him. Lash already behind by 20 workers. And this is just the never-ending push now. Jif even just switching into a few ponies here or there. His food income still going to keep pumping for a while longer. The cow is a little bit annoying because it just keeps generating food for Lash, but the villager difference is already big enough to get a win. And it will be by the end of this. Jif's a beast. Make no mistake about it. So Lash will have to knock again in qualifier number 2. Jif looking like a serious threat all of a sudden. He needs to, by the way, because remember, Jif will now match up against Lucifer in a best of 5 to try and qualify for EWC. Damn. Jif's a monster. Whew. I guess we do Lucifer versus Jif, right, guys? You want Lucifer versus Gif? El Gife? And maybe we'll circle around to Corvinus Voldemar later, because I don't know. That one might be starting soon. Yeah, I think we go for... Let me see. Let me see if the draft has started. So this is a qualifying match, by the way. Oh, that we start the draft. We've got a few minutes. Like, ones if you want Corv versus Voldemar, twos if you want Lucifer versus Jif. I feel like Lucy versus Jif is the one. After what he just done, you got to see that, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Who's bumping me? There we go. Yeah, we're good. All right, twos have it. A skill different. Oh, I hate you. Why? Why did you do it? A skill difference. You know what game I'm still not sure about esports-wise is Deadlock. I think you'll get there from an esports side. I don't think it's there still. Because I've been picking up Deadlock again. I had to stop before, by the way, because that game became very addictive. And right now, I don't know if anyone's played some Deadlock and kind of experiencing this. I feel like half of the heroes are just really, really good, and the other half just are pointless. Because apparently they've been trying to balance it more like Dota 2. But it doesn't work that way, because like the style of game makes it much harder to balance the same way you balance Dota 2. I mean, they'll get there eventually, right? I think there's some things, like I remember when I played when it came out, there's some things that have definitely improved with Deadlock, but there's some things that I definitely think are worse than launch with Deadlock. Like I don't know if anyone played at launch. They had these weird things, like you had sliding, which would affect your, like, I think it affected your reloading or something. So you just slide everywhere, and it was just really, I didn't think it was very good. It was cool. You know when you, like, you have this, like, it's like in certain games where bunny hopping seems cool, but then it becomes mandatory. You're like, Like, I still remember learning the bunny hop heal in Apex Legends. I felt cool first doing it, and then I was like, what have I done? And then they nerfed it. And then I was like, really, why did I do this? It's like producing villagers when 2028 comes and we don't have to anymore. Okay, I'll stop. Are they having a coffee break? Where's the Lucifer draft? Just double checking. Probably Jeff was like, can I have 5 minutes? I guess, actually, guys, what I'll do, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads. If you want to talk to me, you have to subscribe. It's like an OnlyFans model now. No, it's so you don't have to worry about ads when we get into game, since they haven't started the draft yet. Knew you were going to say that? Emma just got 3 minutes of ads because she doesn't subscribe to me. Oh, I think I saw my mum earlier as well. What's up, mum? Oh, and also, this music just better. No ads? Give it a second, it'll catch up. Well, Lucifer is browsing, which suggests they have done their draft. Let me just refresh in case I'm missing something. I don't think so. Just go check one of the admins versus... Trying to figure out what's going on. I don't know, like sometimes tournaments like to do this thing where like the next round has to start at the same time. I personally not, I'm kind of like, and I get it, but like the problem as well is like it's just, it's weird if you have to do that. It wouldn't be so bad with this tournament. There's some tournaments where the qualifying bracket is so long that it'd be negligent to hold people back. So I'm just gonna double check what they're doing. Okay, they're drafting. Fantastic. I'm just struggling to find it. Unless they set up the draft ages ago and I missed it. Does anyone have a draft link and I'm just an idiot? Oh no, there it is. It literally complain and it will appear. Yay. Alright, let me... Here, I'll get it up and then I'll show you guys it. Such a good song. Oh, wait, yeah. Dark mode, please. Instead of blinding everyone. Yeah, wrong thing. Alright, so Holy Island. What a shock. The Spanish bro took the opportunity and snatched Holy Island. I never, ever, ever, ever could have imagined this. Frisian is a response I'm not surprised by. Jiff just looked like he was vibing in that game, so why not try and run it back? Moving out, not making it... Wait, why is moving out in this tournament? Has it been that long? Do people finally want to see moving out again? I'm curious. I think the problem is, unless the money is big enough, people aren't going to practice moving out enough. You know? Like, I like that map. I think... No, I don't want it there all the time, but I think it's entertaining. But you need the money value to be high enough that people will practice the crap out of it. Otherwise, it's just quite dull. It's because it's a highly technical map, really. Yeah. And $2,500 is nice, but like it's not crazy. Moving out as default map for every tournament. I think that's how you make all the Age of Empires 4 players pick up too. Should make a game out of that map? Please stop. Oh, nice. We might finally get to see 3 little pigs. I haven't seen this map yet. Just another laning map, right? I mean, Lucifer has basically chosen anything with a boat on it that he can get his hands on. Which definitely sounds like Lucifer. Civ pick. Best of 5 now, so longer draft. Ottoman's getting a lot of respect on both sides. Marlian slips through as a result of that, though, is a little bit surprising. Like, considering the map pool, I mean, Marlians can work on Gorge. Frisian, we saw it can kind of backfire sometimes, but Dry Arabia is great for them. I don't know about 3 Little Pigs. Obviously not a Holy Island pick. Both of them need to be mindful of what the Holy Island flavor is. Like, Japan can work there. Arguably, something like Sushi. Yep, there we go. Sushi, China, but you don't really want to... China's better to use on land. Sushi can be better for that water side thing, right? But there's some other picks in here that come to mind. I guess you could, for example, go towards like HRE to flex a little bit. Iobids, yeah, I was about to say it's been banned out on one side though. But Iobids can flex as a pick on a map like Holy Island because they have that opening double dock play. That's really annoying. Byzantines not to be seen on water, guys. Come on. When will Byzantines become a water serve? Not a lifetime, but I think. Tuklak, very good for Frisian. I don't know if you Tuklak Holy Island. Just sounds kind of weird. In theory, there's some good size to it. They just get more food because of the drop-off mechanics. And also, they do have some things related to their forts that buff their docks down the line, don't they? Oh no, Tuklak on Frisian isn't... Tuklak on Holy Island, rather, isn't the most insane idea I've ever heard. It's just it feels better in other places. There's that infamous Golden Horde coming through. Now we're just into the crap that most people don't want, right? Like, both of them will be saving IU Macedonian for the split at the end. Outside that, we're probably going to be seeing, like, Knights Templar not really as desirable anymore, I guess. Order of the Dragon. I don't think Order of the Dragon was drafted once in London. Mongols still there. Mongols Delhi should probably get picked up now. Good English. English might be nice as a variant pick for Holy Island. Not sure about 3 Little Pigs. Water is for drinking, not sailing. Which is weird for a civ that has... Like, I mean, it kind of fits, actually. Like, that is the civ that has gulping. What song is playing now? Oh, it's Rampart. I was like, wait a second. We're just talking about Might Magic. This is a banger. It's a good vibe song. It doesn't have to try that hard. It just is, you know? He does choose English. I mean, it's Jiff we're talking about. This guy was kind of infamous for English picks. And then the predictable split at the end. Okay, so opening map is going to be Dry Arabia. Normie to kick us off. Probably Lucifer drafts what? Delhi French? Kind of, I don't want to say it does the exact same things, but align similarly. Maybe Golden Horde French gives you variability in a cool way. And Jiff's probably thinking, what, Mali? I wouldn't be surprised if he drafts Mali. Mali Macedonians? Where else would you put Macedonians here? I guess, actually, no, Frisian's really good for Macedonians. Like, Macedonian Tuklak's probably Frisian. Malian / Japanese or / Malian or Byzantines as well. Byzantine Mali probably makes the most sense because you don't want to really think Biz on these 2 maps, I don't think. And then for Lucifer, you could just whip out China straight away. I think it has good variability in that map pool. So something like French Delhi probably feels a little bit more limited on where you want to put it. Like, probably not thinking Delhi as much for Frisian, for example. What's up, Linty? He's back? Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Trying to figure things out. And yeah, Mali Chinese, as anticipated. Second picks now coming through. I still think it's probably going to be, well, Byzantines and French. Byzantines and Delhi. Oh, no, I'm wrong on both. We thought Japan is like a third, but I thought Byzantines might be a nice flex between Mali Biz. I guess, actually, no, because it's the Chinese pick, you don't want Biz, right? That can get you roughhoused pretty easily. And predictable snipes. Who would have thought it, guys? They go for the 2 broken picks. Kappa. Golden Horde versus Japan. I don't know if Japan liked this matchup that much. Because you can just Yumi and then find yourself running into the body shields, right? The +1 armor dudes, the Karash. Very tanky knights, forces you into spears. Don't think you really want to be in spears that early is Japan, like 90% of the time. No, I kind of like this for Golden Horde. I think it's tempo, though. You don't want to let Japan get some breathing room, because if Fast Castle comes in fast, and then obviously they can pick up Relics straight away. Relics are a critical testing point for you with the way Golden Horde can function. If you get good bullying going on in Feudal, you could even think about maybe Relic Uvus. Probably not. I think having to go for shields isn't bad either, because if you go for the shields instead, what the shields give you is it gives you a way of not caring about Yumi ever with your Keshiks. It's just like, I don't even know if you want to be that much into cavalry against Japanese cavalry. Because Mounted Samurai just use you as a friggin' toilet. What's up, Mini? Alright, switch game capture back on. More ads, guys? I'm guessing you guys want more ads, so you don't have to see stuff. Trying to think what I've got to do after this. As in, after we're done with the day fully. Oh, I probably need to get some shorts uploaded on that other channel. And then learn some more Deadlock. I mean, like, suffer some more Deadlock. Dude, I don't understand. Like, that game has no matchmaking. I swear the matchmaking is non-existent on Deadlock. Or they've got a really big smurfing problem. One of the two. Alright, wait. Did someone else run ads? Should I cram the 3 minutes ads now? So you guys can just get your drinks, and then that might cover us for the whole series, actually. What else do I want to do? Yeah, I'll do the 3 minutes. That lets me get some more water as well. All right, guys. 3 minutes of ads, and then we use back. So game starts in 3.5 minutes. Make sure you're in your seats. new diet sucks. I just want to eat lots of snacks, and I'm not allowed any of those snacks. It is very big Sag. By the way, what's the release date for the new DLC? Did they... 7th of May. That's not that far away. I hope they've got some sort of single-player replayable content with it. Uh-oh. Make it quick, Freya. Daddy's got to work, darling. And you aren't allowed in here with chocolate for good reason. Yeah, it's with chocolate, I know. Uh-huh. Right, you're going to do that, but you're definitely not in it. She's sucking on it, so it's getting very melty. You can say, bye, stream. You go inside with your brother and mummy. Bye, stream. Quick.
Yeah, he's gonna win.
You think Yellow's going to win? All right, good prediction. There you go. She's fast, guys. Bye, stream. Love you. Press the subscribe button. Where did she learn that? Like, legit, I'm not exaggerating. It actually wasn't me. Oh, dear. Yeah, I would have let her sit in a little bit longer. She's legit got chocolate. And she will... No, Freya, Daddy's working now. Come on. Give me a cuddle. Make it quick. Not too... Yeah, the chocolate. Lovely. There we go. I am a loving father. It's just I'm sitting on a white chair that I know what she'll do to. All right, here we go. Can't hear you? Mate, that's your end. All right. I bet you didn't think you were going to see this in 2026. We back. What's up, one and all? Back in a tournament mode for Age of Empires 4. Lucifer versus GIF Music. Let's turn the 2026 into a good year. And it's already a good start to it. GIF, already impressing me in this qualifier, now has his big Goliath challenge to qualify for the main event of EWC. He has to beat Lucifer, the Spaniard. Game number 1. Golden Horde for Lucy. Going up against GIF's Japanese. Map is, of course, going to be Dry Arabia. And this is a best of 5, but, you know, looking at the drafts, I think the interesting thing to me is I liked a lot of what I was seeing out of, like, Lucifer's side of the things. Especially in regards to getting things like the Golden Horde in there. I think it's variant pick that people just don't think about as much. That has quite a lot of potency. I'm also pretty curious about how it's going to play out in this one. And yes, thank you for the reminder. Let me just change the score. It is 0-0 currently. So Golden Horde against Japan. I think feudal pressure makes a lot of sense. You just want to kind of push in and keep on pushing. Because the idea is that Japan kind of struggles to connect with some of their defense strats. For example, you don't really want to be going Yumi ever in Feudal Age, because Yumi against like the Karash, plus the fact Tortugid are really tanky, really annoying. So I think Japan are probably going to start off with the Dark Rush, get damage done, and then try to go into like a castle play. And the reason you do the Dark Rush is this. This is always like, I think this is the conundrum. If Golden Horde players can solve this problem, they could actually be quite good against Japan. But the problem you have here is your Uvu will always be out of range of the TC. Mongol players take notes. You guys have got a good life. You can choose where that town center goes. A Golden Horde player can't. And I like this from Lucifer. Because of the position on the Uvu, I wonder if he would have done this differently if this was a forward Uvu. Because if it's a forward Uvu, the burn comes in quicker, and then you need to set up a tower. But because it's a back Uvu, he gets to prioritize going for the tech up first, and then can solve this problem set. And I believe Lucifer, yeah, we've got 6 on wood, so we should be looking at a play into the fortified outpost soon. And, you know, not a bad thing to have to build in the first place, because you're going to want that to be able to actually get your hands on the increased production rate, not to mention the fact that it can be placed in a way that should protect both the Uvu and the Gold Vein, roughly. Other side of this GIF, going up to the 6th spear. Interesting is going this hard on spears, but because you're up against Tortugid and Khan, or Khan and Tortugid, because that's like basically every game, you know you're going to need spears against cavalry anyway. What I'm curious about, looking at his spawn, Jiff getting a back gold, a back berries. This has to feel like a perfect spawn for a fast castle, no? I mean, you could even sliver a worker down here, wall this up. Probably not worth that. The berry's already been tapped. Sheep count. Lucifer did win the scouting game there, 18-12. But the difference is that Jiff shouldn't really need to eat the sheep, while Lucifer does. Lucy's still holding out on that outpost, by the way. Yeah, interesting choice. He keeps prioritizing repairing over an outpost drop. I wonder what the thought process is there. Probably like it taps into his tempo, his timing here, because like you can see if he's building the outpost, he wouldn't have enough for a production building. Speaking of which, okay, yeah, he goes Uvu priority because you can get the Khan and Tortugud out like this. And Batu Khan, of course, coming out swiftly. Now can already make his way across. Kura storehouse being built. Only 2. 9 on food, 3 on gold, though. So this is starting to look like the macro for a fast castle. Most people go for, like, the 1, but I think the difference here is when you optimize around a 1 villager build-up, you're usually not attacking with this many spears. Tricky part is you're going to need to think about an outpost over here, though. The gold may be retracted, yes, but it's still an exposure point for the cavalry. Of which, more cav is going to be on the way soon. Double Tortugud in 19 seconds. The other tricky part about doing what Jiff is doing here, it means he can't even get his hardened on spears. So that just allows the Khan and the Tortugud to fight back a little bit better. Lucy, waste no time at all, folks. Archery range as well. Still no outpost. And also the way he's kind of spread himself here. You know, someone's mentioning about the deer. Maybe if you shove them in a bit, but like an outpost here doesn't protect deer. And you're going to probably want the outpost close to your production for an increased bump there. Because remember, unless you want to start investing in different edicts, your default one is a production speed ramp. Lucy. Let's go away. And Jiff is indeed long chopping. The problem here is like he needs wood. He's already exhausted himself because he went for the Rax play. But because he hasn't completed the Kura, he doesn't have that universal drop-off building. It feels really bad to have to build in a lumber camp now. And there you go. Gets what he needs. Does have the outpost coming through. Yeah, you're going to want to rush that, though. I was about to say, because the Tortugud can just rush past otherwise. In fact, he's thinking about it. I don't know if it'd be worth it to dive in. Still, you're quite happy with that if you're Lucifer from the idea that you force 7 villages to idle out to build that up. Tricky part now, you're going to want to start thinking about how you break this. You could just rely on Tortugud spam, because he got the Uvu timing really nicely, and never lost his initial one. The alternative is you think about a blacksmith play and a ram, which would make sense with Lucifer's economy. He's got 500 wood, so a lot unspent. Jiff finally in the feudal age. We'll continue gathering up for the castle. Sheep count is 7. That's not great. That's actually pretty rough. Yeah, he hasn't got much lifeline here. The archers are circulating around. That short wall seems good in theory. I don't think it hinders the approach too much from here. Well, we want to know where the outpost was going. I was not expecting that. Lucifer, at 7.5 minutes in, decides there's only one logical place we build this outpost. In the enemy base. What a statement play. Doesn't even have an outpost at home. This is disgusting. Jiff, he's not going to have the gold. He could go north side gold, but it's further out of the base. Yeah, he's trying for it, but he doesn't have an outpost up there. And remember, his wood is terrible. He's got a few working on it now to make it better. But here's the tricky thing. Like, Lucifer's going to camp this, but the moment it completes, he knows he can shift to look elsewhere. He knows this has to be a castle play. Jiff needs to be swift, man. More workers rushing out now. What a fiend. And no, what? Oh, sorry, I didn't think he completed for a second. Yeah, so 2 workers heading on back. He will go for the arrow slit straight away. Doesn't hang around with the troops. He just needs to barrel north now. Because Jif still doesn't have the gold necessary for the third age. This could be a glum, fast end to game number 1. Jif. He has to guard hard on the north, but it means actually his base is exposed. And in fact, that's being exploited. Now the archers, they go into the tree line. Meanwhile, the Tordakuts go for the dive. Outpost being rushed up. We'll get it online. Needs to garrison it fast, though. Archers did not hang around, but it gets an immediate GG. Lucifer showing you how to unravel the Dark Age rush of Japan and crush them with the Golden Horde in under 10 minutes. What a beast. Does Horde get bounty for burning buildings? No. That would be too broken. No. No. And game 2, that's got to be Holy Island, right? Yep. Holy Island, English versus Sushi. Which means, I'm guessing he probably tried to pick French or Ibids was the other pick, I guess. Okay, I literally can't see it on the AO2 CM, which is weird. Yeah, it was French and Tuklak with the other picks. All right, and Lucifer, I believe, should be on the right. So I'll put that up as 1. Boop, boop. Sushi too strong. English have a little bit of tempo to them. I'd say I still kind of like Sushi probably feels a bit more comfortable, but I never write off English entirely on Holy Island for multiple reasons. Even if they lose water, actually, they have some miracle ways to recover. So yeah, oh, we need to get predictions up, don't we? He'll win game 2. Lucifer, Jif. Dropping White Tower in opponent's base. More so than even that. What's up, Jim? I think it's like you can basically, because of the Admiralty timing, if you get a boat ahead, you can skip into Admiralty, and it's very hard for water to be a win for Sushi. Their only play then is to mass demo ships, which is predictable at that stage. And I think they made archer ships a bit better at tracking now, if I remember correctly. They patched that a few weeks back. All right. What and all, welcome back to the channel for game number 2 of this qualifying set for EWC in Age of Empires 4. We've got Lucifer on the Sushi going up against Jif Music on his signature Sith. If you're not familiar with Jif, he came to our attention a few years back through English spamming. It was in his heart, it was in his soul. He was branded to go to hell, but now he's been trying to transcend into godlyhood, becoming a well-rounded player. But this, at its base, is still his base default instinct. And what a map for it. Holy Island for game number 2. His opponent is not easy. Lucifer, Sushi is a phenomenal pick on this map, and he is a phenomenal player in this environment. And fishing will be step 1 for both. Now, why is Sushi so good? Sushi has a few things going for them. They are inherently better at getting towards fishing because they produce a little bit faster. They have better economy early to push towards that. The other thing that's really good for Sushi is meditation gardens. On Holy Island, the resources tend to be a little bit more dense in small areas, which means you can get much more high-value plays with your meditation garden. Sometimes you can get, for example, 3 stones of gold and berries in range. It's insane what you can actually get. In this particular game, I don't think he's got anything outrageous. That would probably be the one. So 50 gold, 25 stone, and then 48 food, which is really good. And the stone is very valuable because, remember, with there being likely contest on water, it allows you to, for free, get into your arrow slit emplacements. So what makes English so good on this map? You're probably wondering. Is it the opening king? Is it the discount on all of your boat's costs? It's that and so much more. So the king is invaluable because when you're fully focusing on water, it forces your opponent to react on land, but you didn't have to pay anything for a heavy knight. But the cooler thing is over here. See that pop up there? Admiralty. This tech is a game changer. It's a game winner, actually, for English. If you can get ahead just a little bit on the sea, to the point you can afford this 500 resource tech, it allows you to trade out your opponent without ever being at risk. Now, don't get me wrong, it requires a lot of micro attention, and I think that's the true test here. It's why Lucifer, funnily enough, guys, was the one that drafted this map. He drafted both of the maps featuring any semblance of water. Meanwhile, Jif was happy to try and avoid it. It says everything it needs to about the Spaniard. I mean, you think back to the early days, this was one of the guys, right? Lucifer and Vortex were the grand innovators and pushers when it came to how and where you should draft Holy Island. You know, there was a time where when we talked about it going to Holy Island, if this guy was on the other side, you just said, let him have it. And the only person who seemed able to stop him reliably, consistently, was Vortex, and then Marine Lord started to catch up on it and dominate. There's not many that tend to get the better of this man when he takes to the island. Fishing game is neck and neck for now. Wonders. Lucifer scouted out a good placement in his mind. You could go a bit more defensive here. That would get you double berries. You could clip the stone and then get some wood. But the gold is really nice to have. Problem is, this is pretty far out, so that might be on Lucifer's mind. It's like, that's a lot of idle time to rush out here. Second dot coming in, so very greedy approach from Jif. Being chilling. Jif, what are we looking at as an opening, I wonder? Because he's definitely going to be second tech. Yeah, meditation guard now on the way. Okay, so Lucifer goes a little bit further north. I'm pretty sure he could have clipped the golds and the stone there, like right here. But he seems to want the wood instead. So instead of choosing double gold, he traded 25 gold for about actually the same in wood. Which, you're on a water map, it's reasonable that you'd want additional wood. The most important thing to note here is the value of that stone over time. It's only 25 stone a minute, yes. But it means 6 minutes from now, if you lose a fight, because you shouldn't really lose quicker than that, in theory. When a counter push comes, you'll have this very powerful Arislick's defense. How do you guys predict, by the way? 100% for not a single person gave... Not even a crumb. You guys know how, like, the stats work on that? Like, you could have given him, like, 1 point and broke the bank, I think. I think that's how that works. Maybe. Nice to see you back in Area 4. It's nice to be back. Feels a bit weird still as well. And Abbey of Kings on the way. 6 working on it. Lucifer is falling behind on fishing, by the way, guys. Like, this is the trade-off. He chose a quick attack, ergo, he's not as competitive on the fishing. Because remember what we said, like, technically, if you try to push for it, he does push out boats quicker. Trade-off is your opponent pushes them out a little bit cheaper. 10% discount across the board for the English. I do like the read. Lucifer saying, okay, I've got a big edge here. Archership should be my priority. Because you're going to be later to get your boat out. But also on top of that, you've just built extra fishing. Lol. So now you can go over and just kind of harass that out. Didn't feel weird about come back to seeing you help build. Yeah, I get that. It's just overall been a very weird and... Yeah, just leave it a weird year. Some weird feelings around it all. But remember, goal is to turn crappiest year of our life into the best. Right, Archership just being a pain in the ass. You can harass a few of these down, it makes it very hard for Jif to actually protect them all. There's Archership coming out. That doesn't necessarily stop Lucifer from pressing this. And nice position, that's a kill. Fishing boat, gonna get the repair? Nope. Didn't even try for it. In fact, he's gonna end up losing a second, maybe a third. Does he get repair? No, he doesn't. This is so cheeky. Spiral ships are coming out, but Jif, he's been so focused on this, he's pop locked. He gets away with it. No. The man that sails? Unbelievable. I cannot believe that. Lucifer on 9 HP gets himself a double kill, idles out the fleet, and escapes. That is crazy. This is why this man is such a monster on Holy Island. While all this has been going on, he's already set up a cheeky wall to stop these backstabs from the king. He's now already inflating into horsemen, which makes sense because look at the difference now. He's ahead by 3 fishing boats, and of the 9 remaining for Jif, almost all of them were idle at some point. So he missed out on a lot of food, arguably like, you know, close to, what, 100 food at that timing. And Jif, he punts the Hail Mary straight away. Admiralty this early on. In theory, can work because your opponent is investing heavily into horsemen. The problem is, now you have to think about investing onto land, into spears to defend yourself. Because, guys, not only can the horsemen infinitely chase down the king and gradually kill him, the other problem you have here is that your villagers suck at dealing with horsemen. English villagers specifically have a ranged attack, which means these horsemen get tickled. Yeah, you're missing out on 40% of your defense damage. Jif will react with the rats. Lucifer gets eyes on it early, so he confirms it. Yeah, see what I mean with the short bow attacks? It's just, why bother? Why did pros overfish 8 boats on 1 pond? Because it's the closest. Because you know this will eventually regenerate, it's fine to overfish it down to the lowest, because this is a much quicker drop-off range than here or here. That's also why some people go shoreline fish, because they buffed shoreline fish a while back. It's not that much worse than deep water now. So because of the distance difference, you could justify it. We've seen cases where some players roll badly on the placement of the deep water fish, like it's out here, and they'll actually, for that reason, choose shoreline fish instead. Yeah, because this will eventually regenerate, the more optimal way to think about it is you should actually tap it all the way down to under 100 food, because it's going to replenish over time. Only once it reaches that point should you start worrying about the optimal amount to be in range. Hold on. Lucifer saw the assault coming. Demo ships not able to connect. Jif, good discipline there. Backs away. Is Lucy thinking what I'm thinking he's thinking? 800 food in reserve. Lucifer looks like he's trying to snake castle. How's the regen work exactly? It regenerates, I'm trying to remember the interval. It's either every minute, I think it's every 30 seconds maybe. You get 50 food back. So it doesn't tickle back up. It comes back in chunks. Like if I leave it here, you'll see it eventually. Damn it. Whoop. Nice try. See that? It went back up by 50 when we hit 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's every 30. Only if it's not exhausted? No, if it exhausts, it will also replenish. So if it goes down to 0, it can go back up. This trade out should feel good for Jif for the moment, but the concern here is those demo ships. Demo ships is how you unravel this English strategy, which is why he's got triple archer ship. See? Went up another 50. So you get an extra 100. You get 100 food back on deep water fish every minute, basically. Which is enough for about 2.5 to 3 fishing boats. Deep bush here. Ambitious, in fact. Needs to be careful about getting a little bit too deep. Demo's not quite able to connect. The archer ships overextend. Jif, he got distracted. It's the Chug on the tree line. Oh, and he doesn't see it either. The horseman as well. I don't think he realized. He thought it was just ponies. And the pressure's coming in. This is what Lucifer does so well. No reaction. No hope. Chug is like letting a Rottweiler into a bunny farm. Oh my god. That's GG right there. That has to be, right? When he looks up and sees it, what's he going to be thinking? He needs a hit back now. He has to play demo ships, which, that's not your strength. Choose Shia the better civ for demo pump because of taxation. And now the idle time on the wood as well. I mean, this is catastrophic. A firm and instant reminder why you do not mess with the Duran brothers on the sea. Whew. You can tell these boys grew up near the beach. Jif has learned the hard way that life can be a beach sometimes. He's pushing in deep. Lucifer showing respect, just hugging. Has a repair crew ready. Finds the demo ship creeping. Good eyeballs there. This is do or die for him. Problem is, Lucifer is waiting on land again. The assault begins. The push comes in. The Tug are met by men-at-arms this time. But he could bypass to go after the workers. Second wave in, just still guarding the main tree line. And the Tug will dive past straight onto the villagers. No textiles, no ranged armor. That's going to be -3, -4. And this is just not going to stop. The short bows was ambitious. He goes back in for the assault again. But more are coming from both sides. Lucifer feels inevitable. Knock, knock. What's that? You just cleared up the last group? New group. And now, because he's got men-at-arms, he doesn't have a quick way of killing horsemen either. Just elegant execution. Lucifer just so good at these opening feudal plays on Holy Island. Snuck down the last few. And now it's just an eco game. Numbers don't lie. Not these numbers. 31 to 54 economy. Oh, damn. And then you think about taxation. And then you think about the meditation garden. Meditation and taxation. Just goes hand in hand, even rhymes. Jif's going to need to dig deep, meditate, and find tranquility to make it back in this series. Because it's looking like nothing less than a reverse sweep will keep him alive. And there's that infamous death push. No archer ships. That will be the last move necessary to send Jif to the bottom of the abyss. You're probably wondering, like, why is Jif not tapped out yet? In this situation, your opponent still has to win the game. Some players just like to try for that low percentile recovery as well. You know, like, he has got a few men-at-arms. He did clear the land army. In theory, there is a world in which he could get in and snipe a bunch. But Lucifer's already reacting perfectly. We have hand cannon slits coming in on the outpost, which means you have the damage necessary to eliminate these men-at-arms. Plastic Boys ain't gonna last long against that.
Welcome
and what's up, Uga Uga? Appreciate the prime sub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. Okay, that's just spiteful at that point. Double demo for a single fishing boat kill, and yet it still doesn't matter. This is Jif's last song on Holy Island. You lose all the fleet. They will make one desperate death push. Ooh, 160 stone, though. All you need to do is add in 3 outposts and it's over, right? Hard to beat Spanish Bros on water map? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to beat them back anywhere. You are correct. And there's that Mount Lu Academy coming. Whoop! I want to be close about that. He's like, wait, I thought he was just teching. What do you mean he's invested in 18 men-at-arms? What is this madman doing? He's fighting for his life, is what he's doing. He's not fighting well, but he's fighting... Guys, he doesn't have undermesh. He actually doesn't have... Let's just go next. I think for Jif to win this, he basically would have needed to be microing on par of Lucifer and water, and then obviously paying full ample attention on land. It's just so hard to do in the moment. For even high-level players, it's not easy to track these 2 moments perfectly. And you saw each time Lucifer, he opted and leaned into this timing where he would attack, and then 1 second later be doing the secondary attack. This is a little lesson for people around Holy Island in particular. These type of maps, unless you are in the top 10, it is much easier to be the attacker than the defender. Because the defender has to react to the attacker there. And that's easier said than done when you have to do so at multiple locations. Playing Lucy to fall asleep. Hey, you never know, man. Maybe he like hasn't been for a poop all day and he just needs to go. You don't know. Okay, French versus Macedonia. This will start for Dickies for the next game as well. I'll do a minute of ads too. All right. I'm trying to think which series we can cover after this as well. Maybe Numu series. Might be a good one. There's another qualifier tomorrow as well, remember, guys. Oh, dude, I flipped the score around for nothing. Oh, I hate when the loading screens bait you, man. Every time. There you go. We just watched him annihilate a known player on this map in less than 15 minutes. But now he has to level it up again. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a qualifying set between GIF Music and Lucifer for the EWC. Lucifer on the French on Phrygian Marshes. A solid pick on this map. But GIF is punting something different. It's Macedonian nuts time. It's time to find out if Lucifer's got some allergies here. Macedonians is actually really effective on Phrygian Marshes. It doesn't get enough explanation why. I was talking to one or two people in London about this. There's actually a weird mechanic where apparently they're getting silver from fishing. So you actually get a little bit more inflation than you realize with this Civ. And also, Horseman strats, phenomenal on a map like Phrygian. So it just inherently makes a lot of sense. But this is different. Because it's French in particular, you don't really just want to be trusting your fate to Horseman. So GIF is going to be looking to deny gold very early on, and he's going to be so happy when he sees this. Lucifer has gone fishing. I mean, you've got to be happy with this, right? Already has the spearmen pumping out, and remember, these are stronger than normal spearmen. They're at Mafer. They've got 90 health. You do pay more for the privilege. But also, they inflate their damage. If you scale the amount you've got, they do have this unique thing where they give attack speed boosting to nearby Varangian units. Or rather, benefit from it. And we'll be moving out to where the villagers are. That's going to be a pullback by Lucifer. Sees what's happening. Will it be a Rax now is my question. No, he's going to bum rush the gold. Yeah, because GIF chose fishing over gold, which seems like a throw in some people's minds, but it actually does make sense. The problem he has here, if he doesn't go for the fish, then what Lucifer can do is add in a Rax, and then because he'll have fishing and is French, which means more villages, he'll gradually beat out GIF Spearman. So you kind of have to pressure out towards the pond play, because gold just leads to this very weird mass spear on both sides. GIF isn't stopping, by the way. 4th spear soon. Which isn't terrible. If your opponent is just going to rush age 2, what this means is he's going to be able to build knights, and you're already going to have a bundle of spears to stop him. Wonder if it would be nice to see GIF going for his own pond, though. Doesn't seem to have any intent of it. No movement onto gold either. A lot of people on the wood, which suggests he might be going out to the pond soon. Either that, or we're going to see an outpost rush. Which, actually, with this spawn, Guys, that's jackpot right there. You deny fishing and then drop a gold outpost? The only problem is if your opponent expects it, he can start saving up for siege engineering. And you've already given him a reason to add in archers anyway. And remember, these guys, they do buff their attack speed in general. So you see there, you got closer, you got an increased attack speed. So this is the interesting thing that you don't really notice at first with Macedonian rushes. The burn damage escalates. The percentage, the DPS increases as more of them are built. Not linearly, like you would with standard spears, but exponentially, because they feed that attack speed into each other. I think he's just going to send a knight across the map, which would force Jiff to bring all of his spears home, right? And yeah, it is going to be for the dock. So no outpost rush. I mean, if he was going to go for it, he would have needed a villager heading over like 20 seconds ago. Now would be too late. Because the outpost, like, you have to get in position, then it takes a minute to build. Meanwhile, once the School of Cavalry completes, your opponent will have a knight out in less than 30 seconds. And against 4 spears, you can just hold the villagers and chase. All right, how do you guys predict? Did someone balance out up? No, it's 100% again. Guys, come on. He might get a game. Maybe even 2. Weirder things have happened. Jeff's not too far behind on his own timing, I guess. Tricky part now is with knights coming, he won't be able to gather gold much, which sucks if the idea is to scale into the silver tiers fast. Scout just weakening the villager, so it's basically going to be a charge into a kill. Where is Lucifer's first knight? He just came out. He's on the way now. Wait. Did he find, like... I'm not going to say the perfect position, but an annoying position. I mean, we might see Lucy try for a redock soon. Yeah, he's willing to invest in repairing here. Remember, it does cost wood to do this. God, could you imagine how broken it would be if you could do this for free? I don't want to think about that. That sounds horrible. And there is the archer production. So we'll be able to clear the way now. The Hippodrome finally queued up. Monks heal for free? Yeah, but this is repairing. Maybe we should make monks use food to heal. Ooh, okay, that would be... I mean, it would balance healing, but it would be so confusing. Imagine having the AoE healing from like an imam and just watching your food go down by, you know, like 20. So redock coming in. Lucifer doing a really good job actually there, keeping both of those alive. And although he spent some wood, he spent substantially less wood than if he had to build them from scratch. And also in the meantime, started stockpiling up to that 40, so he can be ready to drop off when he comes back. Monks are expensive up front. Well, they're not that expensive. It's 150 versus a fishing bow 75, you know? And this thing, you know, gives you money as well. It gives you food. It was for being an interesting trade-off. I think if healing required food, though, it breaks feudal in a lot of bad ways, is the problem. Because you don't have infinite food at that stage of the game. Outpost now coming up from Jiff. Yeah, Archer's outnumbered. Not really a good position to be in right now. The other two... Wait, was that a missed rally? Yeah, he's got them rallied out here. So no reinforcements coming. Has at least got the double knight nearby. The third one is also on the way. Tricky part now, though. With the outpost up, you can't easily breach here. I think instead, Lucifer's likely to focus on just bloating as many ponds as possible. Why go for pond fish again? Because they're like free TCs. So a town center, think about it this way, right? Like a town center would normally cost you substantially more. It would cost you 5 times more than a dock. It would also take you a lot longer to build. And also, you have to accrue 5 times more resources before you can use it. Alternatively, you build what is basically a town center. It's only a town center for food, but you have to think of it that way. This is a worker production building. So you're getting an inflated economy by doing this. That's when you start thinking about it in that way, that this is a worker unit, it's very eye-opening as to why fishing. No matter what devs try to do, like unless the fishing is exposed, fishing seems to always be the answer. Right? You need a bigger, more desirable, more sexy target for fishing to be a bad thing to build. That's why we've seen multiple nerfs over time to fishing. Okay, Jiff. Third pond coming in. Now, if we can find a bow that's about to drop off. We talked about this a little bit in the past. Like, your silver's meant to go up, but I'm pretty sure the UI still doesn't show it. Let's just give it a second. It'll be dropping off in 4. So watch the silver. Yep. You see that? 4 silver for 40 food. So yeah, fishing for some wild reason gives you silver. If the Macedonians dealt in mercury, I could at least understand it, and we're just fishing tuna. But yes, just like olive oil income off of fishing, Macedonians do get silver from fishing. It's another reason why they feel really good on this map. Oh, please notice that. No, no, come on. It's just one little wolf. There's no way he doesn't notice, right? He just got pinged again. No, but he just got pinged in the fight as well. Oh, no. No. It's going to toggle off again, isn't it? No freaking way. It's off again. That's going to be -2. The timing could not have been worse on that for Jiff. All right, ping just came back. Finally. Oh, my God. Thank God. So, guys, what happened there, just didn't notice the first time around. There's probably something happening. The second villager, there was a small probe between the horsemen and the knights, so the pings went off at the same time. So he would have heard the noise and not thought about it more. So luckily, he keeps it down to just 1, but that's basically just a dead villager next time someone comes by. In fairness, all of these could be. But what I like is Jiff, this choice to go into horseman isn't bad because of this guy. The scout gives increased burn damage, 25% more torch damage to nearby units. This poses him as a significant threat to all these docks, meaning that Lucifer, instead of raiding with his knights right now, has to react to this. Because he can't really afford to send a few knights over, especially if there's spearmen guarding him, because then he couldn't necessarily win this fight. If he left 3 knights here, for example, these horsemen could start poking back. Docks coming through. Hippodrome horseman now on the way. And that is not going to be a dock up. And that's going to be a villager down. Nice hit back there by Jim. Needed it as well. He's starting to fall behind on the fishing. Let's start creeping out, man. If he just notices. Oh my God, that is a saving grace. Guys, Lucifer is the type of player that would notice this. These deer, you can see them die through the fog. If they're not there anymore, you know they must have hit the ground. If he notices this, if he glances it, the knights are close by. Good burn through. Archer ship did come out. But we'll be able to get rid of that dock all the same. Horsemen are going to cut some reinforcements. A lot of spearmen now. Which is why he's raiding like that with the horsemen. He just needs to shrink the count. It's looking a little bit rough here. Like, 12 archers. We are at that golden solid number where you can just target a spearman and they'll die. Steel arrow as well. It's Lucifer. I think he wants to turn this into a counter push soon. Jiff. Okay, I thought for a second he was contemplating castle. Does reinvest. Would feel a bit ambitious to rush castle here against 13 knights. I'm not sure. I think Lucifer is the one with the tech potential currently. But he'll probably want to starve off the food instead. Shifts out. Nice reaction there. Gets rid of the horseman straight away. Yeah, scout is the scout, right? He's not an easy kill at 220 HP. Lucifer's still looking for that raid. He's getting ready to turn it into a direct assault now. Targeting the gold makes a lot of sense. You're paranoid your opponent might tech up. Also, this silver is going to start adding up into additional health and additional damage that makes the melee blob a significant threat. The biggest threat just arrived, by the way. The Hippodrome champion, the final one, the Hippodrome Radari is here. I don't think he's seen it yet either. He'll know the timing, though. There you go. Oh, if he could have grabbed that, that would have been sick. That would have been disgusting. Because the Radari champ is 300 resources. Dives in. Villagers. Jiff. Oh, no. The Seek Shelter. Could have went a lot worse. Backstab saved him there. Jiff forced a reaction out of Lucifer. Has to start engaging. I think he has to sack the archers, though. A fantastic find for Jiff. All right. That is the dream right there. And maybe Lucifer's nightmare. So able to hit back now. Could turn this into a bit of a death bush. Awesome re-engage here. Has got the +2 damage, so Knights actually don't feel that tanky against these horsemen. The other problem he has is the speed. The Radari champion makes this fast. So it's very hard to just turn around. And the pathing on this is hurting him. Lucifer gonna have to keep retreating, and I have a guess. What's up, Frey? You've got to go to bed, don't you? Who's going to win?
I showed yellow already.
Oh, okay. Clever girl. So yellow's going to win. Nah, you think red in this one, though? Ooh.
Yeah, red will be too.
He's looking big, isn't he? Golden Horn Town now coming in, so H3 on the way. Wow.
Which?
I think red might win this one, might he?
Yeah.
Lucifer, he needs a strike back. He can't just tech now, right? It might be obvious what's happening. The problem is with 25 villages, you have no time at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have no time. 3 minutes.
Taking 3 minutes, will it?
Yeah.
All right. Specific timing.
3 minutes.
Well, Lucifer has to look for it. Maybe he just goes for the dot burn. You can just get rid of those.
Look for the treasure.
The treasure. The treasure on the ponds.
No. Let's see.
Yeah, gets the burn in.
Get the boat burn.
Lucifer now with a switch in the spears as well.
Oh, all of the boats have gone.
Trey, do you like 3 little pigs?
Yeah. 3 little pigs and 1 bull.
Ruffalo's your favorite one, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the favourite one, though. But, you know, the 3 little pigs and that big bird, but you saved that for that.
Oh, burn here as well. Look at this. Lucifer, he's doing it the right way.
Who's that one?
It's yellow. He's taking out all the fishing sources because Jiff is trying to mass Radari.
Who's gonna win?
Who's going to win? You?
To red.
Well, too loud, darling. You're too loud.
I think red.
You think red? Let's see.
Look, the yellow got there.
Yeah, the yellow one's sleeping. He's gone. Dog's going down, but Lucifer... Oh, my God. Wait, has Jiff found the timing? No, because he's sending spears up, so it's not a full assault, but Lucifer now getting ready for an age up. Dive in. This could be a massacre. Villagers, they get body blocked off. Chases them away. Spearmen are there, though.
Horsey.
Horses, indeed. He sent everything north. I think even the Radari champs.
Yeah. Get the treasure.
Is he hiding them? He's got 10 Radari.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Where are
Wait, where are they?
Where are
Okay, some are coming now, but some are just sleeping. They're idled. What? The numbers don't make sense. They've been sent somewhere.
We don't know more.
That's insane.
But we have so many.
The counter-offensive isn't there.
What?
No. He had to go. Look, he had to go. Jiff is going to have to. Red is going to have to go home.
What?
He's going to go after the fishing as well now.
Why do you have to go home?
Because he didn't bring all his friends. Nice to go back and get the rest of his friends.
No. This was eating for 2 minutes.
Okay, he's getting rid of the food. Definitely not over yet. Lucifer, yellow now has the upgrades, and he has a switch into arbitrary. Good solution against the cavalry. He's death pushing.
The red one's buying the red.
Yeah, the red one's getting rid of all the yellow stuff, and yellow is going back for the reinforcements. Good move there by Lucifer. He's weaker right now, but he will become stronger in the next moments. Meanwhile, it's costing all of his food sources, and I love this read by Jif. With the champion, he has the movement speed that Akimafar can never get caught. He's too speedy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Your little hedgehog. Whoa! Damn, a big explosion. Good damage done there.
Daddy.
Yes.
No, her. Them 2 are the winner.
Beat Red's the winner. Ooh, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Might be right.
That
This is just... What? Calm down. What? What do you see?
the horse was there.
Oh, no. Dead. That one's dead too.
What?
That one. That he's sleeping.
Yeah. And that one. That was away. Actually.
Wait. That's not... No, his demo just doesn't do anything here, folks.
Ah!
He's got throwing axes on his guitar. Interesting.
Boobo.
This game is too violent for little Freya.
Daddy.
She's violent. What?
That's the yayo boat, and that's the
That
yayo
is.
boat.
Bye-bye yellow boats. Bye-bye red boats. This is just... So they're just basically base trading. The problem here right now, though... I
They're
think
the-
Lucifer is in trouble.
They're the ones that... That's the red one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
So the problem is here, there's a lot of Radari. There's almost more, there's now actually more Radari than there are knights. And he's been scared. 3 different levels of armor and health upgrades for this Radari. The chunky boys. That, however, is a clinical Lucifron find. Spots the villagers on the deer. May have not found him earlier on the first, but gets double the value on this one. We'll continue the chase down. The attack plate actually switches over to fishing boats. Good reaction out. You waving at chat. You gotta wave at the camera up there. No, up there.
Where?
Up there.
Who's that?
That's how Stream sees us. Well, Diff. No! I don't think that's the trap he thinks it is. I don't think he's caught him how he thinks he has. The other trio. They need to be targeted down. There's none of them left alive. Archers are trying now up against the spears. Arbitrary moving deeper, but good reaction by Jiff. He chases with it.
That was dead.
Expensive fight.
Now he's got far.
Nah, there's not many left on either side there. Jiff, but he makes it work. Slivers around, and now the Knights reacting, coming home. They're going to turn for a better fight over here. The chasing Radari get clapped cheeks and sent home. No reaction. Jiff is still diving.
Why
He didn't
do you-
realize it.
Why do you have to send home?
Because he wants to go home to his big castle. Look at that. Oh. No getting in there.
What?
Don't mess with the castle.
Not the yayo one.
Unless.
People are invisible.
Yeah, unless you've got 20 Radari still. How is he doing this? It's the food income. He went back to the deer. He could even start playing ball. Might need it soon. Double TC from Lucifer tells a lot about what's been happening here, actually. And the cost.
Chad,
Yeah?
the yayo's castle's not bigger than the red one.
That's right. This one's bigger, isn't it?
Yeah. Much. The yayo was not.
Ah. I mean, I'm impressed that Jiff kept the count off that, because that did kind of look grim. It looked like Lucifer should have been getting the better end of the stick. My concern here is actually, like, Knight Arbitrary should scale better than just raw Radari.
You have to go for that.
And now, Lucifer's looking for a farm transition and
Yeah.
castle to hold him tight. He's got 2 TC. Like, the pressure is really on Jiff to keep the momentum going.
Get it, horsey.
Did you Pussy or Horsey?
Oh,
Oh, Horsey.
Get it, Porty. We're gonna get that yo one. You don't have enough there.
Oh, that's because they're hurt.
Yeah.
They need to get a bandage. They need a plaster on their little bibbies.
Yeah. So that's why they were there. Gonna be get that.
Guys, remember the really impressive part about what Jif has done here? Oh no,
more.
more going down. The problem here is like Jif. The fact he's ahead like this is really impressive because Lucifer's also getting discounted. Remember, he built the castle to budget the cost. Right, his transition's meant to be much cheaper. Mainly not on the knights, but definitely on the trio. Yeah, much bigger.
Ah, this big.
I think Lucy might look for a transition in.
That was not big. Oh, that was.
Runestone scares him off. Vikings angry. I think for Lucifer, you kind of want to just do enough damage, get them low, and then pull away full heal coming for the second fight to win. We have got the boot camp on the military academy rather on the way. Problem is, food just plummeted for Lucifer. All the pretty farms.
Where?
Look, they're farms.
The farm.
That's where people start making the bread.
Yeah. Then they throw it to the cow.
Oh, you can throw it to the cows, yeah.
But they're too far away.
Too far away, are they?
But they're too far away.
Double sacred site now. Jif, I think he knows this Ghost of the Imperial looks bad for him. Macedonians don't scale well into him. They feel really weird to go into him.
But that's better.
Watching French Knights get bullied is pretty sad. It's like, look at the raw health difference. Of course they are. 288.
Much more.
He does. I think he wants a big fight.
Yeah, they got much more tea.
He's gonna push. Movement in here by Jif. Oh, he even adds in the archers now. I love that detail. Arbitrary, like you have penetration against them, extra range. Sounds weird to do, but like it's an extra way of layering damage. Also just prevents Lucifer from going spears as a form of defense. In fact, his front line is almost non-existent. Arbitrary, you're staying there. Welcome. Chase comes in. Speed, you just can't get away from them.
No, but yikes. I'm on the yellow team at school.
Yeah, you're on the yellow team score. You're losing a lot.
Yeah, and Alice is on the red.
Fucking Alice is winning. Look at this. Jif now going in underneath the castle, diving relentlessly. Choke point hold. Lucifer. I don't think Lucifer can stay here long though. The knights dwindling in count. We've also got the penetration opportunity. Crossbow count in there also helping. All the knights are gone. Lucifer, the doors are about to be open here. He's got 2,000 food in reserve. He's still not pulling it. There it is. He finally pulls it. Red Palace. Where's it going to be? It's going to be in the gold. It's a Marine Lord Wololo semi-finals one right there. That Red Palace on the north to secure more gold. He's got double TC. He can afford to lose some workers. Yeah. What? Squee. What does that mean? Yeah, they're screaming. I think Jif has to reset, guys. The problem here is you can't keep diving once the tech up completes because the town centers will shoot crossbows. So DPS on the defense is going to go up. Villager count definitely going down. But there's farms now. They haven't been burnt. He can always return to it. I love this, though. Jif with his own secondary DC.
Great.
You're waffling a lot, mate. You waffle more than me.
That's great.
Scream. They're screaming, yeah.
Is red one called Scream?
No, it's called Jif. Scream of the people watching us.
Yeah.
You know this.
Do you know which one's gonna win? Red at the end.
You think red?
Yeah, at the
I think so. Villagers aren't in react anymore. Lucifer has gone docile.
Who's the fear?
It's just not stopping. The problem now is Jif has his own farms. He's
Daddy,
bypassed that awkward point. Yes, darling?
is that the blue one?
There's no blue one in this one.
Why?
Because blue isn't playing this time. Red and yellow.
Yeah, it's blue. Yeah.
Yeah, blue's... Yeah.
And they need attention, and he's got 18.
Blue is the war. Yeah, I guess in a way, Blue's been. Where's the ball? Like, where is the ball?
Here it
Oh, he's hiding in the mill. The piggy's sleeping right now.
is. Why?
Man, I don't know. Though. I think Lucifer's looking pretty cooked. He needs their soul now. If that castle goes up,
Piggy's sleeping.
piggy's sleeping. You should be sleeping. It's almost 30 minutes past your bedtime. Where's Mummy? Mummy's being very cheeky. Probably watching darts. Boring. Is darts boring? Is snooker boring?
Yeah.
Is this fun?
Yeah.
Damn right.
You know, I knew actually not fun.
The octopus game's fun. We'll get back to that at some point, I'm sure.
What?
So, guys, at this point, Jif's win con is just those sacred sites. He's not thinking about Imperial because Imperial's cursed.
No, the pitch game, we played it on the other side.
We did.
2 days.
We did. Some people missed that. That was a fun game.
And I just did it on my own with Mummy, but I did it with Daddy.
Yeah.
And Daddy did on his own while I was in there.
All right, good talk. Should we talk about this game? Yeah. You get a bit sidetracked, mate.
I talked about it already.
You did. You talk about it a lot. You like the octopus. Double castle, guys. Like, this is it. Like, he's gone mass arbitrary. He doesn't have a breakpoint.
I like it so much.
Uh-huh. You trying to convince me or you?
Yeah.
But this is like very easy cruise mode now for Jif, right? The idea is you start adding in mangonel emplacements, for example. Mangonel emplacements that will do ridiculous damage because he has 4 tiers of range damage. You heard that correctly. It does work that way. Look, it increases emplacement defense. He has more damage. He has 33% more damage you get off of upgrades by being an Imperial on range decks. Ridiculously powerful. It's suffocating even. I mean, what was it? 100% of people thought that yellow was going to win. But Freya over here, the 1% that believe in red for this game, the Oracle of Age of Empires 4. That way you are. I think the pony's going flat.
No, I'm actually Freya out.
Yeah, I know you're Freya around.
Oh, I'm actually the superhero. No.
Superhero? Oh, look.
Thing.
The thing. Got the stickers.
I got superhero, 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 and that's the name.
Uh-huh. All right, here we go. Mangonel emplacements coming in. This is one shot, one opportunity for Lucifer. He's got 1,600 food. But Jif still has more, 2,400 food a minute.
I got 2 to give up.
I know, you got all the superheroes. You've got Superman, and you got whoever that is. You've got a bunch of obviously, these are the cheaper stickers that aren't official heroes.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. That saves me some money.
But no, this game.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the button.
They should subscribe the button, yes.
Yeah. Then I have to find the try button.
Yes.
Yeah, then it's so far away in town. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Big fight now brewing. Lucifer almost 200 pop. Do or die, and Jif is getting ready for Imperial.
Stop! Someone says stop.
You don't talk when the other person talks. Wait your turn. There's less than one have casted. Yeah?
No. I love you.
I love you too, though.
Yeah.
You're on fire as well. Ooh. Wow, he didn't have it the whole time? That's crazy. Yeah?
No. One person talks at a time.
They do.
Yeah.
It's about to be daddy's turn. You ready? Here we go. Lucifer on approach. He's got the cannon out. He needs to blast down double castle. 2 minutes on the clock. Do or die. They're on fire. 30 seconds away. Mangonel emplacements now in play. Buffed up. They have got a ridiculous increase. They're hitting for so much damage here. +4 times 3. Extra than you should have. And the push comes in. Arbitrary just trying to mince their way through that front line of Radari, but they're juiced up. Look at the armor. It's not working. He ain't breaking. He ain't bowing. Front line is gone. Reinforcements get caught on the tree line. They're now pinned. They have access to Radari. Push the arbitrary away. And that is the break point. Jif already has 15 more knights in queue. He will indeed get on the board. Lucifer will not get a clean sweep. It will not be that simple today.
Who got that one dead?
Jif has. Red has. You predicted right, Freya. High five. Your high five ended the game.
We win!
Yeah, we win.
Yeah, let's do next game.
Yeah.
Let's do the octopus one now.
No, not doing Octopus one now. You're going to bed.
And you're going to do the octopus one on the bed.
No, I'm not doing the Octopus one. I've got to do more of these, okay? Give me a kiss and a cuddle.
I want to do that one with you again.
But I'm not doing Octopus.
No, I really want to do screen with you again.
We'll do stream another time. What's up, Abadakis? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, say bye, stream.
No.
Say, Mummy, come and get me. Because it's half an hour past my bedtime. And that would be good parenting right now. Mummy.
Not talking.
I don't think Mummy watches the stream. It's a bit rude.
Yeah.
All right. I love you.
I don't want to say of you.
Oh, fine, don't then. Now you are going. Bye.
I don't want to.
Freya, you got to go, darling. Say bye to stream.
No.
Say bye-bye to stream.
No.
Mummy.
I
Oh,
don't
she's
mean-
coming. Say bye, stream. She's going to get rid of you now.
No, but I still want to play screen with him.
Freya, you got to go to bed. It's 30 minutes past your bedtime, darling.
I want to go to screen. Nah.
You got to wake up in the morning, though.
No. No.
All right, say bye.
No, Mommy. No.
I'm going to throw you in the bin. Then at least we know where you are. Bye, stream. Cheeky git. It's weekend. Doesn't matter. She will always wake up at like 7. So if you don't go to bed, she's going to whine that she's tired. Also, I think tomorrow she's going out in the morning. Like this morning, for example, she went swimming early on. So it ain't that simple. I think that game's uploadable, but I need to figure out what, why, how. All right, let's get ready to go. Wrong scene as well. Whoops. Need to put a point on the board for him, don't I? Let me sort predictions. Jif with the dob. Into game 4 we go. Get more out of the day when you wake up early. That depends on what you do. Like, I have to work with Americans a lot, so it's actually better to wake up later. Why do we only have the co-cast in that? Because you didn't tune in early enough, and it's her bedtime now. She also makes it bloody hot really fast in here. That girl's a little radiator. What do you think, guys? Game 5, knocking at the door. Lucifer versus Jif for a qualifying seat in the EWC. We have got Jif on the Malians, one of the most powerful and controversial picks in Age of Empires 4 in 2026. And Lucifer stuck with the Delhi, which is one of the most controversial picks of 2025. Feels like it's a little bit out of its time, but This man can make some magic work. He's going to need to, because he may still be on match point, but Jif has impressed me. And still could more. Yeah, this matchup has been a bit of a weird one. Over time, it's switched back and forth. There was a time where Delhi just got to bully Marlians non-stop. But then the Pro Scouts meta hit, and Marlians started to win by just bulking mass military, like kind of just building raw infantry and never stopping. And since then, I think more Marlian players have been appreciating the value of that and sticking to it. So there is a way I think Mali can get a dub here. I'm not going to say it's like heavily favored to them or anything like that. But if you're able to just mass up spears and jabs, you can become a serious threat towards the Delhi. Meanwhile, for Lucifer, the cool thing is Gorge, a great map for forcing attention out of the base fast. Unfortunate details with these sacred sites being so close, it does mean that Jif could lean into an infantry formation and not feel bad about it, because sometimes when you play against Delhi, you have to go for speed because of the width of the map, right? If you're playing sacred site in the corners, for example, then you can't just rely on infantry to move everywhere. Dome of Faith going to be coming through, so nothing unusual there on the choice. Jif should be doing the same expected in the Mansa Quarry. A decent spawn for extra food, by the way. Up here, you could wall this in to just lock in some deer. Obviously, cannot go for the boar because that is not halal. And then south side, a lot of gold that could actually be walled in. The reason I'm talking about walling a lot is when you're up against Ghazi, they're going to try to raid these pit mine areas anyway. So if you have an area that's not too expensive to wall, it can often be worth it. All right, let's see. Have you guys learned your lesson from the last game? Our predictions less... Fitty. So if you guys did not catch game number 3 of this qualifying set, you should absolutely watch it. Jif deserves that type of respect on his name after that third game. He impressed me immensely with what he done. So yeah, I'm not surprised that people are like, hold on, actually I might have to reassess this. And Marlian is a very good pick at the moment. Like Marlian is, so the difference maker here is like Marlian is actually bannable in drafts. Delhi, not really. Definitely not like first, second, third pick ban. You need more bans in a draft. In fact, I believe that's what happened in this series. I think they split a ban, if I remember correctly. Just double checking it. Okay, or not. I seem to have... There we go. No, actually, Marlian wasn't banned. It was first pick, though. I just realized we're, I think, 20 seconds out from live, so we'll speed that up. Whew. Now it feels really hot in here. It's racked straight away, just hidden behind. You're up against Ghazi, so normally you have to go for this choice. Oh, sorry, no, stables, okay. So probably to upgrade the Warrior Scout, I guess, and get a second one out. The reason I was saying about racks and Donzos, though, is like if you're expecting Ghazi, you could technically build Sofa. They have been buffed in more recent times. The tricky part is that Sofa are not as quick as Ghazi, and Ghazi can be healed, right? So it might be that Jif does this as an opening play to raid, but I would be expecting Donzos at some point to try and hold against the pushing force. And there you go. Yeah, it's going to be the double scout play. The second scout comes in. The idea with this is usually if you're going to go for Warrior Scout, it's worth having a second scout anyway. And what was the sheep? Okay, 18 to 16. Jif only got a very slight edge. But guys, that's actually impressive. Delhi is meant to have the edge in this matchup on sheep gathering because they don't have to come home. Remember, you want to eat the berries at the start of Delhi because you get a better gathering rate there. Marlians don't have that privilege. They're a bit of a weird one. They're a civ that can't eat the pig, for example, but they don't get extra berry power. They do, however, get these luxurious cows in. This is starting to look like a naked rush. Oh, wow. No, is he going Pro Scouts? Or is this just a cheap defense? I think it's just a cheap defense. Guys, I think Jif is just trying to hold back the Ghazi and tech. Because he's already adding in 6 cow. Naked console? I thought he'd do the dance a little bit more. That's a bit wacky. Okay, and there's the Donzo. So he is going to litter in a few spears, but the idea of having a bunch of scouts isn't terrible conceptually, because so a few things here. Their base damage isn't atrocious for their cost. They're 90 food, but they have 7 base. They heal. That's an important thing to remember with these scouts. They actually heal. So we talked about how Ghazi can just slip into fights, slip out, and heal against Sofa. Against this, it balances out, is that both of us will kiss the boobies better. The difference is that Lucifer would idle something valuable, i.e. his tech speeds, to do so. Now, Warrior Scouts, they spring into action. It's going straight for the enemy scout. So just trying to deprive him of information to get a spear follow-up, I think. What's interesting is actually, like, keeping the scout alive allows the Ghazi to always be reachable because then he moves slower. Yeah, we'll just go for the strike in. Get the strike down. So all of a sudden, Lucifer kind of riding blind. Does end up clubbing the sheep as well. This is a food denial play? That's sick. He stops 4 sheep from coming home. Yeah, so Lucifer only has 9 sheep underneath his TC now. Dude, Jif is crazy. This guy... We need more of this, okay? I'm tired of, like, you know, we have our top 4, top 6 or whatever. And within that, you know, you could argue that 3 or 4 of them play is very similar kind of meta dynamic between each other. And the 2 others have some on the side. I want more crazy people. Give me the crazy people. I want monkey noises throwing feces at people. Jif music is our entertaining monkey right now, and I love the guy for it. Mass Warrior Scouts. The last time I saw someone try this was when Recon was dipping his toe back in the game. It's been a hot second. He's not stopping, by the way. He has stopped on the cows slightly. He's gone up to 7th now. So we're flitting up to 9. So the cool concept about this build, guys, the reason this is very intriguing and actually potentially very effective. Think about the gold. He's getting gold from Mansa and a pit mine, but he's not using gold on anything. He's using food. So he inherently gets cow for free over time. Flash coming in. Maybe a bit of an ambitious one, as he actually does get bogged down the spears on the side, but still good enough to push this away. And remember, yes, these Ghazi will heal up, but so will the scouts. Not just that, Donzos are better spearmen. He's forced his hand. Lucifer has had to transition now into archers. Now, this is usually where the Warrior Scout strategy starts to get a bit limp, because Warrior Scouts don't get bonus against archers until age 3. That's a problem. It means unless you now go to Javelins, you technically do not have a counter unit for archers. Like, you almost hit for the same amount an archer does. And yes, good eyeballs as well. They don't have ranged armor. Like, they don't have ranged armor. They have less base health than a horseman as well. They do cost less, yes, but still, this is a pretty awkward factor. It's not just the fact that you don't kill archers, you actually die to them quite quickly. Like, his entire comp right now says build archers and kill me. And considering Lucifer lost some of his sheep, food is a bit hard to come by. It's actually a good thing for him to be able to go towards archers, because that's the one thing he's safely gathered towards is all this wood. Yeah. Nice snipe. Just gets away with it. Spears are pushing out. Needs to be careful with his own scouts. We'll end up losing one. Still a good trade, though. 1 scout for 1 Ghazi is profitable. And now he adds in archers too. I love this. Because javelins are 50% more expensive. That also means he can't build more cow because he has to spend gold on javs. And then also, the other intriguing detail there is that the archers, they balance out against the enemy archers and counter the enemy spears. Whereas if you didn't build archers, you literally have no counterplay to spears. And of these units, like, spears is the more frightening burst for what you're doing right now, I think. So creative, man. So creative with a Civ that's become fairly linear in what they build at the moment. Ghazi sneaking. They actually found the right time. Jif is now building the pit mine. So that's going to be a bit of a womp-womp. And we do have sofas now. Interesting. So he's not going more than 10 cow. Like, the 10th one actually doesn't have a home, guys. Bessie would be a bit lonely. Lucifer pushing up the whole army. Looking for the sacred sites. Because, guys, remember, we're 11 minutes in. He hasn't really been able to get that sacred site control. So there's been no eco-inflation for him while Jif has been milking it. And you can see it in collected as well. Look at the difference. Over 2,000 ahead. The reason Delhi is still competitive, of course, being the fact that they have all these free technologies. Lucifer marching in the spears. Go straight for the pit mine. He's bringing everything. He's... Wait, no, I was about to say, go for both. Go for both or go for broke. So burns the first pit mine. Assaults towards the second. Good removal of gold value here. Especially important considering this was the point where GIF was starting to look at sofas. So you're pretty much just cutting them off at the knees here. Does force the wide defense. Meanwhile, Warrior Scouts go in. Villagers without textiles here. So Lucifer is going to be -1. Does get away with the rest. Circle into the tree line. And these ones aren't moving away, so another one's going to go down. Just kind of ignoring the spears right now. And the archers, whoa, good bait. Lucifer realized GIF wasn't looking, took advantage of it. Scouts on the north side looking for a third kill. Will be able to get it. Yep, runs back into it. Might even be able to make it a fifth. It's going to cost him more scouts, but, I mean, these are just trash units. This is good enough value. The concern is what happens next. Lucifer is still steering for direct engagement with a much larger force now. Yeah, do not be deceived, folks. This is not 13 minutes in and 10 plus scholars. Lucifer hasn't had the freebies of gold income to build scholars yet. Most of this, almost all of this, is raw army advantage. GIF, as he started to hesitate, as he started to think about it, more greed. Because we do have the fourth branch now. I mean, you know, I think Lucifer has played this so frustratingly well for GIF. Because you can't just attack. Lol. If Lucifer was winning, but it was the defensive fight, it's a different matter because then you can snake it. But here, multiple issues as well because, like, GIF, he doesn't have any sheep left. He doesn't have deer access, doesn't have pro scouts. He doesn't have the gold income to build cow to club and eat them. He's up Craps Creek without the paddle right now. And yeah, to make matters worse, 91 out of 80. He's losing housing and isn't replacing it. An insane game 3 from GIF, but beginning to feel like a bit of a fizzle out. Lucifer just too good at executing what feels like a mandatory Civ at pro play level. GIF. Almost 30 archers now. Lucifer's seen the count, continues to invest in Ghazi. Sacred sites are becoming his now. See a few sofa, but GIF, it's a bait and switch really. He can't afford more. All he can afford is archers. Pushback continues. Lucifer on the verge of qualifying for the EWC main event, where his brother is already in the lineup and waiting. Inevitability now, guys. A cool idea coming out of GIF, but ultimately falls apart. I think it was a bit panicky and a bit frustrating at first, but Lucifer's reactions were on point. And it wasn't an overreaction necessarily. He's very tempered in his response, because I think that's where you can lose against this Warrior Scout strat, is when you rush to solve it. But now, 15 minutes in, you can consider it solved. O7's in chat for GIF. He'll have to come at this again tomorrow. GG! So 3-1 qualify for Lucifer. I think the expected outcome for sure. I think a lot of people are probably impressed by the game that GIF was able to nab. Props to him for that, actually. So let's have a look. Just checking which ones are still going on. I don't think some of them are being live updated, which is annoying. Corvinus already qualified, but he 3-0'd Voldemar. So that was clean. Numenon versus Creator. Do you guys want that one? So there's Numenon versus Creator, Beastie versus Mahodo, and Myriad versus Scatterbrained. Which one do you guys want? I think I'm chill with any. You guys want Beastie Mahodo? All right, we'll be coming in mid-series on that one for sure. I got Beastie added. Okay, he's called himself Stockholm 2K rating. And of course he's private. Mahodo is at least not private. That's good. I'm just seeing how many games they are in so we can set the score up. Okay, so they're on game number 3. Beastie 2-0 up. Give me a sec, we'll hop in. I just need to get the scores aligned correctly. One sec. Scat Myriad. Yeah, we'll see how time goes. Maybe we hop into that afterwards. All right. In we go. Beastie versus Mahodo for a qualifying seat in the EWC main event. 2-0 up already for Beastie as well. Waste no time at all. We head into Phrygian Marshes where Mahodo is making his last stand. Interesting matchup as well. Iabids versus HRE. This was the crowning game at Red Bull Wallow Londinium, where the Iabids took it off of Marine Lord's beautifully executed mass desert raider strat. Are we going to get something similar here? Or is HRE going to cook a different way? Beastie has already gone for the dock opening. It is going to be mirrored by Mahodo. So both of them just fishing it up. We're going to use the 2x speed just to catch up to the Dark Age into Feudal, because opening-wise, you can see everything you need to. This is just a build order for fishing. Remember, Phrygian Marshes is this vibrant map that has all this extra food available. Actually, a ridiculous lump sum. Because you get, 7 ponds, and it's 1,800 food in each of those, which maths out to be, is it 12,500? I think it's 12,500 food. It's a lot. 12,600 to be specific. So there's an insane amount of food here. If you compare that to what you usually get on land, so like on land, you'd usually get, let's say 20 sheep. 20 sheep would be 4,000 food. So that's why the fishing is so invaluable. It's why it's able to end games on this map. And it's actually why, at the moment, most Civ picks revolve around this idea of how do I cavalry and how do I deny the ponds. Both of these Civs very much capable of that. Of course, with Iabids, it's things like Desert Raiders. Later on, you think about things like Knights. For HRE, Minework gives you a really powerful timing into all Pikes builds, where you go for Spearmen and Horsemen to just surge across the map and deny all these docks. We'll see if he wants to go for that. Mahodo will be first to blink on a tech up. In the Marine Lord game, he did go for the reinforcement wing to get that tempo. I think part of the idea was the idea that you might be able to ram as well, but I prefer this. Mahodo has gone loggy, so he'll be getting his hands on healing. Beastie takes a different approach. This is looking like maybe an Archon build. I say that you can Minework or Archon off of what he's doing here, but it's the more greedy approach. It almost has me convinced that he wants to do like a fast tech switch. He even has too many people on gold, actually. So he's leaving 3 there on the gold. It's an Archon, yep. The moment you see him running for the tree line, it's pretty obvious at that point, right? So Archon Chapel coming online. We are going to get a greedy boy approach, while Mahodo has the potential to go for an aggressive one. Scout does sniff out all the dock plays, so we'll see that it's quad docked. Mahodo, a little bit slower in his timing, is now going for the third. Could Mahodo just tech? If he wanted to, it does in some ways feel like he's behind on the timing. Because if you tech quick enough, you can just vacuum up all the relics. Remember, you're in a religious matchup here. It's all about who can get more relics once you hit that castle timing. Instead, we are going to see the stables investment. So the question now is Desert Raider or Horseman? You could probably get away with Horseman here because your opponent doesn't have mine work. His ponies aren't as threatening. Okay, no, just goes to the DR. So I guess he's just looking for harass. Because the first Desert Raider can poke in here and just get healed non-stop. But if you're thinking docks, then the logic is that, you know, Horseman, it gives you the same burn power for 33% less cost. Or 50% less cost. So if you're looking for that bulk value to burn down docks, Horseman is usually your prerogative. The reason why sometimes you want a Desert Raider is for the Camelanese, but remember, he has got Dervish, so he doesn't need Camelanese. He already has it. Dude, he's just doing the raw DR strat. I do in some ways kind of prefer this approach from Beastie, though. Just being the most gluttonous pig imaginable in the swamp. Because you can just outbulk your opponent. And we saw even from Reinlord, Master Micro that he is, he had kind of trouble at times keeping his distance from HRE spears because they're so fast. When they charge at you, they're basically as quick as you are. So start stepping away, not as feasible as you think. Look at them, 1.72 movement speed. Mahodo. Extra dock coming out. That's going to be the 5th. You see Beastie's already up to 5th, 6th, soon to be 7th. Yahin just juicing him up for this as well. It's allowing him to go for an Archer transition. Love this solution. Yeah, this is so much better of a position for HRE than last time we saw them in that grand final. Because mass archers can snipe not only the Desert Raiders, but the healing. Which means now Mahodo has a tricky predicament. He can't really bring his healers to the fight. Top bone just going to begin. Spear's quick to react. Horseman switch up is coming. It doesn't feel like Mahodo has an answer to Beastie's comp yet, does it? Spear Archers still deals with this quite well, I'd say. Also, the other thing you have to remember is to slot in that Blacksmith at some point. It's very easy for IB players to forget about this, but with Mass Archers coming, you know Beastie's forcing that timing. In fact, he already has Steeled Arrow on the way, so +1 range coming through soon. Are Desert Raiders the coolest looking camel in the game? Yes or no? I do find their little hats adorable. Or is everyone a Cambulance fan? I want to be like, yeah, Cambulance is really cool, but like the bed things just, I kind of get what they're going for, but it also looks a bit goofy. Because the idea is meant to be, oh, you're injured, so we'll put you on this bed to take you to hospital sort of thing, right? Like, this is literally an ambulance in the Dark Age. Oof. Mahodo might need an ambulance for himself. He's finally trying to solve the Spearman. Archer's queued up. But you are significantly worse off in economy than HRE is for this strat. Say that, Beastie has edged his lumber camp out of range here. So half of his woodworkers, actually more, aren't being buffed anymore. All right, yeah, not such a chunky economy anymore. Desert Raider's best once imp. Kind of a sucker for the camel riders when in Castle Age, you know. You thought the Dervish would work like Company Heroes medics, where they grab the guys and then revive them at 10. That'd probably be a lot more balanced in a weird way. There used to be a game like that. I actually love that game. It was Act of War. So Active War is made by the people that went on to make things like Ruse, and I forgot the name of the other series, really popular one actually, RTS series, where it's like, you know, realistic battlefield and you deploy tanks and you have this full zoom. I'm not really describing it very well. If I just search Eugene Systems, it'll come up. But yeah, basically the way it worked is that your medevac helicopter could come over and pick up injured troops and take them back. And then you could kind of like replenish them to a new unit. War Game was the one I was thinking of. War Game, Steel Division, Warno. They made a bunch of games. Push in now. BC, I think the only thing that's missing here is just resolving the docks now. He's in such a strong position. Undermesh coming in. He's always ahead on these blacksmith techs. Because now you're in a like weird state where you're just going to bulk archers. I don't understand Mahodo's food numbers, actually. Is he out of food in his base? He must be. No, he's got 12 sheep. But his food income is abysmal. Something isn't adding up here. Beastie now just going for the dive. Villagers idled up inside there. Snipes down the Desert Raiders. Easy peas. Villagers try to go for the repair, but the archers are already sniping onto them. And that outpost is gone. Those villagers are toast. And Beastie about to have a very healthy lead in this decisive game. It's looking like a very clean series for him, in fact. Yeah, just retreat now. You could technically just go castle. It's not the worst idea here. Your opponent's a little bit bent over a barrel. The alternative is you could try to just now move the spears down towards the docks. Might actually be more value than just hanging around here. But I think if the goal is to go castle, it might be better simply to camp the gold. Logic being, I go castle, but you will not be able to. The converging with the greatest fish. All right, interesting one. Desert Raiders just kind of getting destroyed. I like this, though. You want to deal with the archers first, because the Desert Raiders just aren't doing much at this point. But their ranged attack is a little bit harder than the archers, sure. But if you get rid of these guys, the spears just ape them. Men at arms as well from Beastie. And we do have the rams now. Yeah, because Mahodo doesn't have a threat for rams anymore. He's got 5 horsemen left over. That's the only thing that can snipe. Nice little dive in here, Beastie. I love the fact he just slips in a second group to deny the gold. And the rest of the army can't react, so it's going to be minus more workers. Few spearmen to chase away the ponies that remain. Now, I mean, technically you can just trade with archers and have a spear build up the ram if you want. One thing that BC wants to be a little bit careful of, I said there's 12,500 food on this map for his side alone, but it's not eternal. It will run out. It has tapped through a lot so far. That is what can force a tap out. Burgrave on the way. It's the men-at-arms rush. The boogeyman lingers. And not just that, folks. He already has the farm transition underway. I'm struggling to see a way in which Mahodo isn't dead in the next 2 to 3 minutes. This is really hard now. Beastie just navigated this perfectly, kept the pressure up. Mahodo, like, in a map that is really dictated by pressure, Mahodo hasn't actually been able to formulate a single pressure point. The closest was 5 horsemen down here denying a gold, which is great. But in return, losing control of your gold, losing multiple workers, doesn't really compare. A few horsemen on the back to be a nuisance, but Shivs will come out for that happily. Veterancy for archers already queued, and now the march forward. Men-at-arms already being queued as well. And we're 2 minutes away from Desert Raiders appearing against 40 archers as well. Doesn't inspire confidence, but there wasn't really a better option here. Growth isn't going to help you. You need all hands on deck. Maybe the one alternate play that could have made sense is Master Smiths to give you production rate as well as extra firepower. And resistance, actually. Like having a +2 armor and +2 damage. Instead, though, 1.5 minutes away still. Golden Age 3 just ticking in, but that one's just going to be a production speed booster. Could he go Knights? It's already 11 men at arms is the problem. Ranged Armor 2 just completed. And the dive can now commence. Fortification is going to be too late. Tower down. Villagers try for repair. It's just not going to work. And now the MAA are in. The mixed martial arts session can begin. They'll kick, punch, and fight their way to victory. Mahodo, a valiant effort through the qualifiers, but he'll have to come at it in the second one because Beastie wasted no time whatsoever. Gigi. Final last series of the day. Oh, we could maybe check in on another. I think now there's Sky versus Myriad running, and then there's also Creator versus Numadon. Both 1-0 currently. So Numadon Creator has Creator leading 1-0. And then Myriad Scatter has Scatter leading 1-0. Let me choose outcome. Oh, whoops, I've got to end for the Lucifer one. I'll give you guys 2 minutes to make your choice. So it says Creator versus Numadon, which Creator is 1-0 up in, by the way. Gasp. And Myriad versus Scatter, where Scatter... Did I say Myriad is 1-0 up? No, Scatter's 1-0 up. All right, polls up. You guys choose. I love this song, by the way. Dude, is there anything... Is there ever such a thing as an L when it comes to the Claire Obscure Expedition 33 soundtrack? I don't think so. I think it's just all wins. Yeah, Nasu, a.k.a. Krader, is going up against Numadon. He's currently leading against Numadon, by the way. Which, for a lot of people, is probably like a, wait, what? Huh? He's doing what now? So we've got 3 votes for Myriad Scatterbrained, 1 for Creator Numadon. You've got a minute left on the clock. Make what you want known. Corners vs. Voldemort already casted? We didn't cast it, but I think it is already casted and it's already finished. Do IB camels have a collision box issue? What, you mean where they no-clip for each other? I mean, that's like everything in the game, I think, at this stage, should be fair to say. That's not exclusive to them. We only got 4 votes on the polls, which is weird, because I feel like there's been more people saying what they want in chat, just not using the polls. The poll bug out? I'm not sure. All right, Myriad Scatter has it 4-1. I think this is game 2, right? And I said Scatters is leading. The most democratic Twitch channel? Nah, dude, I just have like a bunch of bots signed in and I'm just voting on what I want. By democratic vote, this series has been chosen. One and all, welcome back to the channel. I'm going to flip that around. The score is as follows. Scatterbrain currently leading in this qualifying set for EWC up against Myriad. Myriad, who has joined Volta Esports. At this point, I'm expecting Volta Esports to basically pick up everyone, including the Milkman. I mean, I don't even know how many people are on that roster right now. either it's a happy place to be, or like they've got like a Norwegian Monopoly man. But either way, they have a ridiculously large roster of Age of Empires 4 creators and players. This one, interesting though. The 3D Scatterclan member, Scatterbrain has always kind of been on that verge. He's not quite in the B territory, but you can kind of feel an inevitability of like him as a mini B. The way he plays, the way he strategizes, he's been improving, and it has been impressive to watch. And no surprise to see him lead this series. Myriad, a very talented player, but I think Scatterbrain just a little bit ahead. Back when we had our weeklies, rest in peace of those, he was consistently making deeper runs than Myriad was able to. Right? Like, you know, on average, I think he was getting a bracket deeper because he even made an appearance in, I think, 2 or 3 of the grand finals of our weeklies. So really impressive performance by Scatterbrain, holistically. Jean versus Byzantines, though. Bit of a funky one. Coastal Cliffs as well, of all maps. And Myriad, of course, is going to go straight out into the stone. There's some matchups where this feels like hell, but the nice thing is up against Jean, you're not going to get rushed early on. We have already seen some Dark Age spear rushes by Jean today, but those are usually against civs such as the Malians. You don't really think about them here. We're just going to use the 2x to catch up a little bit towards live. Do we have predictions up? I don't think we do. Let's go ahead. Game 2. Scatter, Myriad. You guys can predict to your heart's content. I think Byzantines can be pretty cozy here. You just kind of tend to scale Limitane, and you're gradually looking for that castle timing. I would expect Scatterbrain to be leaning towards Pro Scouts. Would be cool to just see him play Pocket Economy and push across, though. Where are all your mods? I don't know. They abandoned ship. They're all Age of Empires 3 gamers now, or something. I don't know. I haven't seen them in 7 years. So School of Cavalry, Grand Winery. Look at the berry placement. All back berries, man. It's wide, but also in some ways cozy. This one especially, you kind of wall this off later on. This might be the danger point, but you already have reason to set up an outpost here because you're stone spawned here. Scatterbrained. I don't think this is Pro Scout. No, he already has the knight, second knight coming. This is just unbridled aggression. I dig it, man. I actually think I kind of prefer this versus Pro Scouts. Because PS slows you down in a way, and it means the Limitonic can then react to you. Technically, you could get away with being that greedy simply because Jean is a threat that people don't want to deal with. And there's that Ratch we were mentioning. Myriad has got enough stone incoming to get tier 3. Actually, we'll be able to get towards tier 4 because remember, when he builds any structure of Byzantines, you also get a little bit of stone as a rebate. So that will push him towards that tier 4, which is going to give him a nice plump increase in income. Really important to have that as well because Jean does have those discounts on production costs of things like knights. So you need the better income to contest it. Jean just going to get a little bit of XP left over by building a mill. Was this the... I don't know. Is this... I'm trying to feel whether this is your normal time. This is not, right? Because when he was teching, I believe he may have prioritized Jean towards getting gold or something. What was it missing? Maybe it's the fact that he went for a mill instead of a house. Because he had a villager building it here when he could have had John building that. But you'll eventually use this mill, is the logic, right? No rally on John just yet, which is surprising. Usually you want to get her across there early because early on your opponent doesn't have anything to kill you with. Outpost coming up. Akratoy defense is good. And the knight will be found wanting. Gets sniped low. Not quite enough to finish him off, though. And it is turning into a leaky aqueduct. It seems to still be leaking. You just can't see it anymore. Yeah, so good starvation. That system's not easily rebuildable. Not until you've got enough Limitane in place. The funny thing is, if Jean was running there the whole time, you could actually block this out even longer. And the frustration for Myriad has to be the fact that he used Akratoy, still ended up losing a worker despite that. Still had to build an outpost despite that. There's a lot of big negatives in there for him. Scatterbrain sees, okay, timing's not really there to now approach with Jean. Instead, he's going to fall back for the board just to inflate XP. I wonder if he goes early into archers. Oh, answers itself. So archer production now on the way. Actually cancels it temporarily. What else does he want? He's got 250 wood. What is he up to? Okay, it'll be a ball pull. What are we missing here? I'm trying to think why you'd want 250 wood. Unless it was an accidental cancel. I think it might have been, actually. Like, he's flowing a lot of resources. Fast tech wouldn't make a great deal of sense here. And we do have Javelin contract. Myriad now going to have the anti-range units. Love the ball pull, though. We talked about this idea that you should be the dominant factor out on the map. You should be the boogeyman. So you shouldn't shy away from the idea that you can flex that and be wherever you want to. Because especially with the comp Myriad has, he's saying, I want to win a direct fight, not I want to sneak in. It's not like when you go up against French and they build 2 knights and go down the sides. Even creeping to the deer now. Bulls? Could he actually could force this, right? It's 5 Limitane. Yeah, he gets the charge. No brace. Nicely played. Ends up losing the scout, but the wall, it doesn't look like it can be quick enough. Great micro there. Scatter goes in for the kill. So going to be a minus worker there. He's got more Limitane coming, but he's leading with the healthy knights. Even gets the snipe. Can we just be real here? Myriad is actually lucky he ran away. 3 Limitane and 3 full HP knights. He could have kept pushing. In fact, I think he's going to. Hold on. This is a good moment. Jean, turning up. The wall not going to be built in time. The opening's still there. And Jean now giving chase. Need to be careful of those workers. Does pull them away. I tell you what, Myriad is fortunate he got rid of that scout when he did. If that scout had been alive on the dive, the first dive, these villagers would be toppled and dead. So -2 workers now. Has reconnected the northern system at least. So pads himself with eco there. But this is indeed castle. Scatterbrain is crazy, man. Who would think to just go castle against Byzantines like this? Is he gonna men at arms? Wait. Guys, he could MAA this. He could like racks here and push men at arms. So there's the guild hall. This guy's crazy. Because he's not queuing knight still, guys. So it's something else. Okay, no, there you go. Okay, finally, yeah. So he has one queued up. It has an influx extra gold. That's fine because he wants veterancies. He has double archery, no extra stables. I think he has enough food for men at arms. He's got deer up here, boar over here, and then back deer. Plus berries. He's actually got a lot of food. I think the problem is the timing. Like, Byzantines, they can actually skirt into castle quite quickly. So he's probably a little bit paranoid. If he goes men at arms, Byzantines go cataphracts. And then you lose the game based on your cavalry loss. So instead, he's just going to be a little bit more natural about it. Archers plus knights. Doesn't want to be a freak. There's still a really good timing here, by the way. If his positioning is right, he could get a dive in very fast. Because the veterancy for knights only takes 30 seconds. Does need to get the gold, though. There we go, skewed up. Seriously, 1 stables is... Like, am I the one who thinks that's a bit crazy? But then again, when do you see Jean fast castle like this? It's just... It feels very organic and expected to see 2 stables on this sim. By now. Now the night dive. Veterancy on the way. Limitane were far out of the base. Good idle time achieved there. We'll sneak out the other side. Holds the second wave back. Archers aren't revealing themselves just yet. Scatter's very defensive, actually, but I love this. It's so early in the game, but now, remember, you basically have a priest to get you gold. Sacred Site's getting locked in. And because Myriad is teching, he doesn't want to contest this. So you end up just getting gold for free. Remember those Sacred Sites, they deliver the cheddar. There's going to be 100 gold per minute. Damn impressive. Golden Horn Tower now on the way, but this is not your Giga Tower like we normally see. This is not level 5 system yet. So you haven't got that crazy timing on Mercenary Pump. Has got the gold necessary to vet both by the time he techs. Needs to guard here, though. Can't get pushed off of this at all, because the veterancies aren't exactly the cheapest. 250 gold for the Limitane, and then, of course, the Merc contract now 125. Needs 375 gold total. More if he wants to add in Cataphract, Rangium, whatever. Cataphract, I wouldn't mind seeing 1 or 2. Just gives you that layering to make it harder for the archers to target down Limitane. It's overflowing food, so men-at-arms wouldn't be bad. The timing is too late now, though, right? Like, in hindsight, there was maybe an opportunity, but now it feels like it's gone. Just 1 cistern shy? Yeah, but this one, I don't know what happened here. Wait, was this connected? I don't think this was even originally connected, right, chat? Did someone do a double check on me? I don't think it was. Maybe something happened where it bugged out when he was trying to connect. Good to know on the berries. Drop a house instead of a cistern? Maybe? I think these cisterns would be... This would be too close for another one, right? Maybe he fingered house instead there when he went and then went to click and connect. Something definitely went wrong here. And it's the type of thing... Like, we're looking at it right now, and it's very obvious. You know? Like, that doesn't look right. But in the moment as a player, you're just glazing over the base. You're like, doop, boop, boop, boop. Like, you're going hyper mode, moving around. Mirrored is that type of player. He's very high APM. So he's over here. He's like, click, 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 and checking the other thing, click, 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 click. He's not noticing at all. There we go. He finally clocks it. So we have got the connect now coming through. Because he had the stone for a while for this. I think the other possibility is he was planning to do it, and then the raid came in, and it threw him off his rhythm. And Knights, they shot me still connected. Come on. No! And he broke the other cisterns because he's created a blueprint. They're now de-leveled because this isn't built yet. So this area like can't get buffed even when he comes back unless he completes it. This one's now down to tier 2. It's unraveling, man. Like, how is this clunky blueprint behavior still not been fixed? Basically, because this shows as a blueprint, it acts like this isn't attached anymore. I hope he notices soon. It's such an easy error to make or to have forced. Arbitrary now coming, by the way. Chivalry finally queued as well. We're also getting pretty close to level 3 Jean. 100 XP away. Double Sacred Sight also going to eventually become a bit of a burden to Myriad and force him here because we're down to 7.5 minutes now. Please build it. There's so many people here. It's almost half of his economy on this screen, guys. There we go. It's coming in now. Thank God. So, buff up there. It's going to be like an extra, what, 12%? Boom. So, level 4 cistern has been achieved. That also, by the way, was crippling his production rate. Because remember, this was a level 1 cistern on the Golden Horn Tower. But we got there. Problem is, Scatterbrain is getting big. He's getting scary. 70 XP away. We also have Monk play from both players. State of affairs there is going to be soon 2 relics for Scatter. That looks like a third 4. I think this is... Oh my God, this is a 4 relic game. I don't think you can straight up fight Scattered right now. No. I'm going to say something crazy and you spit in my face and say I'm an idiot for it. You ready, chat? You ready? What if we actually just dropped Raxes and actually built champions? Like, you wanted some consecrations, yes, but it's not that crazy of an idea. Myriad's building into camels, or getting rolls of them. That's low base damage anyway. Javelin's not going to hurt those men-at-arms champions much. And then you kill Limitane fast. Might not even get to that point. This is a butchering. Pushes in. Melee Jean ready to get juiced up. Gets the Divine Restoration. And brings the hammer down. No anvil needed. This is just brute force him through. Scatterbrained is looking to speedrun through this deciding set. Fast's Castle Jean against Byzantines. Scattered cooks, man. That's pretty cool. Myriad used to be good, man. Like, I wouldn't say put this on Myriad being bad. Put the other shoe on. This is Scatterbrain being good. That was really good execution. Because, like, the thing is, like, you're seeing the mistakes, and we're highlight. It looks like, oh, he hasn't connected that, whatever. But as we said in the moment, there's a lot going on, and his attention is being dragged left, right, and center. So it's very easy to not notice such a small, almost irrelevant, fragmented detail in that. Scat has been pretty solid lately. Yeah. Like, we've had him in grand finals of our weeklies before. Yeah. So, pretty good. So, let's have a look at things. Let's give prediction. 100% votes went to Myriad winning that, by the way. Lamau! I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about it when we get in game, okay? Byzantine not so strong here. Depends on the matchup. But it is tricky with the way stone works in those areas as well. Yeah, AoE4 back on the menu. I think we might stream some Pragmata. Is it next week it comes out? 17th. We might do some Pragmata on Friday next week, actually. And then we've got this tournament next weekend, which we'll cover. So this will be your place to be. Oh, mate, there's a Gold Fever game. Alaska Gold Fever. We could be playing... I'm pretty sure that's just like a gold mining simulator. Lamau. I was going to be extra wacky and start streaming some Deadlock as well. But then I'm like... I don't know if I'm a very positive person about Deadlock at the moment. I mean, I think the game has the potential. But the meta I've been playing is... I'm annoyed because all the heroes I used to love playing aren't very meta right now. Bebop tastes like sadness. That's the guy that hooks people and pulls them in. What's up, Swaggy? How's it going, buddy? Oh, sorry. Should have the music on. I see you back casting AO4. Yeah. I mean, I missed the game, right? My reasons for, like, feeling like I had to leave weren't related to me hating the game. Although I think the meta is... Parts of the meta are a bit stale right now. But yeah, now my focus is on trying to find a way forward to build on something bigger by the end of the year. Just got to figure that out. Actually, I find this matchup quite funny. I'll explain why. One and all, we've got a comical matchup for you. You've got good Abbasid versus where is the economical advantage of doing this, Abbasids? That's right, Black Flag Abbasids going up against the Golden Horde in a deciding game to qualify into the EWC main event. Myriad with the Golden Horde up against Scatterbrain's Abbasids. And these guys are regularly dubbed the Abbasids, but I think if there's anything we learned from recently on LAN from the Canadians is that maybe this Civ is not as trash as people make it out to be. Especially in this matchup. I actually quite like them against Golden Horde. Yeah. I mean, what's not to like? Keshik Toragud is going to struggle against mass spears. If you go mass archers, Abbasids are great at doing mass archers, and they are even better if it pulls into Castle Age because of the composable text. But even off of Feudal alone, you know, if you force an infantry focus on both sides, Boot Camp is Though she is, it's 15% more health on all infantry. What's not to love about that? And Scatterbrained in his current form is kind of undeniable. He just blew us away with a swift destruction of the Byzantines in game number 2. Let's see if he can complete the clean sweep. I mean, he's already been prepping with a scary boogeyman in the main event for these type of situations, for this draft, this map situation, right? For those who don't know, this is the Epoher's World Cup. You've got Vortex, Anatam, Marine Lord, Wham, Poppy Paw B, all waiting B of most import there. Definitely the regular scrim partner of Scatterbrained. And although he plays second fiddle there a lot, I think it's fair to say that Scatterbrained is coming into him more and more as a more balanced opponent. While B still has the edge there, you can feel every time you've watched them, it gets closer. Myriad. I assume we're going to be getting Khan and Torgud, even though you are up against the potential for mass spears, because the alternative is we don't talk about it. Kind of just shows you how good the ABBA are for these timings, though, right? Because like now we're going to enter this race of teching, and Khan and Torgud takes 1 minute and 45. This takes 1 minute and 40. He's already ahead of him on reaching feudal, and there's no Dark Age pressure that can come out from Myriad. What is interesting is what Scatterbrain is doing here. This is not a military wing build. There will be no boot camp. There is only greed in the 21st century. Eco wing coming out from Scatter. I guess a pretty good spawn for it if you can get wide. Deer, berries down here, gold, kind of crazy. He hasn't switched on the stone just yet, though. He's moving across now. I assume this is going to be less greedy, like a TC placement maybe towards the tree line or the gold. You could probably hug and get it here and then push the deer in. Out here, as good as it is, sounds a bit too greedy. Eco Wing 2TC is kind of the new meta. I don't think the other games we had at Wallow, I don't think they'd done 2TC, right? I think those games, they went for 1TC pressure builds. But I could see realms in which Eco Wing 2TC slips back in. Especially in this matchup, because, you know, you're not up against the best cavalry in the game. Torgud are really tanky and can be annoying, but they aren't as scary as, say, French Knights, for example. Same with Keshiks. Nice play by Myriad. Did he scout this yet? No, he just blind punted out into deer before he saw. Sheep game was even, 14-13, so it wasn't an urgency for no food left that forced him out here. But he's going to see it's the right call. Fertile Crescent already queued. Stone being gathered up. Is there a world in which he goes free TC? Because technically from this position, a town center drop here blocks a route in, gives you vision, and then the third one can go down this area. It feels a little bit greedy. But the way he's layering, not impossible. He's almost got what he needs. Remember, Fertile Crescent gives you a hefty discount there. Boom. Only needs 50 more stone. It's keeping the people on wood, right? Yeah, just drag the trees, though. I think this is looking like 2TC, maybe? No, he's hanging around. He's hanging around. He's going for it. The reason I thought maybe 2TC is the way that he hadn't set up a lumber camp yet. But he can just build that TC here. Oh, he's going far south. He is going to go for it. Yeah. Myriad's Batu Khan should be on the way, but I think he only just spawned. Yeah, he's not... I don't think he's quick enough. Not if he does that, no. Whoa, okay. So, if he beelined it, there is a world in which he reaches that target in time. Now? Not so convinced. But it looks like it is 2TC, by the way. He stopped gathering the stone now, so maybe a little bit of an overgather. It's also possible he wanted to add in an outpost somewhere and get it fortified. I agree with this, though, because I think you could technically have stayed out in the stone and went for a third TC here, but the speed at which you gather the stone would leave you vulnerable to this Batu Khan. Because you'd have to shift your people around. Like, some of the stone workers from up there would come to build this TC as well, which is ages away. Khan is going to slip in. Oh, interesting, he walks it back. It drags a bit of time, buys a bit of time. Doesn't seek shelter, but Khan gets the kill, gets away. Okay, what now, though? We've got double Torgud in the field. And he's following up archers. Presumably, Mirad's going to be looking for a strike point here with rams after he builds up his archers. For Scatterbrained, he's just got access to a lot of food. He has got fresh foodstuffs, so saving a lot of food on the 2TC build. Horseman is not the craziest idea. He's going to kick off with archers, though. Interesting. I think if Scatter just wants to play fully defensive, the archers do have a sense about them. But if he's hoping to counter push, I mean, Horseman would just jackpot this, right? Like, you got villagers out here. I think he's got one too many. And then I would assume, in most cases, Golden Horde players are going to go archers. I feel like if you had to list the most built units for Golden Horde, it has to be Tortugud and Archer, right? He's going to steer around. Doesn't look like there's much for him to go after, though. What's this guy up to here? Because he's got one on stone. There we go. He's going for the outpost. I love this. This is the vulnerable point. He needs to connect his base. He could go for double arrow slits, which would be annoying for mass archers. Even just fortifications here I like the idea of, because you're going to be having a lot of surplus workers on the second TC. Meaning you're going to have a lot of villages that are not safe. We've done predictions, right? Oh no, we've got to do predictions. Whoops. Yep. Where are my mods these days? Having a life doing things on the weekend? What the hell? How dare they? Okay, if Scott is gonna do what I think he's doing, a blacksmith would be nice, but he needs to find gold is the problem for that. Because like if you're just raw archering and your opponent has Tortugud and archers, all he needs is Undermesh. And then you put your scuba gear on. Do you have early stockyards just to make sure Mira doesn't have to expose his eco? And there is going to be a spear defense. Okay. So we're getting the full infantry comp. It's just weird in some ways, right? Because this would have been perfect for military boot camp. But remember, the trade-off is if he had gone for boot camp, he never would have gotten this town center drop. Never would have happened. He could have went 2TC, but he would have been so much later here that the Khan would have denied. Weird. Even adding in Keshiks, actually. Wait, did he scout? He definitely scouted the racks now. Because the thing is, like, when you see racks, the Keshiks just kind of feel a little bit doomed. There is a window here, though. Like, we're not at the point where the TC has fully paid off. Scatter is flowing so much food. I feel like he's doing that castle thing again. It's weird. He is. Oh my god, he is. Again. Bruh. Scatterbrain's whole shtick right now just seems to be fast castle builds in weird situations. We had it with the Jean game. We're about to get it again with the Abbasids. Still, camels are great here. He'll get 2 camels upon completing tech up, which denies the Tortugud entirely. It's just such a weird way to go about it. Like, different way, right? Like, there's a lot of players that are of the method of, yes, you gather this much food and this much gold per minute to get that optimal timing. Whereas Scattered is taking a different approach, which I don't disagree with here. And that approach is, I can access this resource right now, so I'm going to just gobble it up. I'm going to be carnivorous. Oh, what's that? You're not harassing my gold anymore? Now I am just going to be a leech upon gold. Same's happening with wood now. 33 on the trees. Walking time was... Yeah, I think that's like the one thing that hurts me is like he doesn't have wheelbarrow for what he's been doing here. Like people, like the Mio Micah type style where you go one resource, whatever, right? If you have a wheelbarrow, you can kind of justify it. Without wheelbarrow, it's a really slow process. And Scatter is actually now reinvesting. Dude, is this a crazy miss macro? I think this is more that he had an idea that he was developing and then he got forced away from it. Because in the end, that gold that looked like it was for castle is going on to every tech imaginable. Which is fair. Like, when you... I think the thing you have to remember is we have God vision. From Scatter's perspective, he's seeing this most of the time. So when he sees that entire army roll up, he's like, hold up. I think for him, there might have been a suspicion that Myriad was going for castle too. Or prepping for it anyway. And you need to be careful of that, because if you're late to that party, Relic Uvus can be giga strong. Same light, going for the armor with the Golden Horde, this one over here, just getting the Muscovy Yasak, is game winning when you consider that Scatter's entire defense up to that point was arrows. Alright, so what's coming up? It's a full fixation on the second TC. You start to get that feeling this game will be won and lost on this screen here. You think he's going to lose the second TC? It's possible. Do we have no siege engineering yet? Because remember, this has fire armor, so just trying to raw burn it is a bit difficult. Outpost makes it difficult too. Unlemesh is coming though. Scattered. What? Wake, wakey, wakey. Finally realizes it. Villagers get caught in the sea shelter. Good dive point. Counteroffensive ain't gonna matter for squat here. Myriad has a fat stack of archers and looking to swing it around like the biggest boy in the room. And what a beautiful transition. Muscovy Yasak now on the way. Does not add in an extra soul at all. He has 15 heavy cav that are about to get buffed into Giga Chad status for a renewed dive. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain is not there yet. He's transitioning farms. And to make matters worse, Myriad sees it. He knows it. Scatter, he needs to start his own tech soon. He reinvests. More spears. Good to know on the racks. I think this is the tricky thing as well. Scatterbrain's placement on the House of Wisdom makes it impossible to hide what he's doing. So in hindsight for him, if his House of Wisdom had been back here, he can tech and not necessarily be seen straight away. This is a giant alarm bell. It tells Myriad the moment you've invested 1,800 resources into aging, and you have no way of hiding that info. You've volunteered it. It's a problem. That's why Scatterbrain must keep investing in army. And what worries me even more so is he has to keep investing into archers. Archers that are about to tickle in T-minus 30 seconds. Nice raid attempt with limited forces, but Scatter's not going to get it done. Myriad. He needs to bait this a little bit longer. 10 seconds away. You don't want to sack your Tortugud. They instantly get upgraded. Scatter's trying to force it, though. It's going to be a hard commit. It's turning against him. Scatter needs to leave. And there's the juicer on the damage. Tech up completes. Veteran Tortugud immediately in. With 300 HP and 7 ranged armor. There is little that should stop a dive here. Myriad waits, though. Why? What is the concern? I think he's trying to give Scatter the room to hit the tech button. Because the moment he hits a tech, there's nothing left to build an army. Meanwhile, what happens? Well, you prep vet tech. So even if your opponent starts teching, you will always be ahead. Here we go. Moves in again. Still no capacity for ram building here. 7 worker lead for Scattered. Remember, this was an eco-wing build. He rushed that second town center. And yet he only finds himself 7, 8 ahead. Been feeling the pain of losses for sure. March to the north side. Scatter. He sees it late. Formation shuffle to get away, though. However, there's a charge. And he is going to connect. Tortugud, Keshik, get in. No textiles either. Scatterbrain. No, 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 no. The workers can't get away. I think that's 3. 3, 4 go down. 4 go down. Scatter's still being kept in check. 50 seconds out. Veterancy for archers is now there. This army, next to impossible to fight. Scatterbrain needs time. Villagers once again running. Second wave coming in. Scatter will try to connect with that instead. The wall buys vital time here. Scattered. Needs to be careful. Those new spearmen, those fresh spearmen, can get dented pretty hard. But luckily for him, Mirad is doing something. All right. We have got a sandwich opportunity, but it's not a very strong sandwich. It's like when you've got one big fat slice of bread left, and then you've got the end of the bread, and you're like, I'll make a sandwich out of that. And it just doesn't seem right. That's the state of his army. So instead, he turns it into a giant piece of bread that he just slavers hummus on to eat. Camels come out. Camels goodbye. Yeesh. No debuff. Because that guy turns up, he's dead. That guy's the person who has like an immune disease where if any air touches him, he's dead. Gone. Charge in. No upgrade time for Scatterbrain. This is it. The Keshiks, they mop through the little Mother Spearmen coming out. Archers to trade on the side. Happy with that. They got the +2 damage. Myriad may be a late riser, but he will finally turn up on that board. No doubt about it. Scatterbrain is stuck. It's just so much heavy cav. 12 Tortugud, 13 Keshiks. The only thing that's keeping Scatterbrain in the zone of hopeful is this one screen here. But it's not going to take long for Myriad to realize that screen is the only place that he can be. You went 2TC at like 7-8 minutes, and now Myriad's about to have the worker lead. Ishi ay caramba. I think Myriad could actually split off into 5 different directions and be fine. Probably what he needs right now. Yeah, starts to peel off a few nights ago checking. And jackpot! Guys, can you make like the money noise like when you hit it on the slots? Please tell me you saw that. Oh my god. He's that deaf old lady that didn't hear the jackpot go off. He didn't see it. She's just still pulling the lever. Hasn't looked down and seen all the coins coming out yet. Still, there's nothing for them to do. Even if they're not dead, they're not working. And that TC will finally go down. No rams needed. I think Sky just kind of go for the motions. With this food income, you can't really get a night defense together. Props to him, though. Myriad played that so well. Wasn't overzealous in his approach. There was maybe 1 or 2 extra like dive opportunities, but he saw the bigger picture, and he takes the win in this qualifying series to put him now only 1 game down from balancing this out and taking us all the way. TTC was definitely a greedy strat, but Scatter's 2 ahead. Hey, man, it clearly paid off. A whole 2 villages in there, man. What a big boy. Back to AoE 4. Yarp. Gonna see how it goes. We're going to Holy Island, I think. Yep. When I see Sushi English, I'm like, yeah, I know what that is. I think we all know where that one going. Am I for real, brat? We're going to see how things go. So, like, my whole take on this is, like, with what we were doing before and everything that hit, I was like, well, this is not working. Like, I'm not reaching a point where I'm able to pay my bills. So instead of just being like that as the full stop and just burning 5 years of ridiculously hard work, my mindset is now, okay, let's try and see if we can find a way to make that happen. So yeah, really, like, I think the truth of it is it comes down to, like, whether there's a demand for what we do to the scale that makes it sustainable. And if it does, then we're able to keep doing it. I think the goal is also to mix in new content arcs and balance them out. So, you know, checking out like new strategy games, having days for that. Like Ordinary is going to be a fun one to check out at the end of the month. And then having a separate channel where I do a bunch of that type of content. And we'll see how it goes. So, like, we're back. Just figuring out how everything looks. Beyond that, really. Okay. Oh, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now. And then we need to put a point on the board for our boil. In before they're the other way around. They're 100% going to be the other way around. I can always tell. You always know. Good start though after the pause. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's like, I think I feel bad about it in some ways. I don't like how everything got left off, but it gave a lot of clarity. I'm still weighing up whether I'm going to do a clear in the air video where I just explain it all, because I don't like there's probably still a lot of inaccuracies going around over everything. But I do think I needed that time away, really. It's not even a case of not appreciating what you had or anything like that. It's not an ingratitude. It was legit just all of like their health problems and everything stacking up. I needed some time to start getting answers on those. I mean, I'm still seeking answers, but I'm glad to say, and I might share more about it in the future, but like some of those things are at least starting to get solved for. Hard to bring AoE4 community out to other games for oldies. I mean, sure. Like, if I'm being quite candid, I think I always knew that and was like, I'm going to have to build something from scratch. And I'm open to that having to be the case. But, like, maybe there's a way that both can coexist. We'll see. Like, a big thing is because I focus on trying to sort health issues, which you should definitely take the time to do if you've got health issues, by the way. I wasn't really able to do the, like, for example, editing that I was prepping and other things I was prepping on the side. So, yeah. Let's see how it goes. How's the mum doing with chemo? So, they couldn't operate. Literally before I was in London. I think someone said, like, I looked very despondent there. It's like, yeah, probably for good reasons. They opened her up and they said they couldn't operate on it. Because it's speckled everywhere. So, now it's back to chemo to see just how much more it can shrink. It has shrunk a lot, is the good thing. It just sucks that she had to go through being carved up like a turkey just to not get anything out of it positive, right? She's a fighter. She won't give up. Man, it's such a classic song. Anyone know what that song is from, by the way? It's a bit of a weird one. All right, let's go. Have we got this the right way around? We have not. I knew I called it, dude. I absolutely called it. So, Scatterbrain is on match point, by the way. So, we'll switch that up. You knew he was going to pick this. The moment Scatterbrain loses a game, he hops straight into the pond. This man loves Holy Island. Anything that allows him to dabble in water and extra micro, Scatterbrain is like a dog with a wagon tail. One and all, welcome back to this qualifying series. EWC qualifiers, a slot up for grabs. Scatterbrain is still on the verge of locking it in, but Myriad, at the final hour, has rallied forth. He's finally on the board, and now he's looking to try and even it up. We've got English up against Shushi on this infamous water map. Probably the only, if we're being totally fair about it, the only good water map in AoE4. The only great water map in AoE4. What's the thing that surprised me most about Red Bull Walllow? I think it's... I knew that the competition was going to be tighter. I think it's the degree to which it got tighter in some areas and not in others. Like, I thought the Vortex series... I mean, it's close in ways, for sure, but I thought it was going to be even closer. So, like, Wham, I know he's been on an upward trend, But I think he reached a new high in my eyes. So that was the big impressive one for me. Is this the start of this tournament? This is indeed. This is qualifying number 1. There was qualifying number 2 tomorrow, which we'll check out some games of. And then finally, it'll be next weekend on the 17th, 18th, the main event, which we'll cover. Your headcanon is he threw last game so he could play water in this series? I mean, he does like his water. How dare you disrespect... Wait. You think Archipelago is better than Holy Island? All right, check in chat. Check in chat. Check in chat. 1's if you think Archipelago is better. 2's if you think Holy Island is better. It has to be, surely. Okay, we've got 2 for 2. So Holy Island is winning more, winning even more. Gavayu doesn't count. He's trying to make moving out a map that he made better. Doesn't count. No, guys, no, don't bring moving out. See, you're expanding it. It's like going, oh yeah, who would win in a boxing match, me or Marine Lord? And then someone's like, yeah, but like, you know what? Sylvester alone would kick both your asses. I'm like, well, that wasn't part of the scope. My favorite map is moving out. Ah, yes, but you wouldn't want to play it, would you? You like watching it. That's different though. But yeah, I think Holy Island is definitely the best design map we have for water. And as to the Talk Ground 4 Lakes, I actually just don't really consider 4 Lakes a water map. It's water eco, and you do sometimes assault, but it's different. Also, in my eyes, I think 4 Lakes was cool once upon a time, but it's one of those maps that when it starts to get figured out, I don't want to say it's mundane. Like, you just get the orderly expected opening if we take the ponds and then go from there. Which I'm never the biggest fan of those style of ones, personally. All right, Abbey of Kings coming through anyway. In terms of fishing count, we do have them even Stevens. I'm looking for the good meditation garden. Scatterbrain? Yup. Nah, that's not in range, right? Nah, no way. So he's going to get double gold, stone, 75 resources there. 48 there on top of it all. Jackpot. 123 resource meditation garden. That, folks, is why Sushi inherently feels great on this map. This is not what I would call a rare meditation garden. This is pretty much on par. I'd say like 50% of the time, at least, get a Medi Garden placement like this available. It's just a case of whether it's close enough. Could get the third gold, but without the stone. But the stone is really nice, because if you do happen to lose a fight, which can happen against English, because English are all about early tempo, because they have that Admiralty ability that gives them extra range, and you have to defend, then when you find yourself defending, those arrow slits are super handy. Another thing that's really nice is the stone for hand cannon slits on land. It keeps the king away easily, and also, if you end up in a weird situation where your opponent is going men-at-arms, it feels great to have, because you know your Chug are going to shoot plastic bolts at the plastic swordsman, whereas a hand cannon slit destroys. All right, so double dock locked in. Like what he's doing here, by the way. So what you'll see quite often is players, if they already know everything they need to, sending the scout here is great, because eventually this villager will have to come home. If he doesn't, he's just going to die to a horseman. Even to a scout eventually. So the reason that's important is if your opponent has to walk a villager back, he has to walk a villager out. That's a lot of idle time. Especially when you consider that you don't tend to rush wheelbarrow on this map. Nice wall in. So Scad, it seems like his focus is fully on just winning water. No mini raids. We're not going to see, for example, stables drop and like 4 horsemen in a rush, it would seem. He doesn't want to have to overreact to the king. Because remember, the king is a free action result of you teching. Very powerful one. It's basically having a knight for free. Of course, the more beautiful thing is what this does. 2.5 minutes in, you've already eclipsed what the king gives. The villagers. Ooh, that was close. He might want to circulate that villager. It's going to be a bit of a liability. Might be worth going for hand cannon slits. We do have double springled and archer ship demo as well. Man, Myriad is stacked on the seafront. Which makes sense. Your opponent just wasted all of this time building up the walls. You know what happened to Louis MT? Probably just needed a break away from the game. Burnt out, maybe. Or studies. I don't know if he's... I think he's still in education, right? Could be multiple bunch of different things. The alternative is he's just chilling and having fun playing the game. I know that a certain other Chinese player just doesn't really compete much anymore. Because he makes money from just playing games, pub games with people. People pay him to queue up with him. Nothing nefarious, by the way. Like, just they want to play with him. They're a fan. The funny thing is, nefarious is actually quite profitable. I know of a pro in a different game who came from a different game where they used to boost accounts. And the guy, that's crazy. He told me he was making like 6,000 to 8,000 a month off of just boosting accounts and selling them, which baffled me because the scene he went into had nowhere near that money being made per month. He really just switched game off of passion. Like, I felt bad for him because I could tell he was a competitor and he wanted to succeed off of that because, like, he's given the objective opportunity to just make loads of money, but his brain was like, I want to be the best at this thing and I want it to be known, a legacy. So, back to this game, by the way. We are getting the expected outcomes. This is usually how this plays out. Admiralty comes in, sprinkled ships get bulked up, and then Shushi's advantage is they have all this taxation. Extra gold coming in equal more demo ships. It's all about overwhelming your opponent with a demo ship flood. Yeah, it makes sense, right? He's got an extra 50 gold a minute here as well. I love that Mira just left the scout here just to deny a little bit of extra resources. Louis streamed Red Bull Wallol on Bilibili. Oh, okay. Nice. But, like, this is the thing I've said about before. You know, it's like the Shroud effect. Quite often, actually, being a content creator is a lot more lucrative and valuable than being a pro. Scattered. He's going to have to react. Myriad in the retreat. It's got double archer ship. Demos aren't splitting up, though, is the concern there. Yeah, Scattered is going to have to be on point on his split. We're talking like 4 different groups coming from different angles. Because Myriad now has the triple archer ship. And remember, those archer ships also have additional range. They start reacting to you much quicker than standard boat play. Now we have the push in. Scattered doesn't have arrow slits. He's going to rotate now. So look for the wrap around the back. Myriad, he's getting a bit paranoid right now. He's getting angsty. Has his own demos also queued. Usually you're more demo light with English because of Admiralty affecting range. It doesn't affect demos. He's going to approach. Demo not able to slip in there. It's still one big fat group is the problem. No raids on land to keep an eye on here, folks. Both of them are locked the hell in on this. Demo almost slips in. It's a trickle of troopers now, though. The demo ships, this is not how you want to try and approach this. Scatterbrain loses everything. Every demo sinks. Not a single iota of connection to talk about, to brag about there. A waste of a fleet. And now a cozy as all can be position for Myriad. He's even thinking about castle. Because what's better than +1 range? +2, of course. Oh, man. He could, honestly, he could do King's Palace. He doesn't even have to be defensive about this, actually. It's a huge lead. You see in the army value, almost 1,000 resources ahead. Fishing now going idle as well. I think Scatter needs a miracle punch. Myriad almost done stockpiling what he needs. Backstab demo, not going to hit. king does go down, but whoop-de-doo-dah. He has the helm. El Capitano. Aristote's coming in. Should force a retreat now and attack from Myriad. Not worth hanging around with the extra damage looming. We'll just go to siege in. This is okay. You just pull back the injured parties each time. Scattered. I think he's scared of this attack. He's not seeing reinforcing boats just yet. So it has to be on his mind. The crazy part is Myriad still hasn't completed the tech. He invests 3 more spring-ons. Horsemen gonna be a nuisance. Remember, you can't deal with these horsemen easily. When you're English, you have bow attacks. So they have a lot of range resistance against that. Which is why this play usually forces someone to spears. I think Scatterbrain is trying to gamble that. It's like, if I build a few horsemen, he'll react spearmen. That'll slow down his tech. Not happening. And it is going to be the greedy boy. King's Palace on the way. Scattered needs some more ground, though, folks. I guess he's got a little bit of time, right? Deep waters are basically full, so 2k food there. He can linger here for a bit, but he's losing the water. There's barely anything left now. Double the spring ships. Nothing short of a miracle demo will allow Scattered to stay here. He's going Mount the Academy, but he needs something on land fast. And we're far away from demo territory now. With the docks being nowhere near, there's no sneak up. So now Mira can just hit an A-click and win. More crap beats less crap. Scatter now rushing land. Lancers on the way. Spear production has begun. Make it a triple Raxa. If he deprives the food quick enough here, Scatter's in a lot of trouble. Spring crew upgrade on the way to just make it easy. The reason you want this is the extra range means that demo ships will never catch you off guard from the boat spawns. That's the last drop-off Scatter's going to have. 1,200 food is a lot of knights. The question now is if it's going to be enough. He has got food sources on land. I mean, Scatter didn't touch the sheep. He's got 15 sheep to accrue from. From now, he's lost fishing, his opponent has fishing, and his opponent has town center. We are going to get that production rate up. Regional inspection on the way, so supervision is going to be doubly effective. Stop watching A4 because you were retarded, and I come back to watch because you are. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And for the people that enjoyed the other content, don't worry. We'll have some things cooking for that too. So crossbow spears by the looks of it from Myriad. Spears. They're already vetted. Yeah, this gets tricky with the network of castles effect as well. Scatterbrain needs to milk some big damage. And because there's still reserves, Myriad being clustered like this isn't a negative. It allows him to actually guard. Winning on water, even that worth it for English, farms much better. It is most definitely worth it. You need to always remind yourself that docks, adding in fishing boats is an extra town center. But it's much cheaper than building a town center. It's much more easily scalable than just building a town center. Harder to contest, etc., etc. The greed level is harder to punish. You see, he's got 16 extra economy because he won fishing. Now, his opponent was also down that. Like, this other thing, if we both do 2 town center, we have all these extra villages at home where when you do water and you win water, I now keep all my extra town centeriness, but you've now lost yours. So instead of it being 16 extra, it's 16 extra for me and 16 down for you. That was a butchering there. No Dale horses, by the way. Second wave of spearmen is coming. It's all about the choke points. You don't want to allow an overwhelm. And no, the spearmen aren't feudal age. This is just how English people dress. Why you gotta shame us, bro? Scattered has not been picking up relics, by the way. This is all in, no side greed, nothing. I think it's fair to say Scattered is looking a bit toast now, guys. A valiant effort, but he hasn't been able to find the connect point. And Myriad now has enough spearmen to hold back a direct charge long enough to whittle him down. Especially when you consider the reserves of resources here. And you're even adding in farms now, because why not? Can't wait for Wales to drop an update so we can fish gold. But you can fish gold, you just have to pick Malians. Then again, you have to play Malians, so I guess it's kind of a mixed bag. You can always play Macedonians and fish silver instead. I think against a lesser defensive Civ, you can maybe see the plan for Scatterbrain. The problem in this matchup with this Civ is English are a tilting defender because of that attack speed. That attack speed makes them so much harder to hit into. Normally, you feel a lot better about being English by eking out some sort of lead and then controlling the maps they come to you. But, like, we're not in that game here, folks. Myriad has no sense of urgency about the game strat right now because he's got fishing. Once more into the breach. 21 spears now. Shoot coming in's a cool idea, but unfortunately for him, Myriad now adding in the men-at-arms. You're probably wondering, why didn't Myriad just raw knights? Because that would work too with his income. Dully horses, so you have a situational attack speed, your opponent have an attack speed. Better to just counterplay and blob. And also the production rate comes out a lot faster like this. Shoot, overstaying their welcome. They're trying to tug down the crossbows. Men-at-arms will now lead. Veterancy is in for the two. Crossbows. Baiting a deeper dive. But with 379 food, it becomes harder and harder to believe in Scatterbrain. And we're reaching that inevitability point that you have to go. When you see the armies blowing like this, if you don't go, they will go. War rework? Yeah, we were promised a war rework like 2 years ago, right? We still seem to be waiting on that. Oops. I think it's going to be a while, guys. Those to go up. So this is just the death throes of a dying man now. Scatterbrain with just 7 knights left over. I mean, he's losing his chook fight against spears, kind of, right? Mainly because, well, a lot of these guys die. There's just so many more options. Guys, Scatterbrain losing on water. His pick. His love. His cherished desire. This man just likes to fill a bath up and jump into it. Wearing his full scuba gear. This time, turns out the tank was empty and he drowned. And Myriad surf and turf his ass out of the kitchen and onto the table. And you just spam men-at-arms down. You guys want a good old English men-at-arms rush? This is the one. Because remember, he's got triple farm cluster behind this. You don't have to kill him fast. You just have to make it happen. Oh, that's nice. Scatterbrain has dug a direct tree line, a direct route for the tree line. This will be great for just leaving the map. Which might be about to happen. Oh no, the Springwood ships are actually reaching him. They have so much range. 8 tower range, totally reasonable. And now, oh god, this, no wait, was that intentional? Well, if there's any moment to definitely convince you the game is toast, this is the one. GG. Game 5. Incoming. What up? We're getting the full G5. All right, they're in lobby. We should be cooking soon. Oh, I wonder what the final pick is, actually. Just trying to find the draft now. Where is the draft? Being Gento practice and pog. All right, I can confirm the final picks of this series are going to be Japan versus Mongols. Marlins and Ibids were sniped out. What do you think about showing cavalry and then switching to palace guards to preemptively soft counter the spears? It's a cool idea. I wonder if you just get blunted down too easily. Because like with that type of food income, you can just men-at-arm spam regardless, right? I think he went knights because he needed to find someone to raid fast. Do a kill everyone you look out on AoE next? I think that works a bit different though. Oh, actually, no. You mean kill my own guy. Oh, God. I did contemplate it. It sounds terrible. God, I'm surprisingly hungry. I really need to hunt down some new snacks that I can have. Late night trip to the shop to get tortilla chips, maybe? Okay, Gorge is our last map. I'm going to run ads as well, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game. I know. I know. I'm the hero you didn't know you needed. All right, 2.5 minutes ads. Boop. If you could eat anything in the world right now. Anything in the world right now. I would probably go gyros. I want some gyros. Gyros. Would I do it different and use Mediterranean hummus? It's not really gyros at that point, but kind of. Just change the sauce out. No, I've been having a lot of hummus at the moment. I just have the proper good old-fashioned gyros. Either that, or I just settle for like a proper Turkish kebab. Gyros is just poor man's kebab? That's not true. That's very unfair to gyros. Sometimes the humble foods beat out the fancier foods. It has this weird gratification about it. Just joking. How dare you joke about gyros? That is the pride of... Dude, Greece is about to wage war on you. You can you can say anything you want. I could walk up to Mr. Tomorrow and make completely unfair comments about how his different family members look, and he'd take on his chin. Fine, wonderful guy. I wouldn't want to do it to him, but let's just say I could. But the moment that I insult the gyros, he's gonna full on just Hailmaker me, you know? Or Haymaker, I'm not Hailmaker. A Wagyu steak with stuffed lobster tail. See, that's just like egregiously just fancy prancy, you know what I mean? Where it's just like you're just gorging yourself on expensive stuff because you can. You know what I mean? That's like when someone's like, I'm gonna eat chocolate wrapped in gold. It's like, do we really need to do this? Why are we doing this? Let's not do this. You know, it's that weird ass guy with the sunglasses. I forget his name. I should remember it. Where he literally has the steaks that are wrapped in gold, and most people just said it tastes like crap. It's that type of thing, you know. Salt Bay, yeah, that's the one. You know what kind of reminds me of? Anyone watch like Billions? Axel on that has his thing is caviar on pizza. Like to the fancy aristocrats, that's like some deeply insulting thing. But like that's the way he breaks the flow. Is like that is his thing. You know, like, I remember when I was younger, I used to love tuna sandwiches being dipped in tomato soup. Sounds heretical, but actually is surprisingly tasty. Have I tried dolma? I don't think so. What's dolma? That looks... I'm sorry, I'm just going to say that does look horrible. It probably tastes nice. Like, looking at that kind of reminds me of the time I had Pakistani cuisine. Tasted incredible, but looked so bad. I think that's one of the frustrating things, especially with some people. Look matters so much in what you're consuming, right? And I can very easily fall into that category because, like, I grew up with a very bad gag reflex. That's why, like, sushi's a hard. I came very close to trying sushi in Poland, but I remember I was there, and when my guy had ordered the sushi, wanted to try it. It's like, because it'd been left out a few minutes, whatever. It's still fine to eat. It's almost like it was sweating, right? Where like the dehumidifier or whatever else. But to me, it just looked wrong. I was like, no. All right, here we go, guys. I'd have it no other way. A deciding game. A fifth game between these two giga stack chads to see who's going to make it through to the EWC. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Scatterbrained versus Myriad. Japan up against Mongols. Two equally matched players. Myriad was just able to flex on the water, which is where Scatter feels most at home. So damn impressive by him. We now head into a decider. The map is going to be a gorge, a familiar sight for so many people on the ladder. You can experience this one yourself, of course. With Mongols up against Japan, Japan has to feel pretty good as a pick here, right? I'm trying to think what Myriad's game strat is going to be. Something maybe unorthodox. Because a lot of the more kind of generalist builds almost feel like they lean towards Japan. There was a time where Mongols actually could surprise you very effectively up against Japan. But that was back when Silver Tree was a thing. We don't really see Silver Tree anymore. That's a dead landmark, which I think I'm not alone in saying is a shocking statement to make. Because that landmark felt like it was never going to die. You go back like 2 years. So what's the focal point then? I think for Myriad, I wouldn't be surprised to just see super aggro-focused approaches. And okay, there you go. We're going to get that. It's going to be a Dark Age Rax Rush. Where's Scatter Scout? Scatter's Scout is... Oh, no. He ends up behind the Khan. It's a can't do attitude, and I don't think he realizes. He has at least scouted another side separately first. He now sees this. Okay, that's actually good news for him. Because he sees the Khan coming in like this, he can just beeline for the corner. Yeah, like this is one of the trade-offs of playing Dark Age rushes. It's like, yes, your Khan is quicker, and that's what makes Mongols one of the best civs to win sheep scouting. But you have to send your Khan to the enemy base to see what they're doing. And that does somewhat spit in the face of Gorge. Because there's no value in running straight down the center on Gorge. You want to run down the sides. And wait, oh my god. Did he think he'd already checked the corner? Yeah, he missed out on 2 there. That's crazy. Mira now has the sheep lead. It's going to balance out in this corner here. Yeah, 2 sheep there. And then there's still... Okay, no, that's it. That's everything. So I think they're going to be neck and neck on sheep. Feedy. Keep Silver Tree dead. Deader than EU5? Okay, that was me. Keck W. I'm sorry, Johan. It's been a while. I'm still hoping EU5 gets there. You know what I think Europa Universalis 5 has? I think it's like this really cool sandbox. It's just... It needs toys in the sand. You know what I mean? Like, think, you know, if you put it in a different category of games, like Crimson Desert has this where it may not be deep, but it has all these different things you can play with. I do hope EU5 gets there. In before I'm about to see like 3 more DLCs announced for Europe for Universalis 4. This is where Johan can't tell us anything. He's like, there's things in the works. Toggle sheep count button, please. We already done it. It's 16 to 17. We already talked about it. I also need to figure out a new overlay, layout. I really wish they would make the overlay configurable so you can put it how you want. Like, why is the sheep count down here on this, but normally it's up here on other things? I think it's up here anyway. Freeze rookie number. You got 30 DLCs? There you go. Boom. Booyah. We'll get there. I don't know. I'm going to say the thing that Paradox Studios doesn't want to hear. I think European versus 5 is actually going to need a bunch of free DLCs to build faith. Ah, free? Love this play by Scattered. I wondered if he was going to go for it. It's just so close together. The deer plus the gold gives that injection point. By the way, this is a 1 villager build on the Cursed Storehouse, which tells you completely what Scatterbrain is cooking with. This is going to be a fast castle build. Myriad. He did force the outpost defenses, but if the intent was always fast castle, this isn't a bad thing for Scatterbrain. Myriad is about to complete his own deer stone. Is there a ram rush potential here? Honestly, not the most insane idea. The problem is he now needs archers first if he wants to do that. Instead, he's got a stables drop. So what, Keshik's for a dive, I guess? Because the thing that's cool about Keshik's, you get a few of those bad boys online, you can just burn sustain yourself through when you kill the buildings. Because remember, you heal every time you attack. He has to be fast about this, though. Because remember, now that it's deer, you get this rapid gathering rate. And also, he's taking a risky resource before falling back. Irislit worth it? It's not a bad idea, but, you know, the Khan isn't hitting too hard right now, so you can kind of just get away with being a bit more cheeky. Because he's also got this southern deer, so you can keep shifting between the two. I think when you're trying to get the most aggressive, clean line, probably not going to go Arislits, because the other thing you have to keep in mind is that Scatterbrain wants to get his Bannerman at optimal timing. So if you invest into Arislits, you're actually not going to hit that timing on the Daimyo. That's where it hits you hard. Like, you know, 50 stone doesn't sound like a lot until you remember that you need to hit 175 to get your mana. Keshik's now showing up. Let's just slow it down a bit more. Scatterbrain definitely not where he wanted to be in terms of timing on hitting castles straight up afterwards. But the deceptive thing is there's a lot of villagers here that are holding 10 to 20 food on them. He's actually not that far away. Yeah, he's basically just one drop off of attacking. He's got 11 villages. They can hold 25 each. If he has that, it's home sweet home. Oh, seek shelter, please. Oh, wow. He's actually going to go for it now. He goes Arislits. Now he's over gathering on the gold, though, because he's idling out his food workers. This is the weird thing about the way this is played out. Like, you actually would probably rather idle out your gold for a moment here, so you could at least start a tech up. He's going to have to repair. Arislits is about to complete. Villagers, I think he's trying to bait him into a dive. That was sick. Scattered is a monster. I love that. He brings the villagers in so that Myriad has to react with a charge there so that he doesn't turn onto the repair crew. Elegant execution. Snipes out the spearman. He needs another repair, though. Qualifiers still 10 seconds out. Goes in for it. Keshik needs to snake the other side. This is getting a bit dicey. Gets body blocked by his own Keshik there. It's going to be a staggered approach to garrisoning. One by one in. And he gets it. Scatterbrained. This position will not be going down so easily. Problem is, he still needs to repair again. And the villagers are now injured. You know who the best player at doing that is, by the way? The one-by-one repairing? Wham. Wham is, in my humble opinion, probably the best player in the game at staggered garrison. Not bad from Scatter. Does end up losing one in the end. Sack up soon to come. However, feels like it's taking a long time here. He has moved down to the berries. Scatter's still got 12 sheep to fall back on afterwards. Needs to find that time that isn't obvious. Gonna be diving again. Oh, gets another Keshik down. And you wish that, you know what would be sick is if you control group the full HP villagers to pull them out instead, because he does end up losing the injured one again. Trying to get extra cheeky here. I mean, this tower's gone. It's just a matter of how many Keshiks it costs, how many villagers it costs. This is getting so cheeky with this. It's an attention battle right now. Now, the cool thing for Scat is nothing else to look at but this, so you can keep focusing on it, but that's going Only another village down. Only 2 left. Can control group the vills. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it'd be kind of sick to see, but it's tricky in the moment to keep track of that because you'd have to see them come out. You'd have to control group add, and then you'd have to garrison or whatever. It's a lot of work. Floating gate now on the way, though, folks. Myriad is kind of all in. Can't just rapidly tech now yourself. I'd love to see Scattered open not with Mounted Samurai, but with Onumusha. Apparently, he'd like to see that too. Makes sense. Has limited gold, limited food, and he's down 5 villages. Technically, you need optimal trades, and melee doesn't give that to you. Your opponent's already been on spears as well. Onumusha is just a solid choice. Go. Floating gate complete. Yorishiro drop on the way. Scatterbrained now adding more villages onto farms. Additional wood gathering coming in because he can turn this into Onumusha Yumi, funnily enough. Smart choice as well. Gives him a rapid comp. Also allows him a way of dealing with the spearman quickly because Onumusha will not deal with it fast. Another interesting thing. Keshiks are lighter versions of cavalry, of heavy cav. So Yumi perform a little bit better there, especially with veterancy. Individual vills and their HP like AV2 is crazy. Yeah, the problem is I have smart UI on, but it doesn't work all the time in observer mode. So sometimes what I'll do when I'm watching things, I'll do this. I'll hover the box over so you can see. But I get annoyed by that because it's technically what I'm doing is I'm polluting the screen for you guys. So it's just more crap there for you, you know what I mean? Shinto's creeping out, by the way. Myriad actually going for Horseman is a very smart play. Yeah. I think Scattered needs to scout this pretty fast and maybe consider spears. Movement speed arrow is utilized. Onumusha are just going to skirt away, though. Oh, you mean the UI for when the tower. Yeah, a lot of RTS has had that over the years. This one doesn't. Well, lol. Myriad. I mean, Scattered, you just gave away a relic, man. What was that? That is the most cockiest of cocky play. I mean, if it pays off, you win the game straight away, right? But now you've shortchanged yourself because you can't gather gold. He's going to try. Mira's waiting for him. Uh-oh. Spears and Horsemen. Yeah, the timing could have been nice. I think Scatterbrain got a little bit greedy there. Taking a relic home, man. Could have been a second one, then being targeted. I mean, there's 3 relics on the north side, and Mira didn't really have a reason to be there. Will we secure now that he's got the Onumusha showing up? Horseman counterplay, a bit tricky here, because, you know, you still have to reach target, you don't have much ranged armor. Scatterbrained, I think the key here, get to 10 Onumusha, and then get Kaburuya. The movement speed means that you can mirror Myriad's whistling arrows. You can always just stay away from them. Readout. Okay, no, there. Okay, that. I kind of like the cooking of that a bit better. Kurotai, more all-in-y. Because you're in a very unbeneficial trade here up against range units right now. Very hard to reach them. You're always going to get whittled down, so nice to have that rejuvenation. Oh, did he bait him intention there? Or was that weird pathing? Movement speed does get activated. Clubs in doesn't get the kill. Onumusha can just start to target fire this down. TC fire assisting as well. Spearman count low. What's the best counter for Desert Raiders? Which civ are we talking about here? Archers is usually a very natural go-to. Horseman trade out kind of okay. Archers is probably the safest way against Desert Raiders though. You just have to be careful because if they then tech, they clap you. Also, the most important thing when you're trying to figure out how you want to counter Desert Raiders, have a look at which building they're building. If they're building archery rangers to build Desert Raiders, then actually you're better off going into archers. Into horsemen, rather. If they're using, like, stables, you need to be more kind of reserved about whether you're going archers, right? Myriad out on the board. Tech up complete now. I almost made that sound like archers should never be built, but they do have situations. Especially if Ibids go for Dervish healing. Scatterbrained. He's got good resource in reserves now, and he's prepping for a switch. He did end up going Raxus here. You could go Spears. Like, actually, Spears isn't crazy, because Spear plus Onimusha is Spear Crossbow. If your opponent goes heavily armored units, you have your crossbowmen, or women in this situation. And then anything else that can technically threaten this, covered by Spears. The one risk is your opponent goes Archers, but don't think Archers straight away in Castle. Say that. Myriad does. Oh my god. He saw the Raxes, I guess, because they were on the front side when he dove last time. Must have been. Also, Archers with Kurotai in particular is really, really good. Yeah, it does make sense in a lot of ways. Finally, we do have Kurotai coming in. We've got Mountain Samurai queued. Great time for it as well because of the way that Myriad spread quite wide. And you can see, actually, Scatterbrain already has a target in mind over here. Relics are starting to slip home. For Marine Lord Archer counters to anything, yeah, that's because he takes it to like an insane degree where he just doesn't stop. Where most people will be like, I'm going to tech now, I'm going to switch. You just keep building them. Like a psychopath. Hello? Oh, no, 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 no. If he had enough for the kill on the Keshik, there was maybe a sliver of a chance. Nah, he's parked, though. This is how you have to play Kurotai, by the way. If it's at home, you going for broke. Greedy turnaround there. Spears. They don't have veterancy. First of the Mount Samurai is now out. More relics are to come home soon. No play onto relics out of Myriad. He's not thinking about them yet. He's going to be going crossbows now. One Mounted Samurai to rule them all. Spearmen just get ditched. No! No, what's the healing here? Scattered. What was the trade there? Okay, so he did get... That's not bad. He got 2 Keshiks, actually. He got more than I expected. I think that's okay for the Spears to get 2 Keshiks. But that could have been so much worse. Like, if Myriad's microing away the injured parties, you're getting nothing from that. Dive in. There's a lot of horsemen. The problem right now is with the Spearman dead, you don't actually have a real threat to mass horsemen. But he's getting there with a Mounted Samurai. Not if they go in like that. Another one down. Mounted Samurai also gets seen. Scattered is about to be out of food. He's only got the farms. He's adding in more, though. He snuck the berries. There is some hope for him. He's also, love this, you can tell he learns from B. It's Yorishiro drop farmhouse. So we'll probably see, okay, TC, yeah, he went for 1 in Forge as well. But we might see, no, he went double Forge, okay. I was about to say, we might see multiple farmhouses. Probably would have been a good idea here. The problem is, your opponent's camping your gold, so you need to think about alternate sources there. You can build farms, you can't build gold sources. Onimusha are trying to cut the reinforcements now. We do have relics now getting camped. Looks like he's sneaking out towards the food sources too, so we should see that soon. Good news is Scatterbrain has offset all the villager losses because he has got that Yorishiro drop in the town center. Did I miss Area 4? Of course. I always knew I was going to miss Area 4. I think it's woken me up to, like, it's okay to do different things, and I just need to find a healthy balance with that. I am deaf again. Why is Wololo still so much louder than everything else? Like, to an insane degree, I'm deaf now. It also feels like half the time Wololo is twice the volume it's meant to be. Oh my god, this is actually looking like a good fight for Scatter now. I mean, Onimusha have to bait this away. Spears come around the back. Horseman count. Still threatening. Gotta respect the fact that you get bonus damage increase as well from the Kurotai. I mean, for a second, it looked like Scatter was going to be out of breach, but Myriad, this core backline of Archer crossbows, you just see how good the bonus damage is from the Kurotai. That buffer, even on the Vet Archers, they're hitting for 10 damage. You have no armor. Orchestra is mega? Oh yeah, of course. You knew they were always going to be, right? It's the London Orchestra, come on. Joke's on you, though, Nomad. You may have had the ground view, but I got the view from up in the galleries, and that was... Whew. Bummed out that I missed Spiffing Brit, though. Apparently, he was at Londonium as well. Gotta say, I've been seeing pictures of Spiffing Brit recently, and he does not look like what you would envision at all, actually. Nice snipe. Double worker kill. I think Myriad, is he considering Siege soon? Just a way of breaking in now. Can his horse archers not get healed by the Monk? They can, but I think that Monk is working overtime to bring relics home. This healing is just winning the game. Myriad should have lost like an extra 10, 15 units at least by now if it wasn't for the healing. Just great read with the Horseman play in general. I think it's easy to forget about them. Horseman are going to sneak around again. Attack speed arrow gets activated. Baits him for the dive. The Spearman barely holding on. This is it. Myriad is inevitable. Gold now locked out. There's a bypass towards the farm area now to worry about. Serenal placement is going to prove annoying. But I think the gold income's about to start sinking again. And he has the damage here. With the Kurotide, the firearm is not helping enough. Even has to force the Spearman in. He'll just try to migrate away, but too little too late. They're going to get sniped down. Myriad now with the worker lead. One Samurai is not going to be enough to change anything about that. It's a dive now onto the farms. Economy on the verge of being shut down in this deciding game number 5. And Myriad on the verge of a reverse sweep comeback to mark a beautiful beginning to EWC for the Hungarian. Myriad Miracle Worker. The Volta Esports member knows it now. He shut down over half the farms. Gold is not a threat for him either. We've got Desperation play out onto the flanks for Scatter. Not British. No, Myriad is Hungarian born and British raised. Hence why he sounds more British than me. It's confusing, I know. We even had it on broadcast before where when he's losing, it was the British flag. And then they switched to the Hungarian flag, he started winning. So there you go. That's how you know if he's going to win this tournament or not. The infamous curl dive. There you have it, folks. Mongols, we said about Japan having ways of feeling cozy, but props to Myriad. He did not give Scatterbrained a way to get comfortable in this game. Start to finish, he saw the avenue for aggression, and he never let up until he got that tap out. Which is why he keeps going. Scatter's not convinced it's entirely over, but we are shifting north side. Not even going to get to that. GG. There you go, folks. We back at it. Myriad back to making main events. Looking forward to seeing him in EWC. GG's. What happened is Scatterbrained, like he was 2-0 up, and then Myriad got Miri mad, and then just completely Miri bladdered him to death. Easy. I think, though, that is all games complete. We can have a look at the state of final scores now as a result of that. So let me just pull that up quickly for you guys. Okay. So Beastie, of course, we saw he 3-0'd Mahodo. Lucifer 3-1. We have that GIF game in the VODs. Go check it out. It's from Frisian Marshes. GIF is a beast for that one. Numenor versus Creator. Creator led early 1-0 up. It actually turned into a switcheroo. Numenor bounced back 3-2 to qualify through. And then we just saw that Myriad made it 3-2 through this as well. Corvinus, of course, throwing Voldemar. He was the quickest freeze, even quicker than Beastie to finish this off. So that means that we got Mahodo, GIF, Creator, Scatterbrained, and Voldemar probably as front runners to qualify tomorrow. We will be covering tomorrow as well, by the way, guys. So we'll be live for that. You can catch the EWC games here. So be sure to tune in. Tell everyone where to find them. Starflock actually could be a contender as well because he got 2-1 by Scatter. And Scatter's one of the front runners. And then Yeah, I think those are like the front runners in my mind. Mahodo actually, like, Mahodo, I think Mahodo might finish the fastest tomorrow. I got this feeling. But that's gonna be it. So start time today. Last year's not impossible. I think it depends on the avenue. He had a bit of a rough one today against Jiff. And it might just be Jiff is on fire. But like that Marlene, I mean, Jiff plays weird, is what I'll say. I think for Lash, we talked about him before, but like he's more of an orderly player, I feel like sometimes, or he likes it to be more meta. So if he gets an opponent like Jiff or Scatterbrained, I think that's when it gets scary for him, right? It really depends on his opponent, I think. But there's potential. There's a few people in there. So yeah, that is it for today, but we will be back tomorrow. Hello, amigo. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be back at 4 p.m. UK time, aka 3 p.m. GMT. And then we'll have EWC qualifier numero 2, where you'll see a lot of familiar faces you saw today. And then next weekend is the main event of Epoher's World Cup, which we'll also cover on this channel. So better catch it here. Saw you in London last week? Hey, hell yeah, dude. Did you get a picture of me? Some people did, some people didn't. I feel like, I don't know, I feel bad. Like I did kind of bump out a few tweets or whatever that I was there, but I didn't really broadcast it a lot because I didn't know how I felt. I'd like, all right, negative cut your life into pieces moment. I kind of felt like an outsider, but I think I'd done that to myself. I just felt kind of weird being there. Like, I just want to stay out of people's way. I don't know. It's been a weird year. It's all in my head, I know, but yeah. Getting into Albert Hall. Oh, well, there you go. You're like, I'm not getting out of queue for that guy. But guys, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna end the stream on YouTube, Twitch. Hang around there. We'll find someone to raid. I will be back tomorrow. Oh, Stopper just raided it. But we're done too. Like, that was the last game. Shout out to Stopper and the crew for organizing this event. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. And what's up, Neko? Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to Swarm. So we'll find someone to raid. And guys, like I said, tomorrow you'll be able to catch the games here. So make sure you tune in. Let's see. Who to raid? Trying to see if there's anyone we haven't seen in a while versus the regular crew. I guess I'm going to send you guys... All right, we're just stacking power in one location. I'm going to raid through to WAM, guys. Go have some fun with WAM. And I will be back tomorrow for more tournament games. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you spread it around. This, once again, going to be the place to be. I'll see you all soon. Bye.